Yo, what's going on? Thanks for having me. I'm a YouTuber guy. Hello. Yeah, I made that. I kind of do journalism, internet journalism, mixed with social politics, maybe. I don't know. I don't get too political, but it just so happens that a lot of things I talk about, there's a very political angle one could take, and it usually involves gaming, internet culture, things like that, the changing landscape of the digital age, I guess, that we live in. Started again.
Here we go. All right, it's fixed.
Oh my god. My apologies, everybody. Me and Gray, my new fiance, rearranged our office today, and the setup was, I guess, disrupted. But yes, it's me, Pantsy Party. Yes, we have Glink. Glink is on. He does not have to reintroduce himself.
No.
But we also have Ash Vampire, or Ashley.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, girl. What's up?
I feel like I'm going insane.
Why?
Because I can't escape the world.
There is no escape at this point from the happenings.
So, normally, you think to yourself, okay, thank God I don't live in any big city because, I don't have to deal with the bullshit that happens in big cities.
Right.
But already in my area, there have been 2 protests that almost became riots, and the one that's happening literally right now might actually become a riot.
Have you been out to the site at all?
No.
Do you live in a city, or is it a township or something?
It's weird. Like, because it's New England, it's one of those where, like, there used to be 2 separate towns, but as they grew and grew and grew, like, one town ends and the other one begins, like, immediately. Like, there's very little delineation between them, aside from, like, borders that were established way back.
Right. I used to live in New England. I know exactly what you're talking about.
So
I don't think that the area I would have lived in would have rioted, mainly because it's, like, very Asian. Like, I never saw a black person in Braintree.
So
it was a rare occurrence.
The area... So we actually had protesters marching down the middle of the street right next to where I work.
Mm-hmm.
The cops had to, like, come and prevent them from getting on the freeway so that they wouldn't, like, get run over.
Hot damn.
And then today, there are people marching around in the more bougie area. And I suspect that might not go well for anyone.
We shall see. Have there been a lot of protests in your state, or has it just been, like, relatively small stuff?
No, it's been, like, relatively small stuff, mostly because now I think that this is a lot to do with the Rona and people being cooped up and stuff.
Oh yeah, we will definitely get into this.
But I think that the reason it hasn't I think that the reason it hasn't been too terrible in Connecticut is just because, from what I've seen and heard, most people are actually pretty okay with the way that the governor has handled, like, the Rona stuff. So they're not as upset about it, and I think he's a bitch, but he's at the very least, like, been communicative in, like, what he's doing, why he's doing it, involving like multiple people within the administration of the state, like not just trying to do it all by himself. So it's
Absolutely.
people are less inclined to be upset with him. So I think that that's a big factor as to why people aren't losing their
Yeah, I think when we
fucking
start
minds.
seeing like crazy riots in Connecticut, we're up Shit's Creek.
Oh yeah. Connecticut is the state where nothing happens. Like,
Right. So Glink, you're based in near Las Vegas, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
So you actually went to a protest, right?
Yeah, I went there. I filmed a bunch of stuff, and I am currently rendering a video that I'm gonna upload to my channel about the whole thing.
Oh, that's mega exciting. You also live streamed your experience there, right?
Yeah, that's true too.
How did that go?
Yeah.
Because I see like crazy live streams of like thousands of people viewing them, and it's kind of like, I mean, DC is not that far. I could get a couple $100 if I join it.
Oh, easily.
JK.
I don't even know. I guess people are streaming on YouTube sometimes. I was streaming on Instagram, which is like a very small audience normally.
Oh, yeah.
But it was nonetheless, I mean, for me, for my city, it wasn't too crazy violent or anything. Like I didn't witness any store lootings or, people getting beat up or mugged or whatever, anything crazy like that. But there was definitely, it was right. Like I view speech and violence as sort of two paths, and like there's almost a spectrum between them. Like yelling really aggressively, pretty close to violence, but you're not hitting someone. You know what I mean?
Right.
There's like a verbal assault. So in that little spectrum, you could say, of speech and violence, we were pretty close, I think, to violence, but definitely not outright, anything physical too much.
So I haven't really been keeping up with what's been going on in that area. Have the protests been getting crazy?
So yeah, well, what happened was there was a ton of people at the courthouse. There's a ton of people in the middle of the street in the downtown area. That's where sort of the marches congregated to, was that location. And there was a ton of graffiti. There was a ton of like vandalism, not outright looting. And then the police started throwing tear gas. I ran out right before that. Actually, I could tell that they were going to, because
Right.
one of the police chiefs put on a gas mask, and I'm like, oh fuck.
Yeah,
better get out
good
of here.
catch there.
And
just quick aside, I do want to talk about that because I've seen a lot of people getting upset about people getting gassed and stuff. I have some insight as to like why that happens and things like that.
okay. I don't even fully know. If you want to explain, I'm
Go
interested.
into
So-
it.
I mean, I can do it now if you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you're getting trained in defense of anything, there's a thing called, you can look it up. It's there's a thing called the continuum of deadly force, and it basically establishes for law enforcement, for anyone defending like a military installation, sort of, if someone does X thing, this is the maximum amount of force you are authorized to legally come back at them with. Right? So if somebody just has hands, right, and they're just, getting aggressive and like coming towards you, you can't just like whip out a gun and shoot them dead. Right?
Yeah.
Like
Right.
that's not allowed. You always use the level of force above what the person coming at you is using. Always. But never more than one stage above that. So people getting upset that people are getting like tear gas and stuff. Now, obviously, there are situations where it seems excessive even to me for people to be getting gassed.
Oh yeah,
but
like fireworks being launched at people.
yeah, but I'm saying like when the police are like OC spraying people, and those people, like most of the videos I've seen where that happens is because people are getting like up in their faces and like coming at them and being very aggressive, and by the continuum of deadly force, that is the appropriate response because you don't know what they're going to do next, and that is a non-lethal way to get someone to back off.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is how they are trained. That is the correct way to deal with that. Like I don't like.
On that note, by the way, when you mentioned fireworks, there were also fireworks that I could see in the distance people. My friend who drove by to pick me up said that somebody just threw like a I don't know what exactly it's called, like a canister or something of fireworks onto the middle of the street, and they just started launching into the sky.
Oh, it's insane. Ash, what would you say would be a step above that of force?
For fire, like
yeah,
throwing
like
an
having
explosive?
fireworks being launched at you.
That's deadly force. You take out a gun and you shoot that person.
Oh, they were in the sky technically, but the danger is still there. I think if something
I've seen
you know,
videos of
it's
literal
gone.
fireworks being launched at people's heads and shit.
Yeah, that is an
Yeah.
attempt to kill, because it has that ability. You would that is permissible to use a deadly weapon.
Plus,
Like,
aren't fireworks illegal anyways?
It
to-
depends on the state.
like-
Different states have
It-
different rules.
and it also varies by city. So like if you're in a major city, it's probably illegal because they don't want you to like burn someone's house down or something like that with them. So
Yeah. Well,
Speaking
why are we
of
talking about
that-
legality? That hasn't stopped anyone with looting or
Oh,
anything
right?
else. So, yeah.
Oh boy,
So-
speaking of burning down houses, so I'm in Virginia. I'm in Virginia Beach, which is a pretty based place to be. There are some protests, but it's down at the commercial beach. And the store that was vandalized is a sketchy establishment that I would not be too surprised if they were paying protesters to smash the windows. That is
What is
my
the
take.
establishment?
It's
What is
just
it
like
like?
a
Like, not
it's
the
like
name,
a
but-
bootleg clothing store. It's called Lotus Fashion. I actually drove there to confirm what the damage was, but it just had a cracked window. But like that's the only establishment that has been like damaged so far with the protests. There have been more protests in Virginia, specifically Richmond, where what the article I read has claimed Antifa members have burned down a house with children in it, but the children got out safely. But there's some crazy shit happening in Richmond. I saw another video of fireworks being launched at protesters, of people being paintballed in Richmond, but I don't live in Richmond. I live in Virginia Beach, which is a Republican-run city. I feel pretty safe, honestly, for the most part.
That's good.
Nice.
There is something weird. I want to back up for a second, if you don't mind. I want to bring attention to the fact that I'm just curious if either of you find this weird. I get it. You know, there's been tensions building for a long time. There's been a lot of instances of police brutality, that kind of thing. It's a little bit weird, though, right? That like just overnight, seemingly, almost every major city has had protests that they like. There's never been protests like this in Vegas history, for example. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm sure for many cities that's the case. And all at once, like there's something weird. It's not just, this is probably controversial to say. I think just saying it's only the racial tensions or it's only the police brutality is downplaying the effect that, like you were saying, Corona might have.
No,
Absolutely.
Corona has everything to do with this. So
Absolutely. I have
Nate, do you
been
wanna-
predicting that something like this would happen, and I actually purchased a firearm in the event of bad things
Ooh.
happen.
what did you get?
I have a shotgun. Just
Oh,
the
very
generic
nice.
shotgun. It's for home defense. But I was afraid of this happening sooner, honestly.
I'm surprised it didn't happen sooner. And mate, do you want to read just this? Might be a good time to read what I posted.
Oh,
in
you
the
want to?
politics.
Do you want to read it? I'll pull it up on the stream. It's in the politics chat, right?
Yeah.
I will find it. Here, I'll just.
You guys
search.
have a politics chat? That's a big mistake.
No, my politics chat is based as fuck. I don't know if
Well,
you know
depends-
anything
That
about
depends
me.
on what your definition of based is.
It's the correct definition of base.
That's the modern day version of Bill Clinton, by the way. Is that depends on what your definition of based is.
That's really funny. What is your definition of based? While I find this this message that Ashley put in here.
When I say based, I'm more so just referring to the based God meme. So I just say it like that's cool. I just replace cool with based.
That's pretty
basically.
much like I am part of the PCP universe, which is a collection of internet creators who date back from the My Little Pony fandom and have expanded into the anime fandom, I suppose. but based is like yin
So the
and yang.
plague.
So there's based and cringe. Absolutely. Based and cringe are the yin and the yang. So like everything has an element of based and cringe in it. But what is based is wholly cool, and what is cringe is wholly lame.
That's pretty accurate. Yeah, that's a good.
But
That's
you
kind of how
can
I'm
be
using it in
so
my head.
based that you are lame, and you can be so lame that you are cool.
Okay, that I don't know if I've got. I know you can be so cringe that you're cool for sure, but I don't get the so based that
You can
you're
be like a
lame
really
part.
boring church guy who never does anything interesting, who just lives the same way, and it's just like you are just based, but like your based has made you cringe.
Right. Okay, I kind of get what you're saying.
Yeah.
That's kind of like Kanye's latest album. Like it's very based, but also very
Absolutely,
cringe.
absolutely.
It's based
caught on.
because it. Yeah.
Okay, this is starting to make sense.
All
But
right.
sometimes you still like cringed based stuff, you know?
Oh yeah,
Oh, absolutely.
that's the show.
Right.
It's striking the perfect balance between based and cringe. I embrace the cringe of anime because anime is cringe. I embrace it, I live that way, and then I project based. So hopefully we find a happy medium. But I'm a very controversial figure, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, okay.
May I feel like it would be best if you read this simply because I have
Oh,
things
you want me to read
add.
this? Okay.
Yeah, because I have things to add after, like, elaborations and like more stuff.
Okay, I'm just gonna make the little art hoe box a little smaller so you can read with me. All right, this is from Ashley. This is from the 1st of June. So protests and riots have been going on for I don't know how many days, and I can no longer just keep my mouth shut about the number of people I see defending this horse shit. Let me begin with the inciting incident itself. I find it interesting that barely anyone has brought up that George Floyd was a verified violent criminal with a history. Does this mean he deserves to die without a trial? Absolutely not. Does this in any way justify excessive force used by the police? Also, absolutely not. However, we in no way, shape, or form lost a paragon of virtue, innocence, or upright citizenry with the death of George Floyd. Furthermore, his cause of death has not in fact been released, and there is strong suspicion that his death was the result of a pre-existing medical condition and not exclusively the force of the police. Again, this does not absolve the cops of wrongdoing in not paying attention to a person that they have within their custody, but it also means it was not their action alone that caused Floyd to die. So didn't the guy who did the autopsy of Jeffrey Epstein?
This is they had him come in. But
and he said it was a heart attack, right?
Mm-hmm. He had something wrong. Like he wasn't healthy. So like anything of excess could have killed him. But part of this is a good point where I want to bring up that I learned that like the reason he got arrested was because he was into counterfeiting.
Yeah, he used a counterfeit 20, right?
Yeah. But that he was also doing this on the side with the cop that busted him. So like no one is right in this situation. Like again, like this first part is me basically saying that regardless of you can't take a side because both of them are fuck ups. And like you shouldn't be
I mean the fact that Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy practitioner, the medical examiner who did Jeffrey Epstein's autopsy, is saying that this guy died of a heart attack. I mean, this guy, I don't know if I could trust this guy. I don't know. I'm just saying.
To me, based on the footage, it looks like
they killed that man.
It looks like, look, even if technically, like by some sort of technical jurisdiction or like ruling, something else killed him. It seems undeniable that was the trigger. The guy's a knee on his neck, you know. So it's like, does it really matter?
But I mean,
no,
wasn't that like police practice? Like, wasn't he doing everything according to how they're trained to do it?
Yeah.
I've never seen a policeman do that, though.
Me neither, but like I've never paid with a counterfeit bill before.
But
I don't know.
Here's the thing. It doesn't matter. Both of them were fuck ups and pieces of shit. So it's not like there's no good side to this. There isn't one. You know, it like police brutality, bad, very. Criminal action, also bad.
I mean,
Like,
there was just
you're-
recently a white guy who died in a very similar manner in police custody, where I think it was the same kind of thing where he was being held to the ground and suffocated. And there's video footage of that. I have not watched either footage because, I don't know, it's really hard for me to watch that stuff because I feel really nihilistic inside, so...
Here, I'll say
Ben
something.
Sate is in here, by the way. Ben is totally fucking ragging on you, Ash. I
don't
thought
give
you
a
would
shit,
need to
Ben. Go
know.
die in a hole. Because that's where you're gonna end up if you keep pushing
Ben
this
Sate,
shit.
do you know that I made like $300 printing your face on a shirt with a giant X on it? I love you, Ben. Come be a guest on my show. But I do think Ash has the floor right now, so...
You can keep going. Like, I just wanted to say that, like, you know, the exact thing that he did that got him arrested, it doesn't matter. It was a criminal activity. Like, you did not lose somebody who, like, it wasn't like some innocent person got arrested for bullshit.
And even his brother has come out and said, like, this is not a proper way to respect my brother's life. Like, the violence needs to end. So I think that people should really consider those messages from the family before they decide to put their lives on the line for this cause. All right, I'm going to continue. Additionally, it cannot be stated enough that the result of his death is not, has not, or never will be about Floyd. His death is an excuse, the lighting match that sets the forest ablaze. Anything of note could have set this in motion. Anything. People have been locked in their homes for months and denied the ability to provide for themselves and those they must care for, and especially in some cities and states. There has been very little, if any, sign that said circumstances are in any way close to resolving. How could you honestly expect a situation to persist without it building resentment, frustration, anger, fear, anxiety, and a host of other negative emotions inside people, with nowhere to direct these things? It was bound to burst forth, and it could have been anything that did so. The government has brought this rioting on themselves with their blatant disregard for the removal of civil liberties they enacted to protect people from the pinko box, a disease whose lethality was blown out of proportion to justify these measures. This end result was bound to happen, and they brought it on themselves. It's not about George Floyd, never was. But to focus on the actual riots now, are you fucking insane? Are you fucking retarded? Disavow. In what world does the annihilation of personal property and subsequent destruction of personal livelihoods not equate to committing murder? We'll get to the actual attempted murders in a minute. People are so bent out of shape over this, on the destruction of property, outraged that things are being given more attention than lives. I hate to break it to you, you fuckwit, but property is equitable to a life. Without it, you have no means by which to survive and you die of exposure. Without it, you have no social structure within which law and order may operate it. Without it, you in effect rob people of their sense of distinction and sense of self. Who you are is an amalgamation of your experiences in life and what you possess. From the tattoo on your arm to the car you drive, your property defines you. If you cannot own things, you cannot, in effect, own your own goddamn physical body. When that happens, you get Soviet Russia, or to go back further, the feudal system of Europe before the Industrial Revolution. So yes, the property does matter, and to be in support of this looting and rioting and destruction is to be in favor of the genocide of order and democracy. And to make this point hit harder, those rioting thugs, because yes, they are nothing more than fucking thugs, have been seen on camera multiple times, where these mongoloids, disavow, beat people nearly to death, young and old. It doesn't matter. They attack anyone in a fever pitch of wanton, disavow, violence. Get it? Because it's
Why
wanton.
Yeah, okay.
That's an actual
I'm
word.
sorry. Oh, I don't disavow shit, by the way. Even people who have
What are you
nothing.
reading off of?
It's just a message that Ash had put in the politics chat. It's almost over.
Oh, okay. No
I
worries.
can send it to you. I can copy paste it to you if you want.
No, I'm listening. I'm paying.
Nothing. There is a video of these cunts burning the few things a homeless man had. A homeless man. Is this what you want to support? This kind of unmitigated, unfocused, unconsidered destruction and death? The fuck is wrong with you? Screw your head on straight. There is never a reason to harm an innocent, especially in this situation. If you really are protesting police brutality, supporting these actions or participating in them forfeits the only thing you have, the moral high ground. Martin Luther King is rolling in his grave and would be fucking ashamed of you so-called equal rights activists. I don't like the cops, never have. A vast majority of rules they enforce are inconvenient and stupid at best, but in no way does a general dislike of cops justify this. And likewise, the actual peaceful protests do not justify the cops going ballistic on said peaceful protests. But goddammit, Antifa and BLM, these are terrorists. Domestic fucking terrorists, and if you value anything about this country and the freedoms we are supposed to have, you should be shitting down the throats of these actions they are perpetrating. Because, let it be known, the differences between an activist and a terrorist is not just peace versus violence. It's the presence of a game plan, a follow-through. These fuckers won't be satisfied until heads roll. And even if there is some nobility in their sentiment, once the big targets are gone, literally targets, they will turn their sights on everyone else. They will cage you and beat you and kill you. They will do the same goddamn thing to anyone who doesn't toe the lines as the literal Nazis did to the Jews in Germany, or what Stalin did to the undesirables in Russia. They are not freedom fighters or activists. They are the fascists, and if you support the things going on now, congratulations, you are in support of murder and genocide. Use your goddamn brains before you go clickety-clackety on your keyboard to say some stupid shit. This is words from Ash Vampire. By the way.
Riveting.
So okay, there's a lot to unpack here, but I do think that you are right about what the coronavirus scare has done to the mentality of people. And I do think that these protests are just further dividing us, which is the least beneficial thing that we could possibly be doing in this situation.
Well, I think, too, I wanted to add that, number one, this is a situation in which there is no right side of history. Right? Do not think that just because you're against police brutality, okay, no shit. That's a no shit thing to be against. Right? But to equate that to the riots, right? Like that, it's not the same thing. And the people that want these things to go on want them to go on because it's easier to control people if you can roll cops or the military or whoever else into the population. It's easier to control you if you have a justified excuse. If people are just going to roll over and let it happen because they don't want to get killed by some crazy person walking down the street.
Oh, absolutely. In Virginia Beach right now, you can't leave your house after 8 p.m., which was originally what they wanted to do with the coronavirus.
They lost the coronavirus thing. The coronavirus was bullshit, and they lost.
It still is a virus. I just don't think that we need to shut our country down for 2 years until we get this so-called vaccine.
What that was my point, right? They don't. The coronavirus, the response to the coronavirus, I should say, that was meant to give government or whoever more power than they should have.
Mm-hmm.
And they realized they couldn't maintain it long enough. So now you have a situation where both sides have a group they can instigate, and by doing so, have an excuse to roll up tanks down the street of your neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, it was going to happen sooner or later. By the way, Econ, is in here, and so is Kazi, and so is Ben Saint. If you guys want
if you
to
invite
call...
Econ on, he's never going to stop.
I know. I've had Econ over at my house. We are good homies, I think. I don't know. Maybe Econ hates me, but Econ is friends with my fiance, so that's all that matters.
kind of
Yeah,
like the Ben
Discord
Carson
link
of
is
Asian.
in the description of the video. If you want to call in, literally click that and come into the waiting room, and I will pull you in. If your names are Econ or Ben Saint, you will be called in first.
Or Ben Shapiro.
Who the fuck is talking and why are they so stupid? That's Ash Vampire or Ashley. You better be respectful, or I'll throw you out of this house.
Who said that? Who said that?
Econ.
I said that. Let's find out where they live.
That's I know exactly where they live.
Okay, let's burn down their house.
No, we can't
I'm
burn
just,
down
I'm
Econ's
just
house.
espousing mainstream 2020 politics, okay? Don't get
He
mad at
probably
me.
has delicious food in there. So Glink, what is your take on all this? We've been talking a whole lot.
Okay, so I thought you'd never ask. So basically, we need to impeach Trump. Oh, sorry, that was my script from 9 months ago.
We already tried that,
what
plan
we need
B.
to do, this whole thing is, all of what you guys are saying definitely has a lot of truth to it. I don't know if I agree. Like, personally, the whole property thing, if I wanted to comment on that real quick, I could see where you're coming from like a, and I know you're reading off of what Ashley said, but to that point,
Yeah, I have
from, like, an
stuff I want to
economic
say about that
perspective,
too, honestly.
like, from a statistics, economic perspective, yes, but in principle, lives and property are definitely two different things, because it's not, at the end of the day, just about the economic impact and the numbers and the homeless. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
a life is intrinsically different than property.
I would
So
agree with that.
Yeah,
That's
but
one
we're
thing.
not. But we're not talking about idealisms here, because idealisms. I hate that. I hate it when people.
I don't know.
I hate it when people start talking about idealisms or ideology, because there's no point. The root
Why
word
is
of
it?
that is ideal, which by its nature is a fiction. It's
Okay,
a
see,
thing
this
that's
is where-
impossible to achieve.
This is hilarious because, and I don't necessarily want to go down this rabbit hole, but every discussion I've had lately about politics has led down to this bedrock philosophy of, do you think life has intrinsic meaning and value or not? And that's kind of what we're brushing up against here. And I'll just say to your point about idealism is bad because it's ideal. I'm saying you create the world you want to live in. So if you aim towards an ideal world, you are more likely to get there versus aiming towards a world where things don't have inherent meaning and value. That is the world you get. So in other words, you create your belief system. That is the power of belief. That's what religions have been trying to tell us, even though they're muddied up by different doctrines and books and corruption and all that. But at the core of it, it's that belief governs everything, which is absolutely true. Sorry, did you want to?
Well, okay.
Oh, sorry.
So, I think religion is a crock of shit, though, because if you want to compare it to sort of a religious, like religion is like the original form of idealism in like a political and social form, because that's what it was originally used for.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to, like I said, we don't have to get into philosophy. I just want to know. I just want to tell you where I stand,
the
and you can tell
purpose
me where
of
you stand.
religion in history is very nuanced, because not only is it a way to get people to self-actualize, but also a way to just to control people, and that has been
and that's why I
used
said
throughout
religious
history.
institutions led by people are always corruptible. I mean, that's the problem we're having with police right now. You give people power, they're going to abuse it. They're going to be corrupt. That's the crux of this whole issue. And what I'm saying is, the only usefulness of religion is that the message originally, I think, from a lot of these religions was have a belief in something existential to guide your life on earth, or else if you put your faith in man, in money, in objects, you're going to just be a commodity yourself. And what are we seeing now in the world? That exact thing play out.
Well, no. That's not what I'm getting at.
Well, that's what I'm getting at.
Oh, okay. Well, when I say that property is something important and it's equitable to life in terms in terms of a like factual, real, something you can actually point to. The point I'm making is that you can't say that, like, there's a reason why we have there's a reason why the homeless issue is such a consistent talking point, because they don't have any way to actualize, right? They don't have things by which they can, they don't have any equity, essentially, socially, because they don't have property except for themselves, right? So you can't say that like it's not valuable and that it's not, and that to destroy a person's
It is
property.
valuable. Property is definitely valuable. I completely agree. I'm not even. What I'm saying is like a very nitpicky disagreement with the way you're framing that. I understand where you're coming from. Like it, again, like it, practically speaking, and whatever you want to call it, it makes sense. But I'm just saying, I think I would have framed it differently given maybe our difference in philosophical beliefs.
Right.
But
And I mean, if you really want to get really far-fetched, like, I don't believe that we perceive property correctly because we need the earth to survive. I kind of have more of like a communist view on earth and land.
You're nature pilled. You took the nature pill.
Oh, I blame my Native American philosophy professor from college because that class like fucking earth pilled me, I guess.
Just kidding.
Econ and Ben Sade are both in here, which is excellent. I'd love to bring them on. I have a lot of things I'd love to talk with you about, Glink. So hopefully we can talk about some of these things too. But I'd love to get Ben and Econ on. Ash, is there anything else you want to add?
I also saw a thing on Twitter not too long ago. Somebody basically took the factual events of the Boston massacre from right before the Revolutionary War, and they anonymized it to a point where it seemed they sort of described it in without specifying exactly when it took place and making it vague enough that it sounded like something that was going on now. And then at the very end, they like do this thing where it seems, oh yeah, but this was the Boston massacre. Like, this is exactly what's going on now. How can you be against these riots and protests? Because this is what founded our country. And I was very pissed off because no, it's not at all the same, because the situation is entirely different. Because number one, it was a different country in its colony, and that colony had been operating autonomously for a very long time, and said original country, Britain, decided to come in and try to force them to change how they had been operating for years.
And those people knew what they were fighting for. They were fighting for independence.
Yeah, totally different, right? It literally was an invading force, not their own people. And if you want to like talk about the destruction of property, these people did not go around burning their own homes. Like the Boston Tea Party event, that happened. The tea that was dumped into the river, that was still British goods. Those were British tea leaves.
Yeah,
it was
not community members' stores stock.
Yeah, get fucked. That's not the same thing.
I think it's so disrespectful to make that comparison. I understand the frustration, but like, I just think that is a misrepresentation of what people were really fighting for during the American Revolution. Glink, how do you feel about this?
So that's a very good point. And also to even add to that, I would say, based on what I know about history, the colonialists or the people who were trying to secede from England, essentially, they had a very specific set of demands and goals. They didn't want taxation without representation. They didn't want, these tariffs or whatever. They had certain very specific complaints.
Like there was a bigger one was they did not want England to force them to put up British soldiers in their homes without reparation for that. Like
right.
that was a big thing, that when they rolled the British troops in, they didn't have like forts or anything for them.
Right, but now we have fucking glowies in all of our discords and on social media and stuff. Like I still feel like our privacy is being violated.
Oh, 100%. I mean that's old news at this point. No,
it's absolutely. Just like, but I mean, it ties into the climate. Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
right,
was it really our choice, or was it just a response to 9/11?
9/11. That was a 9/11 power grab. I think Edward Snowden
we're seeing that
brilliantly
happening now.
tears that apart. Yeah, but to Ashley's point as well, I was going to say also that, I mean, or really just to this whole situation, it's like, okay, I get it. Police brutality is an issue. We all agree that it's an issue.
Yes.
We all agree that George Floyd and any number of black men or white men or whatever should not have died at the hands of cops in that way. I completely agree. But
So do I.
that's a little different than, in other words, like that requires reform on a systematic big scale, right? Like there's not an easy solution to that where it's like, okay, even if we just convict this cop, right? Or 5 other cops, I mean, at the end of the day, you're not changing the system. And I think even the protesters would agree with that. But
Rioting
like,
doesn't help your cause.
yeah. In this case, it does not. And in the case of New England, well, whether you call that rioting or not, whatever they did help their cause because they had a very specific, we want these rights specifically protected, or we don't want you infringing upon this thing. Nobody's saying let's end policing, right? Nobody's saying let's have anarchy. So in other words, they're saying end police brutality, but that's not like a law. You know what I mean? Like there's a system that needs to be changed there, not a law. So it's tricky.
But
All right.
and
just to
just
address
as
the chat, somebody is saying take Kazi off the thumbnail too, if that's what she wants. I don't think she said that. She never told me that, and I mean it's not her art. So I mean I never said I wanted Hippo to be me. If you have a problem with it, Kazi, please message me. I will remove you. But
If you have a problem with it, just start a riot.
Exactly. Like, please start a riot with me. Don't start a riot with the chat. Like, I am more easily accessible to you if you have a problem. But I don't think she would. I think this is just a crazy person in the chat. But, okay, I want to bring in some callers because we have a lot of people in here. I'd also like to plug what's going on with my Discord right now. If you're in the Discord and you think this is a lit place, there's more lit places in this Discord. I have added an NSFW server and also access to a daily vlog series that I'm doing. All you have to do is give either $2 or $5 for every 3 months, and you'll have access to the extra Discord. There's information in the announcements tab on here, but if you want to talk to me, I suggest you go ahead and pay for the extra Discord channels because that's where I will be having my spicy takes that are too spicy for the internet. But
Like your version of OnlyFans?
no, I actually have an OnlyFans idea, but we'll talk about that after we talk to some of these callers. But get hype for that.
in summation, before you take some of these
Yeah.
callers, basically I'm saying there is no winning side. There is no good guys in this situation because everybody is just, no one is considering what like they're actually doing and like what the effects are. They're just doing whatever they want to try to make a statement. But that never works. That never works because the only statement you're making is that you have no respect for anyone or anything.
All right, we're pulling in Ben Saint. People are saying that Kazi said that. It's like, literally tell me. The chat is moving too fast for me to see. Just message me if you want me to take it down. All right, Ben
That is
Saint.
moving so fast, no one will know I'm gay.
Exactly. That's how I feel every day. Ben Saint, you are in. Ben Saint,
Oh, okay.
the one and
I haven't-
only. I was listening
haven't
to
been-
you on the PCP today.
Wow.
It was pretty
Yeah,
good.
what you pretty good? Pretty good?
I
What'd you give me out of
the
10?
latest episode. I only listened to the first hour, but I'd give you like a 5 out of 5. You were the most
That's a lot.
entertaining person on the podcast.
What were we talking about? I forget.
Animal Crossing. I fucking love
Oh,
it.
yes. Oh, yes.
Keep giving me the deets.
Okay. So I haven't been listening to this show because I've been in the waiting room, and that's a clusterfuck. And so I'm just gonna go back to where I was when I jumped in.
No problem.
Ash, your post was the worst fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. You are a fucking freak and a moron, a low IQ subhuman troglodyte. I hate you.
Those are some fighting words. I hope you're ready to get roasted.
Furthermore, take Kazi off of your image. Take her off of the stream.
Why?
She said she doesn't want to have her image on the stream and be associated with it.
That's really.
She was
let me
saying
see.
that in the
She
chat.
just messaged me. I'd rather not be in the thumbnail. I mean, I will change it after the stream. My
rush.
opinion is just kind of like the PCP dating sim was made without our approval. I'm not using
I mean,
her art.
I think she's made it pretty clear. You know, she's expressed a personal
That's
opinion
completely
about
fine.
it.
I'll take it down. I respect her opinions. I have
Right
taken
on.
down other people. But
Excellent.
and my thumbnails are too edgy for the game. Glink, how do you feel about that?
Your thumbnail?
About a public person who has a public opinion on Twitter saying they want to take it down, that it's in my thumbnail, even though they associate themselves with me.
Okay, wait.
online.
I'm a little bit confused, to be honest. What part of the thumbnail don't they like? They're one of the
They're-
characters.
one of the characters.
There's a drawing of her in the picture, and she doesn't want to be in it.
I respect that. I'll take her down. I could honestly probably do that right now if you guys give me a second.
I don't think it matters that much, but like, how's that going to affect their life? I don't know. I guess if they want to, sure.
Yeah, I mean, I have no
would
problem with
comply,
taking it down.
I also
just
think they're
wanted
probably
to know your
overreacting.
opinion on it.
They're probably overreacting. That's my opinion.
Word up. All right.
I wouldn't want my I wouldn't want my image. I wouldn't want my image associated.
Ben,
with
you're
this-
on the
with this
fucking
discussion
show.
Either. I know.
No,
and,
really,
and
So
that's-
shut up.
and that-
Kazi
Kazi
that's
has
to
been
my
on
shame.
my show many times.
And that's to my great shame, honestly.
Well, you're calling right now. You can leave. If
I
you have
could.
that big of a problem with the people I have on my call, then fucking leave.
Do
Do you want to have a discussion or do you want to leave?
No, you're right. Fuck you, Ash.
All right.
Wow.
That was
Well,
that was easy to
congratulations.
Not
fucking
good.
filter through people.
Con-
This is the show now,
congratulations.
guys.
Yeah,
It's not getting us any further.
congratulations, Ben, on saying absolutely nothing.
My heart is
I mean, I
going
kind of have to agree with
dopey-dopey.
Ashley here, because what did that accomplish other than more animosity?
Just came in to shit on your post and not really explain themselves.
Nope. And
Ben
therefore,
supports Antifa, by the way.
yeah, I know, and so therefore zero.
I'm
respect,
the
because
one who
if
should
you-
be worried about associating myself with the literal terrorist.
like seriously. if you have a problem with
Thank
something
you.
that I think or something that I said, bring that
I
up.
actually-
Alright,
by
I'm
the
trying
way,
to take down this shit right now.
That whole
so-
distinct. Like, can we talk about that for 1 second?
Yeah.
The whole Antifa terrorist organization. I think that was a great move.
Yes.
And everybody coping like, what about the KKK?
Oh my god,
What
I
about-
agree, and I
is the
think
KKK
identity.
destroying
The
fucking property
KKK is a
constantly?
terrorist organization. Have people looked at the list? You can access the list of terrorist organizations. There's hundreds of them.
Yeah,
I
but
can't
when's the
wait
last
till
time you
Identity
saw the
Eurova
KKK?
fucking gets added on there, because Identity Eurova is a fucking terrorist organization too. Proud Boys may deserve to be on there too. These people are fucking ruining our lives as millennials. That's all I have to say.
I just don't get people who defend Antifa. It makes
I
no
don't
fucking
either.
sense. I don't get it. I don't defend any of these radical groups.
No, me
it's just
neither.
No,
Sure.
and you shouldn't. And you shouldn't.
Because setting fire to the streets is not the solution to your problems. It's
Well, and
having
not just that.
discussions.
not just that, but part of being a decent human being is understanding that there is nuance to all things.
Kazi, I don't
Right,
know if
and-
I can take the icon down right now. I'm trying my hardest.
Wait, this guy in chat says, I love Glink, but this is awful. What's awful about this? I don't think there's
Because you're
anything
not
awful
talking
about it.
enough.
Well, okay, so you can
Maybe I can
to
change
belong
it.
to any group
Change it.
necessarily means that you have no nuance, like that you
Yeah.
have no personal opinions. That why would you do that?
And people fall into that trap so, I mean, especially nowadays with the internet, people are so blind, they don't realize, oh, if you identify, like even as Democrat, okay, let's just take something very benign sounding. It's like, oh, I'm a Democrat. Well, suddenly all of your views are now clouded by
The
whatever the
thumbnail is now
Democratic.
some weird SpongeBob picture that was on the computer. So
Beautiful.
it's
But yeah, ideology is just a fucking poison. I think that's the new religion for people, and it's in many
Yeah.
ways
It
worse.
is. You're
I mean,
right.
it's not
It
new.
is.
It's not new, but like because
It's
we're
not new,
becoming
but you know what I mean,
adults,
like,
it's like,
At least-
and we're in such a hyper politicized environment where it's.
Well,
I think the death of God plays a role in that, by the way.
I think you're
If I
right.
were to quote Nietzsche.
Well, okay, so the death of God definitely does play a role in that, but it's not the cause, right? Like the problem is that you had the death of God occur and then you didn't you didn't explain how to go on without something to follow, right? Like self-actualization and like finding your own sense of self and what I refer to as being your own God is not something that is easy to figure out. Like it takes a lot of time, it takes a lot of introspection, it takes a lot of serious thought and recognition of, that you are going to have, well, not just your opinions are going to change. You're going to have, I don't know, like people don't like, I always review religion, and in this case, because politics has become the new religion, as like a crutch. People don't want to have to think about what they believe. They just want to believe.
Period.
Well, they want to be told what is good, and that that their actions and their thoughts are justified by some higher power. But all that does is hamstring you and prevent you from actually like,
Okay, look, on a very big brain level, I might agree with you on some very deep philosophical level, but here's the problem, right? You're talking about idealism and being a bad thing, but I feel like this is the irony of it. I think idealism serves this purpose of it's a very practical point of view from my perspective. Okay, I'll try to explain this. Like most people, I've come to realize, are genuinely not smart enough to think for themselves. Okay, like I really believe that, especially these days. So given that, we should at least promote an operating system, let's say a belief system that is more beneficial for the people who can't think for themselves.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that people weren't
ideologies of political parties, which are way worse than
that's my point, is that you had the death of like actual religion, but you didn't follow up and give people the tools to actually replace that with themselves.
Yeah, I mean, in some ways that's true, but how were we ever going to? That's what I'm saying is we were never going to be able to do that because most people are not smart enough to use the tools themselves. I just think that's undeniably true. Most people, they have a belief system and they operate.
I'll have you on as soon as they're done. Like it'll be a second. No, Ekan, I'll have you on now. Don't watch this video. Oh my gosh, I want to have Ekan on. Ekan, I'm bringing you on right now. I know you have a response to what just happened. Ekan, my guy, hello. Unmute yourself. Oh my god, he's really watching the donkey video! That freaking guy! Okay, I'm kicking him out.
Bra moment.
It's definitely a bra moment. That happens, though. Are you a fan of Donkey Glink?
Oh yeah, me and Donkey, we go way back. No, I used to watch. I like his videos. I used to watch.
Did you
them.
play League of Legends? You seem like a League player.
I played League. I was one of the first people.
Me too. Season 2, I was like mad at.
I played it all day. I was 17 or 16. Played it for 2 years. Burnt myself out, and I'm so glad I did because that shit is a waste of fucking time.
That was me when I was 18. I definitely agree. I was on the League team in my college. The only girl. I never got to play any matches though. I was like backup support. All right, we got a $2 super chat from Foxy Socks Cadu. Ekan, Ben, Glink, what are your fursonas? That was me when I was 18.
Hello.
Dropout fair.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, hey.
We can hear you.
Okay. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem.
Go off.
Foxy Socks wants to know what your fursona is, Ekan.
My what?
Your fursona. If you were a furry, what animal would you identify with?
I don't know. That's a very disturbing thought.
I know.
I think I'd like to be that one guy on YouTube who talks about how much he wants to fuck dragons.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah, because I kind of admire how bold that is. You know, he just doesn't give a shit. He just talks about his dragon lust.
That's king shit right there.
No, sorry, I wasn't really following your conversation for a while because
talk about your League team.
I was watching Donkey. What?
League of Legends. Do you play, Ekan?
Talk about League of Legends.
No, I'm Chinese, so I play Dota.
Yeah. Okay. Which role? What role do you play?
Me?
Yeah.
In Dota?
Yeah.
I usually play like 4 or 3.
Nice. Okay. You seem like a man of many talents, so.
Thank
That
you.
makes sense.
Thank you. You seem like a man of very many talents too.
Yeah, I support an ADC, so in League. Very proud.
What's it called?
Econ, how do you plan to
I
end
think
police
it's that
brutality?
League card game though, which is turning out to be pretty fun.
Glink, what was that?
Econ, how do you plan to end police brutality? We know you have the answer.
How do I plan to end police brutality?
How do you plan to resolve this whole situation? How about that?
Well,
Let's say you're Trump right now. Go.
okay.
What's the command?
If I was Trump right now, what would
Trump
I do?
is kind of powerless, right? Like the cities are the ones who don't want the National Guard to come in.
I don't know. Like, this kind of situation is... It's kind of like a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of thing. Where
Yep.
it's like,
Gee.
yeah, no matter what option, there's going to be some terrible fallout. So...
See, that's the problem. Okay, this is what I fucking hate about Twitter. Sorry, I'm gonna go off for 1 second here.
Please
I might
do. We
fucking
live
hate-
for this.
As soon as Trump gets elected, okay, we all acknowledge the media fucking industrial complex all against Trump, anti-Trump. And that's not to say that Trump has been a great person, but no matter what he does, you have to admit they've been against every fucking thing he's done. And these simps, these media simps, that's what I'll call it. I'm not even calling them liberals. Media simps, that's what they are. They watch all that, they consume all that media, they consume all the news. They're like, orange man bad, orange man bad, orange man bad, over and over and over and over. And then we get to this situation where literally in a very direct way, right? The violence, the disruption, the destruction from riots, okay, is what is putting Trump in such a difficult position. And yet they're still pinning it on him. It's like, hold on, what about the responsibility the citizens have, or the people have, or you have, or the news has, to not be creating such an extreme situation where it's like, well, what are his options now? Employing the National Guard or letting the cities burn? You know what I mean? Like, people who blame Trump literally have fucking 90 IQ points. They cannot think beyond the most basic conceptual level, and they just consume CNN or MSNBC like fucking simps. It's honestly pathetic, and it's very disconcerting for me. So sorry.
I don't think that's like a media problem. If you'll let me
It
respond.
absolutely is.
I
They've
know.
been
I know when
constantly
it comes to
anti-Trump
conversations
since
like
the
this.
start.
I know when it comes to conversations like this, I could be kind of domineering and dominating. So I want to try to let people speak first before I put some ideas out there.
I'm fine if you go ahead.
But when we're talking about this, and I think you're very much correct in that the way that people only kind of look at it in a very superficial and tribalistic way, where they don't think about how difficult it is to be put in a position of power like this and how many factors go into it, and they only look at the bad and the good and the whatever. But I would argue that's true for every president that's been in a tough situation like this before. It's not something exclusive to Trump, and Bush went through
Yeah,
it.
but how many presidents had like almost every single media company, let's say excluding Fox News or whatever, even though I don't really like Fox News either, by the way, but how many presidents in history have had, number one, the age of information that we live in now, the age of social media, the age of smartphones, the age of digital media just being blasted everywhere constantly and being so accessible, and two, the kind of rhetoric, super anti-presidential rhetoric, constantly, not just by the news media, by the way, but also by the actors, by the Stephen Colbert's, these political hacks, basically, these unfunny fucking clowns who are constantly on TV. So how many presidents have had this level of, you know what I'm saying? Like this is new, this is unique, and you might say, well, Trump is a unique person, and that's true too. But you can't say one side without saying the other side of what he's dealing with.
I mean, I'm not debating you on Trump here, but I don't think this sort of pattern is that new to the presidential scheme of things. Like right from the very beginning, from the times of John Adams and the earliest elections, our first few presidents, attack ads were extremely scathing. There were some that were funded by his opponents. In the case of was it John Adams or Quincy Adams?
Yeah, but okay, you cannot compare the media information
side from Greece. Like these were extreme cases of slander. And let's not forget, people like Andrew Jackson and during the age of Lincoln.
You're comparing apples to oranges.
I'm not
literally.
comparing apples to oranges. I'm saying the media has a long history of attacking the president.
Yeah, but a newspaper in the 1800s is not comparable to looking at Twitter all day and fucking headlines and notifications on your phone and consuming how much media did people consume back then, and in what form was it?
Of course,
it was text-based on a piece of paper compared to videos and clips that you're being bombarded with
more
constantly.
media nowadays, and it's probably fair to say that people have gotten more political too. But I think the essence of the matter, which is the media attacking the presidency, sometimes in vicious and underhanded ways, has not changed. Like,
that's not the essence of what I'm saying,
not
though.
a new phenomenon, but it's just kind of.
But you're missing the point of what I'm saying. The point isn't that this is the first time the president's been attacked. The point is this is the first time that a media industrial complex has been hell-bent against our establishment president, whilst having unprecedented amounts of media consumers and media consumption in ways that we've never before experienced in the history of human civilization.
I mean,
smartphones, computers, tablets, TVs, whatever.
Is William Randolph Hearst, was he not considered part of the media industrial complex when, back in the 1900s?
Sure he was, yeah.
The guy owned literally like half the newspapers in the country. Like,
yeah.
What's it
newspapers?
Called?
That's the key word there.
Definitely a media complex, that what you're talking about there. Where
newspapers.
Yeah, one conglomeration. Well, newspapers was the best they had back then. And
exactly. That's the best they had back then. That's what I'm saying. We don't have newspapers now. We do, but we have a bunch of other shit too.
We barely have newspapers. They're all owned by the same companies.
You're saying that we never had a media industrial complex attack the presidency before, but I'm pointing out that it has.
That's not what I'm saying. You're still missing the point. The point isn't that we haven't had the media attack the presidency before. The point is we've never had media like this in human history. Is that correct or incorrect?
I would agree with that.
Yes.
We never had this.
So given we're living in the age of information. That's said at this point, but the actual scope of what that means is very immense when you consider. I mean, we've all been there with this whole Corona fucking thing. How much time did you spend on your phone, on your computer? How much time did you spend watching something?
Way too much.
A fucking lot of time.
Way too much.
And what is happening when you're watching something? Your attention is being drawn there. You're thinking about whatever you're watching, whether you like to admit it or not, you are. And it's informing you. And for some people are smart enough to like parse through information and be like, this is valuable, this is not valuable. And the majority of people are not smart. They watch fucking CNN or Fox News, whatever, or whatever late night show, and they're like, haha, this guy's right, this is correct. You know what I mean? Like the point is people are being there's so much propaganda now, more than ever before in history, because information is more accessible than ever before in history.
Yeah, and it's so easy for people just to live in their hug boxes.
History though, like
what's that?
I'm gonna try and not like pick on every little thing you say. I'm not trying to be facetious. But I do think that's probably an exaggeration, that there's more propaganda now compared to ever in history. I mean, this isn't wartime, right? This isn't even like
okay. I don't think
information more.
I don't think that there's more propaganda.
It's just
I think
in
the
more
difference is that no, it's the number of people that are being exposed to it.
If you're saying that, then that's true, but I would probably say that's not probably because of America. That's because of the normalization of propaganda going on in places like China, right? Where propaganda is just kind of like slipped into regular stuff nowadays.
Econ, how do you feel about like all of these companies with the black background and white text coming out and basically virtue signaling to Black Lives Matter? How do you feel about that?
I mean, I think that's kind of natural. Like, if we allow these companies to, have some semblance of PR, then like they're allowed to do that. This is absolutely virtue signaling. I'm not going to.
Yeah, I agree that they're allowed to do it. I just think people should recognize that it is virtue signaling.
It is, but I don't necessarily think that's wrong either, right? They're virtue signaling because there's enough societal pressure that they think, okay, this is what people believe. There's this concept in sociology called a norm cascade. which is once enough people have pushed for something to become the norm, which in this case is like Black Lives Matter and stuff, everybody else kind of follows suit in a huge cascade, and that's kind of what we're seeing now. So yes, they're motivated largely by profit, but at the same time that they're doing it means that these ideas are becoming normalized. So it's simultaneously disingenuous and yet like concrete, if you get what I'm saying, right?
Right.
Because these companies will basically latch on to whatever is popular, but by doing so, they reinforce those ideas.
Yeah, and
So
now if you go on Instagram, it's on my Instagram. I have like 1,000 Instagrams I follow. It's all just black backgrounds with white text. It's like they're just copying what the corporations are doing, just people are now. So you're definitely right about that. I'm definitely witnessing this cascade.
This is
I don't know. I view it as an information problem. That's kind of fundamentally how I view the issue of all of this.
Of what? Which issue?
Just everything. The extreme radicalization of the lack of nuance, for one. I mean,
Right.
that's just not a part of the conversation. It's you're either completely pro protests and anything that happens from them, or not. I'm not saying you guys say this, but I'm seeing this rhetoric espoused everywhere on Twitter, on whatever. Friends of mine, people I know, it's like, if you're not for people expressing themselves in whatever violent, destructive way that is, then you're complicit with police brutality. It's like, no, there's a lot of nuance between those 2 points.
I think that's actually a very salient point, that it's an information problem.
Mm-hmm.
But I think you're looking at it in kind of a skewed way. I would say the information problem is actually that information has gotten too fragmented. That what they call it, that instead of like say 50 years ago, you had like CBS, you had investigative journalism, you had a few, maybe not like one central government source, but there was kind of like a coalition of
Channels on TV
that people can trust and that would do investigations and try to report them objectively.
Right.
And they were kind of allowed to do that, or they could do that, because they kind of, for better or worse, had a monopoly on the whole thing, which means they weren't strained by profit seeking. So they can just kind of do their best for journalistic integrity rather than having to compete against everybody else. Which I think that's a fair point. Today, with all these like little blogs and Kotakus and Facebooks of the world, 2 things are going on. One is that journalism has to be more and more sensationalist because there's more and more competition. There's more journalists, there's more outlets, and they're all fighting against one another, and the algorithm and stuff like that to try to get your attention. So they have to be more sensational. And 2 is that the way that these search algorithms work, because that's what our lives are dominated by, on Facebook and Twitter and YouTube and stuff like that, is they're designed to recommend you things that will keep you watching or keep you engaged. And generally they do that by recommending you things that reinforce your existing opinions, because frankly, no matter who you are, all humans kind of like that.
Yeah.
People just that's not like terribly cynical to say, but people like to hear other people, especially smart people, agree with them. Like some people also like to challenge their beliefs, and I hope that we're all that kind of person here. But
I think if you're in this call, you are.
If I heard Stephen Hawking back me up on something, I'd still be like, yeah, that's pretty fucking dope,
Right.
So these algorithms are recommending us these.
Just get MS Steve to talk. He'll do the same thing.
But these algorithms are recommending us things that exacerbate our existing beliefs instead of challenge them. When we have
it puts people in bubbles.
Exactly. So
how do you feel about YouTube and like other social media platforms censoring speech that they don't agree with as a platform and don't, like, for coronavirus, my videos were getting shadow banned because I had the word "coof" in a video title as a joke.
Oh my God.
For like a whole month, it was like shadow banned. They were not appearing in people's notifications. And then once YouTube was like, "Oh, we're unshadow banning these people. Like we've decided that it's okay," my videos started appearing in people's feeds.
I think I want to give my piece real quick, and then Econ or Ashley either.
No, absolutely. I don't want to dominate the conversation. Please go ahead.
No, you're not at all. Actually, if anything, I was. I just.
That's what we want. You're the guest.
Yeah. That's just. Anyways, so the thing about the censorship, here's the problem I see. Again, I kind of view this as big picture. It's like people are arguing, well, they're a private company, they should have the right to do this, or this is free speech. But it's like, okay, forget about all that for a second. Just zoom out what is actually going on. And what is actually going on is, as we're all aware, the new normal, okay, the new community center, the new place to express yourself is the internet. That is the place to do it. And I don't care whether it's a private company or not, what is in effect happening, take away the legality of it for a second. Just look at what's happening and on a pragmatic level. What's happening is these big corporations are choosing what you can and cannot say on their platforms. And their platforms happen to be the most viewed, accessed, popular places to express your free speech. So when that is being censored and being controlled, I don't care if it's a private company or not. In effect, what's happening is the new
to follow your rhetoric just so that they can continue to do what they've been doing, that and especially if it has absolutely no political connection or slant at all
to express your free
then
speech. So
are you
when that is
actually
being
you're
censored
doing
and
more
controlled,
harm than
I don't care
good
if it's a private company or not. In
because
effect, what's happening
now you're
is the
diluting the pool of
All right.
to follow your
We are back live,
to follow your
guys.
rhetoric just so that they
Yo.
Hello, we are back
What up,
live.
pimps?
How
Oh
much
my
of that
gosh.
growth did they
Okay, so
stream?
we cut out at like 7:21, so 4 minutes ago.
Okay, so
You know what's ironic? As we were talking about censorship on YouTube, coincidentally, the
Okay,
stream just
yeah, let's not talk about
shut
censorship
down.
anymore because this happens every time. This
Really?
has happened before. Yeah,
That's
I love
terrifying.
YouTube. I love
That's
the
fucking
Jews.
terrifying.
We're good. We're good. We're good here.
Whoa!
What? I'm just expressing my love.
Yeah.
YouTube's
But
back.
no. What Glink was saying, I think I agree with you 100%. Where you're talking about that these platforms are now becoming like the new third places. There are new social spaces. There are where our opinions get heard, and it's through them that our opinions can actually reach the rest of the world. So this is how we communicate now. There are no more.
Yes, King.
It's all the internet.
Yes.
Tachyon999 says Glink and Econ should make a podcast so we don't have to hear these broads interrupting them.
Yes.
Based.
We're gonna
If
call it the
only they were
G-Con
that
podcast.
organized. I don't think they could run
Listen.
a show.
What? Of course I can. We're gonna call it the G-Con podcast.
Amazing. Please make me a mod. I would love that. That's everything I live for.
Yeah, you can be the moderator. Yeah.
Excellent.
No, but I think I want to add on to that idea though, where it's precisely because they're private companies that they can't be that what's it called? They have to censor certain things because they're private companies.
Yes, that's the irony of it. Is
Yeah,
that they are private companies, but at the same time, in effect, we are being censored.
They have all the power, but power acts on them. It forces them to act differently. They have advertisers to think about. They have sponsorships. They have to worry about not alienating parts of their demographic. Because in the end, they're not there to be a service for you to communicate. They're not there for the advocacy of freedom of speech. They're there to make money.
Right.
Yeah, they're there to virtue signal and take your goddamn money.
Well, they're only going to let you speak freely, so insofar as it makes a profit for them.
Even if you're burning down their stores.
Yeah, so this is the kind of place where, like, ideally, we would have like the government take over, and we would nationalize industries like this when we deem them essential to our liberties.
Yeah, right. I agree.
Like
except that the government has proven rather
stuff like that. We would say, okay, everybody deserves a place like this to speak. So we should make these places public and have the government own them. Actually, something very similar happened in China, where China's largest social media app called WeChat kind of got like bought out.
They have the opposite effect.
Yeah, they do it for the opposite of effect. The government buys it out, so they have full control to censor things. But here it would.
By the way, let me put on my tinfoil hat real quick. I think I tend to believe that the U.S. is doing something similar, but more subtly and more covertly.
Yes.
So I actually think, I mean, and this is overtly true as well, but the extent of it is not publicized. But Google overtly works with the government. Facebook has overtly
Google
worked with
was
the
trying
government.
to work with the Chinese government with Project
Yes.
Dragonfly.
Google is not trying to work with the Chinese government.
Project
It's-
Dragonfly, they were going to make a
See-
browser for Chinese, the Chinese internet users that complied with the government's regulation of
They were
the
working
internet.
on it, and then they disagreed. When
Yeah,
there was,
I
This is
mean, they
what's
were working
interesting.
on it for a
Econ-
long time, though.
there was one.
Econ,
Trust me. I
in
know.
the conversations I've had with you, you're
Uh-huh.
very smart. You're really intelligent. You're really good at putting things together. But the difference between the way you and I think, I'm more cynical of the government and authorities than you are. You're very trusting of their intentions, and I'm not so trusting of their
I'm
intentions because I know power corrupts people.
They are very trusting of their intentions, but I'm trusting of human nature. I've seen governments
yeah.
try to censor things. Governments with way more power than fucking the United States, like China. And
Yeah,
they-
but power corrupts you, though.
No,
No matter how.
What I'm saying is, if the U.S. government was really doing something this nefarious and this what's it called, like secretive, then wars would have absolutely gotten out by this point because
No,
it,
All right.
it's not. It's very subtle.
Guys,
it's very
guys,
subtle.
I really have to hear your takes on Trump trying to repeal Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act because of Twitter. Do you guys know
Good.
about this?
I actually
Good.
don't. I saw the thing about that, but I don't know exactly what the implications
Yeah,
or effects.
Okay,
of it
so
are.
I can explain this because I was paying attention to this. So basically, what that Section 230 thing does is it basically prevents Twitter and YouTube and basically other online platforms
Any
from being
platform.
yeah, so platforms, right? It prevents them from being legally bound by the stuff that is on their platform because it is not created by them. It is from people who just use the platform.
Yeah, and
Like,
this would force social media platforms to give both political perspectives like a chance to survive on
The
their platform
reason-
and not censor things, but it also
Yeah.
will destroy like shit posting sites.
but the reason that they want to that Trump is trying to repeal it is because under Section 230, in order for you to qualify to be under that, you cannot act as a censor. In this case, it's worded as you are a publisher, because if you control what sort of videos or what sort of posts get put onto your site, that means that you are a publisher. You are editing, in a way, what actually is visible. So because they are behaving as a censor of content, that is basically Trump is saying that removes them from the Section 230 protections because they are acting as though they are a publisher and not a platform.
I think that's a solid argument. I agree with
I do
Trump.
too. I agree with this.
I'm
agree with this.
scared.
I
I'm
agree,
scared
I
because
agree.
this would apply to
we all
all
agree.
sites where people are able to post content, where users are able to post content, and sites like 4chan.
Well,
and-
no. He's not trying to repeal the entire thing. He's just basically saying that if you are a site that is attempting to
Sure.
to
Yeah,
censor,
but it's
to
opening the
become
floodgates
yeah, it
for
is.
further censorship, which will probably happen because the United States is the only place besides Romania, I've heard, that has laws that would enable. So I've been
Romania.
listening to Noel, who is one of the runners of Kiwi Farms a lot. He does like live
Oh,
streams and
fuck.
stuff. He talks a lot about
me
First
a minute,
Amendment
I'm-
rights, if you guys know about him. But he's fucking shitting his pants because if Section 230 is revoked, Kiwi Farms is not going to be able to exist. They will come after him and take his site down.
Dude, what if Kiwi Farms versus Trump is the next meme war?
Oh my god, that would only happen in my dreams. No, this is what is going on, but we're talking about the riots.
Yeah.
This is going to happen, but nobody's going to talk about it.
Right. And that's another thing, by the way. This is obviously like, I'm not alleging a conspiracy here, but I do find it interesting how, think about what these riots are pulling attention away from. I'm not just say it's completely unintentional, but Hong Kong, who ironically has been protesting relatively peacefully, by the way. I don't think they've ever done looting, certainly not on a big scale.
Well, I mean,
For, like, 9
peacefully, I've seen
months.
people be set on fire and shit.
Well, yeah, but that's because, in other words, their destruction comes from interactions directly with their oppressive police force,
What are you talking
not Hong
Sorry.
Kong.
Okay. This is
Like,
Also,
in other words,
how do
Hong
you
Kong
feel
was
about
never
companies
looting or
virtue
burning
signaling
down their
with
own
fucking
businesses.
China on this? Like, companies
What?
are like, oh, Black Lives Matter, we're on their side, but they're like, oh, we stand with China.
Yeah, because companies are fucking owned by China and they're whatever.
I know,
Fuck what the companies are
I just want people to be aware of these messaging. Like, the messaging should exist, but you just need to think about the fact that these companies don't have your best interest in mind.
Oh,
Okay.
100%.
But the-
100%.
Hong
Well,
Kong-
really quick, I want to say,
Okay.
so what this has drawn attention away from, intentionally or unintentionally, is that after 9 months of these very, in my opinion, peaceful protests, all things considered, the people who were protesting for their rights to be a sovereign fucking, like, region, basically, municipality, Hong Kong, they just lost that battle. Like, China just declared whatever, I forgot exactly, but basically Hong Kong is now officially a part of China and under their jurisdiction, which, by the way, is a violation of their initial agreement, which wasn't supposed to happen until 2040. What is it, 8 or 4, whatever, not
Yeah.
for another like 25 years. So that's a complete violation of human rights internationally, as far as I'm concerned, and that just got swept under the rug because that happened when these protests started.
Wait, what are you talking about in Hong Kong?
Well, if you were paying attention, you would know what I'm talking about. I'm saying that this has drawn attention. We were talking about.
I'm absolutely paying attention to the Hong Kong situation. I'm saying what specifically about, because Hong Kong has not been, quote unquote, absorbed into Chinese sovereignty yet.
Well, my point is that essentially the protesters for Hong Kong lost their battle. And I'm saying that comes at the very same time that these things are happening in America. And also that bill we just talked about, or whatever that was, that thing that
Section
Trump signed.
230.
Yes.
Yeah. So in other words, what I'm trying to say is that there are a few things that people's attention is being drawn away from, also as a result of these massive riots and stuff.
I mean, first and foremost, people's attention are being drawn away from coronavirus with all these protests.
Yeah, that too.
Oh my God. Guys, it's so sad. We've spent the past 3 months, inside of our houses trying to social distance, and that's all over.
Oh, that's another double speak, like 1984 fucking. I mean, think about this. The same fucking people, again, the media simps, because they're not just liberals, who said, guys, hashtag stay the fuck home, hashtag stay the fuck home. And they were shaming people for gathering in parks, just chilling in parks with their family, whatever. Shaming people. You're killing people. Are now angry if you aren't supporting people gathering en masse, protesting in every
Like
single
shoulder
major
to
city.
shoulder too.
Yeah. It's literally fucking lunacy. Imagine thinking both of those things in the span of a week. Like, it is insanity. I don't know what else to say. It's insanity.
I mean, I want to be that condescending about it. I think when it comes to these BLM protests, what they're saying is, or their thought, although it's very radical, is that they're fighting for their lives. They feel like they're under threat. So I think that's the way they look at it. And when you look at it that way, like you're either going to get shot by police or die to coronavirus, then, you know.
But that's such a false dichotomy.
Well,
What do you-
not only is it a false dichotomy, it's a.
I'm not saying I'm not saying
it's-
it's a good reason. I'm just saying that's their line of thought.
Yeah, but that's such a bullshit line of thought.
It is, but I'm trying to say that.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I don't want to pick on you, of course.
Trying
Yeah.
to be purposely deceitful. At worst, they're just kind of like mad and stupid.
Oh yeah, I agree. They're not intentionally practicing doublespeak. I don't think anybody does, but
No,
that's just
but-
what's happening.
And there's a lot of like because these really aren't protests. What's going on in America? They're riots.
No.
They're race riots.
Yes, thank you.
You can't really
Yes.
compare them to like the organized protests going on in Hong Kong with pamphlets being.
You're right.
shot.
These are far less peaceful. You're correct.
It's not even a matter of being peaceful. The protests in Hong Kong, they have an objective, right? They have a list of demands they put out. People
Yes.
march in accordance. And I'm not saying that you need to be necessarily civil in a protest, but you have to have a goal, you know? the protests in Hong Kong have a specific goal. They want to get these laws repealed. They make it very clear. They hand out pamphlets to people, and while they do cause a great deal of public what's it called, disruption, like blocking off roads and stuff like that, and disrupting the economy, they are very focused and they have a purpose. And if they get that purpose, they'll go away.
Right. And that's exactly correct. That's another thing we alluded to earlier in the conversation, is that despite all the outrage, however justified it may be, sorry, I just had a fucking autism moment there.
It's fine.
There is no concrete list of demands or expectations or leadership even with all of these protests.
Oh, there
it's
is.
Just this very
Abolish the
ambiguous
police.
finger.
Haven't you heard?
Yeah, but
Abolish
that's not
the
a
police.
reasonable request.
I
That's not a
fucking
reasonable
know.
request.
I know.
It's not really a protest for any singular purpose. It's a race riot. That's what it is.
It's anger. It's outrage
Yeah.
at the core.
I mean, it's,
Which is maybe
it's
even
justified.
right?
Yeah, I think it is. But I was
The-
predicting this a while ago, honestly.
It's the sentiment is fine. The action is not.
I mean,
Certain actions, at least, certainly.
I mean,
Like, I don't mind protests.
I think it's a little difficult to kind of judge whether this is quote unquote something we ought to do, because I think
it's not difficult.
I'm not saying it's right. What's it called? What I'm saying is that it doesn't matter whether we think it's right or wrong. When you have a volatile system like this in the United States, a multiracial society with disparities like this, you have to expect that race riots like this will happen. This is not the first race riot in America. What's it called? We've been having this sort of thing for as long as the country has existed.
Absolutely.
It's just something you're gonna have to accept.
The country was
Right?
founded on fucking race riots, in a sense.
What's it called? The Irish were doing the same fucking thing in the 1800s. Like,
Yeah.
So wait, are you just saying race riots are something we should just accept?
more or less, yes.
I
I'm
mean,
not
if
saying
you
that's
want to
intentional
mix
protest.
people together,
But-
yeah, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
All right, then I'm fucking moving. Peace.
To where? It's where? Where would you move, Glink?
I don't know. Armenia, Ireland, Japan,
Romania.
You're saying
Try
Armenia
Romania.
is
It's
more
the only
stable
place
than
that protects free
United
speech.
Zimbabwe.
Epstein's
but-
Island.
I mean, maybe I wouldn't say they're inevitable, but
Econ's Island.
I want to live in China where there's absolutely no free speech.
I was gonna say Hong Kong, but that's gone now. So
Well, I mean, what's going on in Hong Kong is they passed the national security resolution, which adds some draconian laws, but it's not like the protests are over. It's just that
fine, but whatever. I'm just saying, it's a big blow. Or whatever.
They started protesting because of a shitty law, so the government passed another shitty law, so they're going to keep protesting. Like,
Also, isn't Taiwan under China's eye now? Like, I heard they might want to make some moves against Taiwan.
kind of postures against Taiwan once every like 5 days. They say, "Oh, you're part of China. You can't say you're not part of China, or we're going to
Yeah.
invade." But the
Right.
United States has nuclear subs lying in the strait, so it's like, of course they're not going to fucking invade.
Right.
You know,
It's so
because they're not-
interesting. Do you think there's going to be a Hong Kong situation in Taiwan in the near future?
No, there's not.
I don't
Look,
I
think
think there
so
will be.
either.
I think there will be.
Well, governments like this posture to intimidate one another. Both sides are rational actors, whether it's the United States or China. They don't actually want war. They just want to threaten war.
Look. Here's the thing. You know, all of your logic aside, as good as it may be, if there's one thing I've learned from this year is nothing is off the fucking table. So I didn't think we'd have fucking race riots, but you know, here we are. So
Right? That is a fair point. This virus and now the fucking race riots. Like,
a lot of things are unpredictable. That's what this year's
it's
telling me.
it's like you look at the actions of the police department after the killing. It's like they fire the cops right away, and then 3 days later they press charges. And you know, like, how much better than that can you really get? Like, you know,
Right.
Yeah, I wonder
can
too.
you expect that much more from the police department? So it's not like
But see, nobody is even. Look, right there. That right there. What you just pointed out, between the fact that people weren't patient, right, at all, to see any sort of justice or trial, or see the fact that their patience was so thin, that to me proves that it's not just about the one death of George Floyd. It is about the corona. It is about the anger that's been building. It's about a lot of things.
It's about a lot of things. This was just kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. I agree.
Yes, absolutely.
So it's like, that's what I'm saying. When I'm saying it's not a protest, because protests have goals. Protests want the government to do something. The police department has already done everything people have requested, and for people are still.
They've even
burning.
upped it to second-degree murder. I think didn't that just come out, or is that a request?
I think it's third-degree murder. I can check.
I think they just changed it.
Oh,
they?
that's interesting.
I saw
would
something on Twitter.
believe you. I'm gonna look it up too.
Yeah, look it up.
low.
The real problem with these murder charges is that it's going to be impossible finding an impartial jury at this point. Like,
Oh yeah, right. This podcast.
Oh yeah,
the
I mean
fucking
definitely.
case. How the fuck are you going to find an impartial jury?
Yeah.
I think they should just make us the jury. I think we'd be the most impartial one.
And I don't think the other side would agree with that at all. Yeah,
I
it says
Okay,
the
but
charge
here's
was
the thing, here's the
upgraded
thing.
to a second-degree murder as of 5 hours ago. So yeah,
Oh, wow,
this is
that's-
new.
That is
Oh,
actually
dude.
very interesting.
Yeah, I think so too.
I really,
Here's
I,
the thing. When you said
really hope they don't press, or I really hope Lane gets his charges dropped though, because Lane was the most sensible out of all the cops there. Like he was the one who was saying, "I think you're using too much force," and he was calling the department saying, "I think this officer is being unnecessarily violent," and that
what
like,
seems to
he
be
was
the
a-
officer
so he
problem.
couldn't do anything to his superior. He was a rookie, but he seemed like
Michelle,
he-
are you in here?
I am in here.
Hi.
I've been here the whole time.
No, you
Wow.
haven't.
No, I haven't.
I just saw you
I'm-
got here like
I'm
2 minutes
late.
ago.
I'm late for one stream, and all hell is broken loose. Apparently.
Oh yeah,
gotta
you
check
missed
that.
Ben.
Shit's
You missed
fucking
Ben.
nuts.
Oh my god.
I just came to talk about sluts.
What's
We're
it
gonna
called?
talk about sluts. We're gonna talk about sluts. Don't worry.
I was hoping
This-
to hear Ben talk a little bit more. I love Ben, but
Ben
when it comes
left.
to politics-
He got scared. He was afraid of Ash. Of
Is that
Ashley.
what happened?
I don't know who the fuck Ash is, but okay,
Ashley
I
is
guess.
in the call with us.
Oh, hello, Ashley.
Fucking rat.
I've been here this whole
Fucking rat.
time.
Ashley's the
Right.
one who wrote the post that incited Ben's rage.
What
Econ
was
does that.
with it?
Econ just fucking destroyed Ashley.
Also, Econ's here. What the fuck?
Hello, Michelle. It's been a long
Hello.
time.
I know, right?
Oh my god.
That's how I know there's drama.
How's Nate? Did he get fat again? I heard somebody say he got fat.
Yes.
He's fine. He's
They're moving here soon, so
They're moving to VA Beach.
I
we
hope so.
are.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Isn't that
You guys
exciting?
should come to Atlanta. in the
Michelle,
first place.
Michelle, you also missed Kazi too.
Was Kazi here?
Yes, Kazi was
the
mad
fuck?
that she was I used the image of the cockcast from the dating sim, and she was upset that I used her image, her likeness, even though
My
it's not
dream.
an image that she created. And the creators of the dating sim have been on the show and said I could use their art in my thumbnails.
I took a nap, and I had a
Yeah.
dream that she was gonna get mad about that for no reason.
She got mad, and I had to take the thumbnail down. Now it's SpongeBob.
That's fucking nuts.
I spent half an hour on that fucking thumbnail. It was beautiful. This
are
is
we
the
burning
second
bridges
time
with
this
everyone?
happened. Yeah, I think so. This is literally the second time it's happened where I've had to change the thumbnail because somebody
Yeah,
who was on the show did not want to be on the show.
Yes, without all these broads talking. I think that would be like.
Yes.
Oh,
Are you gonna make a show? Because this is
We're gonna make
this is deep
we're
lore
making the
right
Decon
here.
show.
Yeah.
Decon show coming
All
up.
right.
Because I wasn't sold on it before, but then like the two broads started talking about.
There's
something
3 broads in here. Show some respect. There's 3.
We outnumber you.
Yeah, we definitely do.
It's
This
like
is
I'm
a
back
very
at,
much so girl talk show.
Yeah, 60% woman. It's like I'm back at Emory.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Blink.
What were we
Yo.
talking about again?
I'm a lesbian
I like-
now.
I liked your video, Glink.
Which one?
The OnlyFans one.
Oh, thank
They've
you.
been trying
So
to
you
get me to
agree.
watch your video forever, but it's impossible to get me to do anything. I barely showed up here.
Oh, Nate's been trying to get you to watch it? Yeah, that
Yeah.
video is why I know Glink too. What's
Do you
that?
know Best Guy Ever, Glink?
No. Who is that?
He's a YouTuber. Look up Best Guy Ever.
He has what, like 100K subs, and he makes videos about One Piece.
Yeah.
like that?
Base?
And Galco Chan.
Yeah, and he's also like, freaking,
He makes
Do
Smash
people who watch
videos.
One Piece deserve rights? Next
No.
topic.
Yeah, agreed.
I'm thinking no.
I don't know. I kind of like One Piece.
Shut the fuck up, Econ. We're not talking about One Piece here. This is my safe space.
This
wanna-
has
wanna talk-
become a safe space.
You want to talk about Hunter x Hunter instead? I know Digi's into that.
I'm only
Oh,
into
boy.
90s anime and early 2000s.
Oh, based.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm only
Econ,
into 70.
Do you
Very
have
based.
anything else you want to say before I bring in other callers?
No, I mean, I'm kind of drunk right now, so I'm only like 40% here. But like we can
You're
move on
drunk?
to subject matters. Yeah, this is like my third beer.
Jesus Christ.
Drunk
I remember
at
my
3.
third It's weird being the only sober person, I'm assuming.
I'm not
No, I'm
drunk. I'm
dead
only
ass
2
sober.
drinks in.
Me
I
neither.
thought you said you were high.
I'm drinking caffeine. No, why would I be high in the middle of the day?
I mean, caffeine is a drug, so you are
You
You must
middle of the
be
day.
there.
yeah, I'm on caffeine, but caffeine is not a very psychoactive
Yes,
drug,
it is.
so
When I have coffee, I'm a completely different person.
No,
I'm a little bit of a different person,
Yeah,
but I'm more.
they've done studies. Caffeine is actually quite addictive.
Oh yeah.
Caffeine ups. Okay, let me explain it to you this way. Caffeine ups your problem-solving skills, which is kind of what you're doing when you're sober, anyways. Being drunk does something completely different, lowers your anxiety completely, and also your whatever the other effects.
Yeah,
and then
that's
being
why you
high is
gotta
more
mix them, all 3.
being high is more like questioning every thought in a very interesting way. If you're able to have a good
The
conversation
perfect
with
podcast host can master all 3 at once.
it. Yes, I agree.
Ben?
I
Well,
agree.
needed him most. He disappeared.
No, not at once. Not at once. They're actually good to separate, but
No, they
yeah.
are, but I mix them all at once.
You're just a degenerate. Sorry.
I like weed and coffee.
Yeah, me too.
I think that's fucking stupid. Why would you mix caffeine and cannabis?
Have you tried it? You have to use a
it's just like
sativa or a sativa more so
I feel like
hybrid.
numb when I try it. I don't know. Maybe I gotta try it more.
No, I mean,
Well, because it's
I
like
just don't like mixing drugs. I don't like mixing
I like
drugs.
the mind space that getting high puts me in, but I always feel too lethargic, so I try to up myself a little bit.
right.
My day with a drink that I call the Michelle. It's a paroxetine, 30 milligrams, a Corona beer, and a giant Red Bull.
Yeah, you had me until the corona.
And then I throw myself outside.
Is Corona done?
I jump out the window.
Is Corona done though? Are they not gonna make their beer
Guys,
I'm
anymore?
pretty sure after this they can't reasonably like
Better than
keep it
ever.
up.
No, it's
I
coming
never
back,
see it in the
guys.
stores.
Wave 2. It's coming back. 2 more weeks, guys. 2 more weeks. No, that might
That's
actually
the
be
best
real.
opinion that's
I think
ever been had on the
yeah.
show.
I don't. I feel like it's like a beer. It's like in 2000 if there was a beer company called 9/11. They're not coming back from that. You know, you're not coming back from that.
It's like the new Coke. They're not bringing it back. History repeats its rhymes.
Yeah, right. And it's kind of like back in how in the 1940s, you know, the name Hitler was pretty common. What's it called? In New York in like 1930 something.
Hey Hitler, how you doing?
Yeah, there
Wait,
were
that
like,
Give me
was
that
those people's
pizza,
first
man.
name.
people with the last name Hitler in New York, and by 1945 there were none. They all changed their names.
Oh yeah.
Hey Hitler, you got that new fucking pizza joint? Fucking love it,
Oh my
man.
god.
Good.
All right, Ikat, I'm gonna kick you and pull somebody else in. But thank you for calling in. Call in anytime.
You can't kick my podcast partner.
I'm kicking him.
We're gonna
Bye.
All right, have a nice one.
You too.
Staging a
Bye.
protest.
All right.
May, did you want to talk about slut?
I do, but let's take another caller before we get into that.
Look.
Okay, I have a list. Do you want to go in order?
Yeah,
Do you
let's go in
care?
order.
Plunder was in first.
Okay, Plunder.
Are we talking about sluts?
We will after this caller. We'll talk about sluts.
Okay, that's my favorite topic.
Hello,
Plunder.
Plunder.
Hello. Okay, so I am going to totally disrupt this serious political discussion with meme politics. A total fucking way too thought out, ultra autistic, okay, it's called post-autistic lanism, right? So I'm gonna take like a couple minutes to just fully explain this total fucking schizo shit, all right?
Okay, good.
So-
Because under normal caller rules, you have 15 minutes.
Oh yeah, I will not need that much.
Generous.
But yeah, so basically, the first thing I need to get out of the way is the multiplicities, right? Okay, so the traditional ideal of like a person is that you're a person with an identity. That's actually not true. You're a container of many egos, all right? These egos are little like droplets of like shit, right? They all have like their own little thoughts and everything. And basically in meat space, right, which is like the IRL, but I'm going to be calling it meat space. You are just a container of those, right? You can address differently, you can act different way among different people, but you can't really express it. On the Wired, however, the internet, I'm going to be calling it the Wired. You can freely express all those identities through like different accounts, different.
Plunder, I literally talked about this on multiple streams. I know exactly what you're talking about.
All right, cool. Yeah, and then I'll then move on to so what we have to do is we have to dissolve meat space in order to fully liberate our multiplicities. So
Meat space?
Yeah, we have to dissolve meat space.
What is meat space?
IRL, the real world, quote unquote.
Oh,
but I don't. But since I don't really put like the internet below like the real world, rather I just call it meat space and the Wired.
I think we should have a balance of meat space and the Wired.
Okay, I will get to that in a bit.
Wired, let's just have meat space.
Hold on though, because like
meat lives matter.
But okay, so like the reason why capitalism exists is because of meat space, because it needs to be there, right? All right, so and the internet is inherently post-capitalist. You can't like charge for a file. A file can be freely shared from peer to peer.
You wouldn't download a car.
So
I agree.
So basically, what we have to do is accelerate two things. We to achieve the technology in order to dissolve meat space and become permanent citizens of the Wired. Number one, we need to accelerate autism.
That's happening.
So autism basically is a very like egotistical way of thinking, right?
Oh yeah, and it's all tied to the gut biome, right?
Yeah.
Not all. It's related.
Yeah. Do you think we're gonna have people like experimenting with their children's gut biome to like create different species of autistic children?
I think you're overplaying the role of gut biome. I mean, it's like a symbiotic relationship between your gut and your brain, but it's not quite that. It's not like if you completely change what you're eating, you're gonna.
No, but they have done fecal transplants on autistic children and have seen them recover.
Okay, but like that is the exact opposite of what I want. I want more people to become autistic. I want the autistic people to become more autistic. So
I agree. We're on the same side.
I think autism is a byproduct of primarily men who. I think autism highlights the clash between how men are wired to think, let's say, and how society is.
Why men?
That's male autism.
Autistic.
That's male autism. I'm specifically the second thing I was going to bring up is to accelerate femininity. Female autism is very different from male autism because male autism essentially they use the autistic powers to produce technology to benefit capital. Female autism will produce technology to benefit humanity because femininity
is female autism. The future is female autism. I'm going to put that on the show.
Exactly. The future is female autism. And
why do you say that? I don't think that's true at all.
If you read
it's a constant fight to survive.
If you read Ones and Zeros by Sadie Plant, you will know that women have an inherent relationship with technology, right? And
what relationship with technology?
Yeah,
they have an inherent relationship. They are inherently connected to technology.
Ava.
I think that's the opposite of true, actually. I think women, in fact, this is like ostensibly, demonstrably true as far as I'm aware. Women are more naturally, emotionally intelligent.
Except
and
for autistic
men are more
women.
Naturally like number.
Nice way to say that.
Men are more like logic-based intelligent, which you can think of as numbers and shit. Men do things, women understand things, and both are equally important.
Okay, but computers
their job is to understand the data that is inputted into them.
Yeah, the thing about the feminine relationship with computers is that is how they are used though.
That's right now. What's going on with your mic?
I don't fucking
He's
know.
going into another dimension. Don't mind him.
Yes, it's like you're speaking into another wormhole, like the technology wormhole. Your mic, can you try fixing your mic, Plunder? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you all the time, but it's like kind of shaking or something. I don't know.
You are vibrating the universes.
What the fuck? He left.
All right, that happens sometimes. Okay, Plunder, thanks for all that input. Who's next, Ashley?
I feel like I just did acid.
Simon.
Yeah, Simon. Okay, this is a good caller. Simon, you are
was
on the
defending.
Cockcast. Hello.
Oh, jeez. The Cockcast? Is that the name of this show?
yeah.
Baby.
Well, where's your third member? Wink, nudge.
I misspoke. I meant corrupting your kids.
I know.
They're both start with C's. I need to change the
That's true.
branding.
Hi, hi, everyone. Hello.
What's up, boy?
Well, first thing I wanted to say is that this is the first podcast since my legendary appearance on the kill stream.
Yes, you called into the kill stream. What balls? That was
very big ones. Fuck
Oh
all
my
those
God.
assholes in there. They banned me because I said that you should kill transphobes and that lolly porn isn't real CP. They banned me because I said those things.
They banned you because you said you should kill transphobes, and that is the entire audience of the kill stream, unfortunately.
Yeah, and come fight me. So, you know.
Hell yeah. Glink, do you know about the kill stream?
I've heard about it a lot. It's some sort of political stream on YouTube, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Yeah,
Political, I would say it's just a politics talk show. The host is more liberal than he probably lets on, but the audience, he panders to an audience of fucking troglodytes.
Yeah, Ralph seems all right.
His audience is
Ralph is
mostly fucking sexist transphobes. But there are
which I
some great
experienced firsthand
people
in that
audience.
chat.
And he, you know, he's an advocate of free speech, so he likes to have people from, you know, different backgrounds on his shows. I would recommend the kill stream.
I was called a tranny and a pedophile,
Me too,
and
me too.
was accused of being abused as a child in that
I
chat, which was
accepted all
really
of
fucking
that,
funny.
though.
I mean,
There's
I
a
don't.
whole discussion to be had about transgenderism that I'm interested in, but
absolutely.
Oh Jesus! I don't know if I'm ready for that.
I think well, never mind. Let's not get into it. I'll just say this though up front, so you're not like, don't worry. Like I'll just say this: I respect people, whether you're trans or not, as a person first and foremost, and I can separate ideas from people as well. But anyways,
fair. Good.
That's a basic requirement to be on the show, I guess.
Yeah. Haha. Good times, guys. All right. Listen here. I've had this topic for like a month. I wanted to talk about this for so long.
Hell yeah.
Okay. When I say the words fast service Mexican food, what comes to mind?
Chipotle.
Taco Bell.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. That's what I expected, and that's what I would say
Del
as well.
Taco too. Forget Del Taco.
No, fuck Del Taco. We don't got that shit in Missouri. So I don't know about it. So yeah, you got Taco Bell, which is like in the McDonald's, Burger King sort of sphere of like, oh yeah, this is fast food made fucking
You said
like
fast service, so I didn't think Taco Bell.
No, fair. I mean, the term fast service incorporates fast food, but also includes things like Chipotle. It's a broader umbrella, which I will get to in a moment. My usage for that term with Chipotle.
This is the most American topic I've ever discussed.
Oh, just you fucking wait. So Taco Bell, right? That you fucking pipe the meat out of a bag and you fucking put it in a deep fryer and then like, oh, that's Taco Bell, right? Oh, we fucking glued 3 fucking chalupas together. This is a meal. Yeah. Okay.
Some people like it though.
Yeah, I haven't had the chalupa. I feel like the way it looks when you bite into it looks satisfying. Like I would enjoy it, but also every time I eat Taco Bell, my fucking stomach turns upside down.
Oh, dude, it's just like Instagram models. They look great, and then you jerk off, and then you feel regret and guilt, and your stomach turns.
You're right.
It's true.
You're right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. May, you brought up Chipotle.
Yeah.
Which is, it is really the target of my topic here. I wanted to, just get Taco Bell out of the way just to, cover it because you have to cover Taco Bell when you're talking about this sort of thing. Chipotle, you know, is notorious for being like the fast food that isn't fast food. You go there, it takes like less than 10 minutes to get your fucking food in if it's not busy. It's good quality. Like, it is not like they don't freeze a bunch of their shit. They have like good ingredients. They fucking source it locally in a lot of places. Chipotle is a respectable food establishment that's like, you know, a chain. But it's one of the best chains out there. I hate Chipotle.
Moe's is better than Chipotle.
Okay, so I don't know what the fuck Moe's is, but what I will tell you is, have y'all ever heard of fucking pancheros?
No.
It is what I like to refer to as a Chipotle clone. Is Moe's the same sort of thing, Ashley?
Sort of, but Moe's was around before Chipotle was.
Ooh, fair. Ooh, interesting.
My parents were going to open up a Moe's.
Oh my gosh!
I'm glad they did it because my life would have been very strange.
Yeah, if that was you instead of what you're doing now, where would you be? I wonder.
Oh my god.
Fucking yeah.
I'd probably be fat.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be
Pancheros is a Chipotle-like, which is just the type of restaurant where you walk up, you can choose between several different you know, Mexican-esque, Americanized food delivery options. You got your tortillas, you got your bowl, you got your burrito, you got your fucking quesadilla, and you got your array of meats and proteins, like fucking cubed steak and carnitas and tofu, and you know, you got all the fucking toppings.
That's so Frito bullshit.
What?
That's so Frito bullshit. That's
I don't. Oh, well, you know, some people are vegetarian and they are morally superior.
That's stupid.
I can't argue with that.
I ate that when I was a vegetarian. I hated myself.
A tofu.
Wait, what is the point of all this? I'm just curious.
Okay,
I'm like,
here's my point. My point is thus: Chipotle and Pancheros. If you look at them from the outside, if you at a quick glance, it is the same restaurant. One copied the other. This is not the case. When you walk into a Chipotle, what they do is they get, if you ask for a burrito, what they will do is they will reach under a counter to a plastic bag full of pre-made tortillas, put it under a heat press to freshen it up, and then make your burrito. At Pancheros, what they do is they make dough fresh and have a heat press that is right there behind the line. They make your tortilla fresh for you, press out the dough, throw it onto the flat top, get it all crispy. It is, I am not exaggerating, infinitely superior when your tortilla is cooked right in front of you, fresh. It, like, not only does it add to, like, the flavor alone, just like the quality of the food, the way it tastes, but like the soul that is injected into your fucking meal when you see this like little 17-year-old college student who's just wanting to like get money to buy weed press your tortilla for you, and it's like this like nice steamy fucking like golden brown, and like you take a bite of it and it like melts in your fucking mouth and it tastes fresh and it's fucking good. Chipotle are hacks. They should make their own tortillas. Fuck them.
Okay.
This is what I have to say. This is what I'll die on this hill.
Maybe tell Kazi that he said that.
What? Why?
Because Chipotle is her whole thing.
Oh yeah, she does like Chipotle a lot. Well, I would hope that I could convince her to see the light.
I thought this was gonna be like a grand allegory for something.
Sure.
Oh,
it's
boy.
like you know, when you make art, you have to like be cool and not a hack. I don't know. Sure.
Okay, let me address the chat right now. So Ben is in the YouTube chat saying mod me. Ben, first of all, I don't know why I'd want to mod you. The point of my show is to have discussion with different perspectives. You came onto my show, you wanted to argue with Ash, you yelled, and then I said, do you want to have a discussion or do you just want to yell? And then you've left. So I didn't kick you, you left yourself. So there's no way in fucking hell that I'm letting you mod my server. So you can either come back on and talk to me like a man, or you can fucking chimp out in the chat.
Can I say, like, Ben, I think that you could.
I told
came
you
in
to
too
leave
hot.
if you didn't have anything to say. I told you to leave and you left. So I don't know why you're asking to be a mod.
I'm sure Ben has some genuine stuff to talk about.
I think so
and
too.
you-
I just wish that he would have done it that way instead of just yell when I'm trying to figure out how to delete the thumbnail of my video and then just like not
agree.
engage Ashley in a discussion.
I think he could have been a lot more
Yeah, you
mature.
can call
about
back
it.
in if you want to have a discussion. I'll let you back in the show, but like
Feels like a
literally.
PCP.
And like we would have been, it'll be better off for it if we can actually have a civil adult
I
conversation.
completely agree.
Yeah, like I am interested in talking, and like I also, for those who are like losing their shit over what I posted, like I said before it was read that there were new things that happened that made me aware of, like, you know, there were new things that I learned, and that's why I wanted to talk about it.
Yeah,
halfway
there are more
through.
nuances.
Yeah. I was just I wrote that because I was frustrated with people like just taking sides and not thinking about what it was that they were doing when they said things.
I want everybody to feel like they have a platform on my show. Like, I would love Ben to call in. He's calling in right now. I have to go piss again, but yeah, I'll bring you in. Should I bring him in now or?
I mean, you can kick me out if you want. I've said my piece about fucking tortillas and shit. I hope everybody's in
That was a
line.
very nice take. Thank you for dropping the tortilla pill.
Thank you,
I
sir,
always
for
need
listening.
new pills to swallow. Simon,
I've
you were
been-
based as fuck. Literally, Digi, after that Killshim appearance, is like, Simon is like the best. So.
Wow, yeah. Digi added me on Twitter because. Oh wait, no. I have one more thing to plug. Sorry, Ben. I am doing an art challenge this fucking month. If you go to my Twitter at Simon at PSYMID, you can follow me doing Jakig Decidage, which stands for Juno. I'm gonna draw something every day in June, and I'm gonna draw something every day in June, upload it to my Twitter, and post it. I post it in this Discord. I post it in some other Discords I'm in.
Yeah, dude,
and it's for me
what's
to
your Twitter account?
At Simid, PSYMID, same as my Discord handle.
Okay, I'm gonna pull it up.
So
real
yeah,
quick.
I did that like for one day, and then literally the next day, before I even draw the second thing, Digi ats me, and she's like, "Hey, I saw Simon doing this thing, so I'm gonna join in too." And I'm like, "What? Digi adding me? What is this? Is a backwards world. This is like the Twilight Zone. What is happening?" And I'm glad I'm glad she's into it. I'm glad that you like me. It validates me and puts dopamine in my brain. I appreciate it.
I have your Twitter up right now. It's at Simon. Let's look at some of these arts.
Just so you know, if you follow me, you will see a lot of lefty bullshit. Warning right now. Anyway.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you for calling in.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I'm glad that we can try to have some good conversation in here.
Are you excited for Ben's take?
Yes, and
Me
Ben,
too.
please come in not trying to be incendiary.
All right, I have to go pee before because I'm gonna piss myself.
Okay,
if I hear
one more
Ben.
thing. Foxy Soxkedu, the other mod, is doing the monthly challenge with me. Starman in the waiting room right now is doing it with me. There's a bunch of other people doing shit like this. I'm glad I'm such a trendsetter with this monthly art challenge. And really, May, you're the trendsetter because you inspired me to do it.
Well, Michelle's
Get off
the
my
trendsetter
ass.
because she's the one who inspired Art Ho June.
You know what, Michelle? It all comes back to Michelle.
It all comes
in the
back to
fucking end.
nothing. It all keeps tumbling down.
Mm-hmm.
That's Evangelion.
Yay! Anime!
And manga!
I love anime.
All right, your timer's up, Simon. I'm gonna kick you out.
See
and
you
I'm gonna
guys.
Go
It's
pee
been-
really quick
all right.
before I bring in bed.
Bye-bye.
Yeah,
I love sushi.
Michelle, I can't stand sushi.
That's fucking stupid. You're stupid.
No,
Die.
it's
Ben's
it's
side.
not.
Justice for Ben.
It's not a flavor thing. It's just a texture thing.
Your inferior white taste buds.
Maybe. I like it specifically the fish.
All
the
sushi you
texture,
don't like.
the raw fish texture. Like I like the vegetable ones.
I
The
feel
one-
like you just haven't had a lot of sushi. You haven't had that
Oh.
crunchy that crunchy roll.
No. I've had quite a bit, but it's I don't know. There's just something about it that's just like it's weird because like I get why people would like it. I just personally, there's just something about it that doesn't sit well. I don't know.
Jan, how somebody wouldn't like sushi.
Okay. I am
I
upset.
just think you're stupid for it.
Probably.
And
I am
don't
upset.
respect you.
I am upset that I don't like sushi.
You should be.
Like I want to like it. I just
You should do
don't.
something about that.
I have
Take
tried.
the sushi pill. Take the sushi pill.
Take the sushi.
Yeah.
Take the fish
Yeah.
pill.
Just shove it down your throat if you have to. Some pills you have to shove down your throat. Some of them
Yeah,
go down easy.
like
Some of them you
it's
need
like-
water, you need alcohol.
Some
Different
of
pills
them-
come in different sizes.
yeah, some of them you have to like have somebody, shove it down your throat like you're a dog, because
Yes.
dogs, you just have to have somebody shove it down in there, make you
Oh,
swallow
with
it.
peanut butter.
hmm
I'll do that for you.
I am a big fan of fried rice though. That's
There is some utility. I actually think this is real. There is actually some usefulness in viewing ideas as pills.
All right, I'm back.
Because-
I'm sorry. This is the real struggle with being a female podcast host. Is your bladder is smaller, and if you're talking, you need to stay hydrated. And I always have
bottle like a fucking professional, man. Like me.
I really should get into the diaper life. Honestly,
The next
maybe
pill. That's
Taboo
the
was
diaper
right
pill.
all along.
Take the diaper pill.
Take the diaper pill.
I've taken too many pills tonight. I could not feasibly take another pill on top
You're gonna
of all
overdose.
that.
You're gonna overdose.
All right, Ben Saint. He's coming in.
He's coming in hot.
Ben Saint, the one, the only. Keep in mind that tonight's guest of honor is Glink, and this is Glink's first exposure to the PCP.
Yes, please give me more validation.
Glink is
hello.
dope.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And
I just want to say that if in the future you kick me out of the call,
I didn't kick you out. You left.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, but if
No, that's
I
literally
did-
what you said.
No. Yeah, I'm saying if you kick me out of the call, I did leave without warning. So turnabout's fair play, and I will not begrudge you for that.
I didn't kick you out of the call. You left.
No, I know. Yeah, I did. I left.
Okay, I'm
I
not
left
kicking
beca- I
anybody
left
out.
because
You
you-
have
I left
15
be-
minutes like everybody
I
else.
left because you said that if you don't like what we're
if you
talking
don't
about,
want to be
you should
associated
leave.
with
And
my
I said,
show,
yeah,
okay, this is from me. I was really sad when my friend told me she didn't want to be in the thumbnail of my video because this has happened before, and I was in kind of an emotional state trying to furiously find a way to delete the thumbnail, which I did. Yeah, I was kind of distracted when you were making your introduction, and it just seemed like you wanted to yell at poor Ashley, who...
Well, I did come in wanting to yell at Ashley because I really thought that what she wrote was pretty abhorrent.
Okay, we can have a discussion about that. Ashley is welcome. Ashley wants to have a discussion
Well,
about that.
okay, I mean, sure, but first, I really think you should mod me because I really want my name to be blue.
I like your name white because you're white.
It's just not the same though. Like I really think that a blue name on Ben Saint would really add a lot to the texture of the proceeding.
I really
Hi,
don't
Michelle.
think so. I think there are other names in this chat that deserve to be blue before yours.
I go into Nate's office.
I
and
guess
Nate's
we're
like,
gonna have to agree to disagree on that one then.
You
Nate's
have
like,
your own
Ben-
show. Watch yourself.
Look, I mean, there's just a certain satisfaction that comes with a blue
You
name.
don't
I'm
listen
sorry.
to my show. Why would I mod you?
I'm here listening to your show.
This
I'm here
one?
listening to your show.
This
I've listened
specific
to.
one?
I'm not gonna claim I listen to all of them, but I've listened to.
Well,
a few
that's
of
kind of
them.
the requirement for being a mod on my show.
Listen.
Do you
that's
understand?
ve-
You
that-
you have
that's-
mods too. You understand. You get
That's
it.
very disappointing, and I do want to know what you're afraid of by making.
What am
me
I
a mod.
afraid of?
Yeah. What do you? What?
I just
yeah,
don't
yeah.
think you deserve to have a blue name on my chat.
Okay, I just
Michelle is
you
the
know,
only person who
kinda-
deserves
kinda
that right.
Maybe think that's it's a little. That's a little.
Why?
That's a little
Because you're a
cowardly.
white male.
That's right. That's right. What are you afraid of?
I'm not afraid. That's why I have you on the show right now. Ben, we love
Okay.
you.
All right.
We love you. We want to hear what
Nate
you have
was
to
like,
say.
Nate was like, defend my boy Ben, defend my boy Ben, and I was like, why would I do that?
Did he actually?
Yeah,
Really though?
yeah, because Nate loves you.
Well, I love him too, but I'm very disappointed in a lot
And
of
all
the
you
things
do
he
is yell
says.
at him.
Okay.
I'm not disappointed in anybody. I think that we're put in a situation that nobody should be in. I think there's some fuck shit going on, and like I understand and appreciate people's anger. I've been waiting for this to happen, so I'm not surprised or disappointed.
I'm not surprised, and it's very frustrating.
All right. Let's get down to brass tacks. Ash Vampire, you wrote some really fucked up shit. Defend yourself.
Well, you haven't said anything that was. You haven't picked out anything. So.
Literally everything you wrote was abhorrent. Pick anything you want and just explain why it's okay that you think that and why anyone should take you seriously.
Because I explained it in the post. Then
that just doesn't do it for me.
You have to pick out something. You have to pick out something. Explain why you don't like it, and then tell me to. Yeah,
where do I find it? I have to scroll back in it. I don't know.
Okay, here. I will share it to you. Give me 1 second.
Okay.
I will share it with you. From.
Guys
talk. You guys talk. I'm doing something. Did you go to the protest in Boston?
I did not. Because I am concerned about coronavirus, and by going out, I would be, if I were to get it, I live with a bunch of people, and I would be exposing all of them to it, and I feel like it's not fair of me.
Well, they're already, if they're going into the city, they're already being exposed to the virus because the riots happened.
Did you have it?
But they're not, though. No, I didn't have it. I mean, I haven't had it yet.
What if you wear a mask? Wouldn't that be good? Wouldn't that be fine?
I mean, that's what the masks are for. Like, if you have it, then you don't spread it by wearing the mask.
Well,
I thought coronavirus was done because everyone forgot about it.
Wearing a mask is more about not spreading it to other people than about not getting it yourself.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's talk. Okay, let's
Jesus
talk
Christ,
about.
My politics chat is so active. What the?
The whole like crazy shit about like how like George Floyd had like a violent history and like that he brought it on himself. I don't know. Like, what the fuck? Defend yourself.
I already said that there were new things that I learned about that while May was reading it.
So you've retracted that?
I think
she's
added things to it. Okay, I'm gonna add the post in the show notes. Wait, you can't see that. I'm just gonna put it in voice chat. I'll just copy paste it in voice chat.
Different autopsies.
Because
that all say different things.
Because different people will pay to have an autopsy.
Yeah, like probably the cops had an autopsy, or the mainstream media that are in bed with the cops would probably have an autopsy.
Yeah, the family would have their own. Yeah.
That the cops didn't, you know, because personal intoxicants or whatever the fuck. Definitely wasn't being kneeled on for 9 minutes.
Oh my god!
I heard he was like on a drug.
So fucking long. Ashley.
He's on a. I'm sorry.
All right, I found a place where I can break it. All right.
No, I already explained that there were things about it that I didn't know, and then I learned about those things, and I adjust accordingly. But at the same time, I still like what about it specifically? Like I've already said.
I mean, I just think it's really cut and dry. Here's what I want to hear you say: is that the cop killed George Floyd by kneeling on his neck for 9 minutes? Can you say that?
I don't know.
You don't know. That's not. You're not comfortable committing to that position.
No, because I don't know whether or not that was the only reason that
this post is too fucking long for me to feasibly copy paste it.
Honestly. I have the image. It's fine.
Okay.
No, if there was, if like something came out that said like he had a crushed windpipe, or like something showed that like that was definitely what did it, I would have no problem. But they haven't released anything consistent, so I don't know. Like I said in the post that there was excessive force used by the police and that was wrong. Absolutely.
I heard somewhere that the police officer was acting under protocol. Like, yeah, they definitely are responsible for, you know,
This is not-
doing
every-
handling the people in their custody.
That is not protocol. That is absolutely not protocol.
No,
Are
and
you
even
sure?
if it
Can
is,
you prove it? I haven't
Well,
looked it
not
up,
just-
but
Look,
like, can
I
you
can't prove it, but I have heard tell from people that do know what they're talking about that is
So
not
have I,
protocol.
though.
well,
I mean,
no, even
You've
regardless,
heard qualified professionals say yes, that is protocol.
I've heard people that are just as qualified, I'm sure, as the people you've heard.
regardless,
Perhaps.
even if it is protocol, it shouldn't be. But
No, I agree. That was definitely
it's not
too
safe.
much.
And anytime that be into their custody, be it for a violent crime, be it for simply pulling somebody out of their car because they were driving drunk, like as soon as a police officer has someone in their custody, they become responsible for that person because that person no longer has agency over themselves, right? So
Yeah.
at that point, a police officer is responsible for making sure that that person is, kept safe and kept in a condition where they are able to, have a trial or whatever it happens to be. So regardless of whether or not that was protocol, it was wrong and it was excessive force and it should not have happened.
Yeah.
Wait, did the cop?
I do concur. Like it was
No, the cop is being charged with second-degree murder at this point.
good.
Well,
Good.
Okay.
Well, then
Like
good.
he should be.
Then
Like,
I guess we're in agreement. So
But what
I
are
think
the-
I think any
I'm
cop.
gonna take the W on that. All
so
right.
what are
cool.
what are the protests about? Just police brutality in general?
Well,
I mean,
ostensibly, but
police-
like
Being charged
oh my-
for it.
Okay, well, I would get police brutality, systematic racism. Just for a start.
I think that is the sentiment behind them when they started. But I think that the violence to which they escalated is due to a lot of other things going on, like the coronavirus stuff. Like people have pent up anger and frustration over not being able to provide for themselves, and that is what caused it to get to this level in particular.
I agree that the force with which the protests are being carried out is, somewhat due to the whole coronavirus situation. For one thing, I think that now, with so much of the population being out of work, more people have, the time to protest where maybe they wouldn't have.
That's also true. Yeah, there's more people who don't have anything better to do with their time. And I think a lot of the looting is, I don't think a lot of the people stealing stuff just want that stuff. I think most of those people probably want to take some of that shit and then sell it so they can get some goddamn money. Because they don't have any.
Yep. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with all that. I maybe would characterize it as
people are desperate.
I agree.
Hey guys,
with
in the super chatters and people in the chat, I see you on Econin. If I get super chatted $10, I'll gladly drag Econ in right now. But you better give me $10. Econ was already in here for like 20 minutes.
I agree with the words you're saying. I would maybe characterize it a little differently as people maybe normally under the normal economy in normal circumstances maybe would protest more, but they don't have the economic freedom to take work off to do that. And so this has allowed that to take place, which I think is
agree.
Good. Okay. So moving on, let's say, what's all this about how the destruction of property is equivalent to murder? Let's talk about that. That's a little fucked up.
No, it's because in a system where there is no property, right? Like the idea of property can be extended to your agency over yourself, right? If you can't own things, then you also have no ability to own your own life because you don't have the ability to exercise your authority.
We got a $10 super chat from Sour to bring Econ in. We will bring Econ in.
I don't really know if that follows, that if you can't own property.
Are we going to talk about sluts or not?
We are.
We
Just
will.
Econ, somebody gave $10. Econ, get back in the waiting room if you want to be in.
So okay,
Go ahead,
so
Ben, this is
what I'm getting at, right, is that if you can't own things, right, if there's nothing that you can physically have possession of, right, then that means that some governing body owns all of the things. Do you agree?
No. What the fuck? Things can
Okay,
just
so where do
be common
then?
property. Okay, first of all, I don't really like where you're going with this, and I feel like maybe you've misunderstood the idea of like common property as like nobody owns anything,
All
and
right,
like
Econ is here.
nobody thinks that is how it
Econ
should
is here
be.
to save your ass, Ben.
Like even the most hardcore like anarcho-communist still thinks that you should be able to own like your home, your like your stuff, your toothbrush, whatever.
Econ is here.
Hey,
Hello?
You better thank Sour for giving us $10 to bring you in.
Sure. Thank you, Sour.
Hell
Econ,
yeah.
what do you think about sluts?
Please
okay,
continue.
okay. So, fuck, I lost my train of thought. So nobody thinks that you should not be able to have any possessions.
Ben, are you sure you want to go down this route? I think if you spiral down the whole communism thing, you're gonna lose track of the.
I'm backpedaling off of the idea.
No. I'm listening. I'm waiting for you to finish so that I can come back. I just want to make sure that I'm fully aware of where you're going with it.
Listen, there was. Look, I got interrupted. I had somewhere I was going with it. I don't remember where it was. Pick up the slack for me, anybody.
You were talking about how, like, even like the hardcore, like anarcho-communists think that you should still be able to own like your house and personal possessions.
Yeah.
Where were you going after that? Because I felt like there was more.
I need someone to remind me of what we were talking about before, because I'm like 7 hard seltzers in tonight. And I'm a little
no,
bit
we
scattered.
can't have this on my show.
But I got this is a good segue. I wanted to point out.
Are you guys all fucking drunk?
Not
no,
me.
Yeah, only way to podcast,
absolutely
boy.
not.
Why does everybody drink
bitch.
on these podcast type things?
I don't always drink, but no. I wanted to address
for
a few
me-
points that Ash brought up.
Hey,
earlier.
somebody in the chat, remind me of the point I was trying to address.
How the
I'm
fuck
really
do I know?
sorry. I failed all of you, the audience. Remind me in the chat, where was I going with that? What brought this on? Because I genuinely cannot remember, and I am humiliated.
We were talking about George Floyd.
Yeah, Ash conflating property damage with murder.
Yeah, and then I
yeah.
don't know how you got to communism. I think that your mind is wired so that you always try to bring things back to communism.
That's very funny.
Because
That's very funny of you.
For
No,
sure.
I think
Triple murder.
just
That's what you were
natural.
saying.
It's something you know a lot about. So you try to relate everything back to that topic because that's a territory you feel.
I don't really know that much about. I haven't read that much theory. I've read the manifesto and a little bit of Capital, and that's like.
All right,
and
guys.
I've read the bread book.
The unknown otaku who does want to talk about sluts is going to come in and talk to you guys. He said 2 minutes, and we are fucking talking about sluts for the rest of the show. So
right.
the unknown otaku is in here. Hello.
Okay, well, I'm just
I do like
saying.
sluts. I do like sluts.
What's it called? No, about this communist thing first.
Oh,
It's
God
like,
damn
what's
it.
it called? There is a difference between public and private property, but the thing that you are referring to is all anarchists do agree that you own the right to yourself, but under communism, there is one actual thing you don't own, that is you, and that is because under the means of production includes your labor. When it comes down to it, when he says seize the means of production, that includes your labor.
Wait, that's
Meaning
it.
you don't have a choice.
That's it. You said that if you don't own, you said that you don't own yourself. But like, even aside from the whole like distinction between personal and private property, like even if you didn't own any property outside of yourself, you would. It doesn't follow that you thereby don't own yourself. Like I don't know what you mean when you say that.
Okay, so if you cannot put yourself right toward the production of things, or you cannot be productive in a manner that returns to you goods that are exclusively yours, that means that your exercise of yourself has no inherent value to yourself. Because there's nothing that you can do.
This is such a great segue into the slut conversation. Can we please continue this line of thought? Because this is directly related, and I don't know if you guys realize it.
No, we're talking about sluts. We're talking about sluts. Antifa has some sluts, guys.
What the fuck
like,
does that mean?
the whole idea.
May, no, shut up. May, what does that mean?
Antifa has hot chicks. There's hot chicks at Antifa rallies.
Dude, there's definitely hot chicks with Antifa. I would totally.
I think that's a huge part of why people are
joining. I want
joining.
an Antifa DF actually.
Yeah, I need me too.
I would fix her. I would fix her though.
Okay.
Same. I would fix her.
I would make sure she's based.
I saw you retweet that redheaded girl, the diaper girl.
Yes.
I gotta bring her
I would
up.
turn her
Yeah,
base.
that girl
her
is
base.
super hot.
Oh my god, I'm just gonna pull
All
up a
I'm saying
picture.
is, you do technically have agency of yourself in the sense of, yes, you don't own where you're supposed to work, and you're being told where you work, how you have to work. But once you are off work in that kind of society, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
But the whole point of Marxism,
is you don't break the social construct.
The whole point of Marxism is that identity is defined by labor. That's what he spent like 3 books talking about.
Identity is defined by. I don't know.
God, can we change the topic?
Okay. Back to
I agree.
So-
all right. This is a mass exodus of the callers in. The unknown otaku is the Econ. Do you have anything you want to say about sluts?
Yeah, I love sluts. I want to talk about sluts.
Okay, Ben, do you have anything you want to talk about sluts?
I also like them.
Do you love them? Can you talk about them?
That's a strong word.
Will you?
Oh no! I see the finger hovering over my name. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
I will kick you if you do not contribute. Do you want to contribute to the discussion about OnlyFans and parasocial relationships, or do you want to die in the communist slums of the waiting room?
I don't think there were only fans over in Russia, were there?
I guess I could talk about that.
All right, awesome. Everybody who's in here, we're gonna talk about sluts right now.
But I want to talk about how much I hate Ash and how much his take is shit.
You can do that in the politics board of my Discord.
I apologize, Ash. I thought you're female now. I apologize. That was my bad. I'm trying to be better.
Oh. All right.
Okay.
Ben, do you promise you'll behave? Otherwise, I have to kick you.
Define behave.
Will you talk about sluts with us?
I guess, but like
I'll take that as a yes. Okay.
I was here to talk about how this fucking Floyd take is so shit.
Look, we can talk about this all night. But Glink is here. Do you understand that Glink is so much bigger than you, Ben?
I don't know who Glink is. Who the fuck
like
are
12
you?
inches.
Glink is the fucking man. We're all here for Glink.
I was invited on here, so that's just all I'm gonna say.
Vincent, you were not invited on here. You've always been able to call in. You can call in anytime.
I guess it's nice to meet you, I guess.
Nice to meet you. Yeah, I don't know you, but nice to meet you.
Yeah, cool.
And you don't know me,
Neither
that's fair.
huge fan.
Oh,
we
don't make this about me, but I just.
All right,
I
like we
am
can
interested
talk
in
about.
talking
Oh,
about
absolutely. This is all about me. But Glink is here too. So.
All right. Well, my final word on the matter is that Ash is an authoritarian statist and a piece of shit. And
You're
if you wanna
also
talk
an
about-
authoritarian.
That's literally wrong. That's totally wrong. But if we want to move on from that and talk about sluts, I guess I'll hang out until I get bored, and then I'll leave without warning.
Okay.
That doesn't sound like you're behaving. Can you promise you'll be constructive?
You didn't define.
Do you want to be a part of the show?
Fine.
I'm gonna preface this as my computer randomly turns off at the moment because it's broken and I need to get it fixed. So I might DC at any random time.
Okay, let's just get your take on OnlyFans. All right, what is your take on sluts? But before you say this, I am going to open an OnlyFans next month.
Okay.
Porn?
Why?
Okay. My biggest argument is, why doesn't Glink invite me for those freaking OnlyFans live streams? Because I'm getting so pissed off just listening to so many people.
Hey, maybe next time. I'm down. Maybe you and maybe even Econ at some point. You and Pansu Party can join in because I actually am interested in continuing streams like that. So.
Oh, excellent! Yeah, have me on anytime.
We should totally do a stream together.
Yeah, I'm down.
Econ bullshit. I'll try to drink less next time.
I'm all about bringing people together. No, drink more, dude. I don't care.
Have you guys tried hard seltzer? It's like the cool new alternative to beer. It's
I'm
really
drinking
big.
a White Claw right now. So
yeah, I was gonna say, isn't that White Claw?
I'm drinking a Truly. It's
Truly's
cheaper than
based.
White Claw.
Yeah, isn't Truly from Boston?
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Isn't Truly from Boston?
I don't know.
There's one seltzer that I know is made in Boston. I think it's the one with mermaids on it, though.
It's all Boston.
Oh, Starbucks.
Said he's big enough to sell seltzer shit. What's it called?
I'll say this about hard seltzers real quick. The entirety of my drinking career, which started when I was like 21 or 20, has been nothing but vodka sodas, which is basically hard seltzer. So I want to say I took the hard seltzer pill before any one of you bandwagoners did.
I agree. My favorite method is to take like one of those Walmart bubblies and just like pour half of it with vodka.
Yes.
Computer's back up.
It's good as
the
shit.
Cleanest, simplest, healthiest, straight to the point.
I wonder how White Claw would be if you put just straight vodka in it.
What are you?
I mean, it would just be White Claw but harder.
I basically am 16.
Used White Claw as a chaser before for like hard drinks. It's great.
Yeah.
A drink of choice.
It's definitely Kino.
What does that word mean, by the way? I keep seeing it. And it's really
It means great cinema.
All time, almost.
Let me explain.
Perfect, immaculate filmmaking.
I know.
But why is it being used for everything? Is it like the new
It's
base?
Mupke Jones' fault. It's Mupke Jones'
It's a
fault.
4chan thing because here's how it started. People were arguing whether the Christopher Nolan movies were flicks, films, or cinema. So they were like, oh, well, there's something above cinema. It's Kino, which is the German word for film, as in kinography. And it kind of caught on as a meme. So whenever a movie is like the best shit, they call it Kino. Like,
okay, I understand now. That makes sense.
And then
That's
it extended to like everything else. Now video games are Kino. Or actually,
it's just like Simps and Cucks. It gets extended to fucking everything because the internet is too widely used by a lot of idiots.
Everything sprouts from fucking 4chan and then spreads out over the rest like a plague.
It's all people like my fault.
Actually, with games, it's called Ludo, as in Ludo, the German word for play. But
Monkey didn't invent that term.
Nope.
No, but he popularized
invented
it.
the term.
Monkey took everything from 4chan, just as
yes, he's just an
Digi
edgelord.
took everything from 4chan, and I took everything from 4chan.
Yeah, me too.
All right, can we get some order in here and start talking about the real issues?
Yes. Okay.
Right.
So
I'm
first
just
of all,
gonna
I'd like
use
to apply
that-
some
that-
context that has to do with everybody in this room except for maybe unknown. So, Hypocrite, who is a member of the PCP.
He's in the waiting room, by the way.
Hippo is in here.
What is
Yeah, he's there.
Whoa! Okay, first I want to introduce Hippo before I bring him in, and I will have to kick.
Hell yeah, dude! Hell yeah!
I will have to
Fuck
kick
yeah.
somebody, but I'll bring in Hippo. All right,
Hippo
Hippo
the guy
has an OnlyFans account for a fictional character where he is drawing lewds of that character.
That's
Right?
fucking brilliant.
I think that's so creative and fun, and I saw that, and it gave me a lot of ideas.
Is the art any good? Is it fappable?
No, it's not fappable. I'm gonna be honest,
Damn.
Econ. I mean, it might
I
be if
mean-
you're into inflation.
Job done.
Inflation.
No, sorry, I'm not Andrew Dobson.
I know who
Speaking of
that is.
inflation, Econ, did you see where you were in the AniTubers like fetish tier list?
No.
You didn't
What?
see this? Let me share it. I'll share it in the Discord really quick because you're in here too, and I just want to get your take on where you're placed. Give me 1 second to pull this up.
Okay. I guess this is a brief aside from the sluts because I do want to get back to talking about sluts. But
Oh, we will. We're talking about sluts right now.
we definitely will.
Oh yeah.
Are we? Because we keep fucking foreplaying. Let's just start fucking with this conversation.
That's how you
already.
talk about sluts. I don't know what you want.
That's how sluts do it on fucking OnlyFans. You gotta show
You
them
have
a
to
little bit.
tease
Yeah,
before.
We're really taking
Aren't
a
there
long
for
time to get
foreplay.
this.
They're there
Go
for
all the way.
fucking.
Go all the fucking
You don't fuck
way.
any
you literally
OnlyFans
just-
girls? When was the last time you
Yes,
fucked a
you
girl on
do.
OnlyFans?
Yesterday.
Nobody fucks
I don't
girls
kiss
on
and
OnlyFans.
tell.
Oh my god.
That's
All right.
not what OnlyFans
Here we
is
go.
for.
Never.
Did you post it yet, man?
Yeah, I'm posting it right this very second in the general chat. It'll just be there. It's there. The Twitter is right here. You're in here, and I think you're tagged under inflation, and I am tagged under ass.
And cuck.
Well, that's just completely wrong because I don't care about inflation, but there's no NTR tag on here. So
Right, I agree. I think that's kind of a
Yeah.
sin. It's a cardinal sin.
I fucking no. If there's anything that goes for me, it's NTR. I love
This
NTR.
is What the What made this, so we should probably shit on What the What some more.
Yeah.
I know you're
Oh,
trying to
that'd
be
be
good,
pretty
but
fun.
fuck you, What the What.
I
Call
fucking
it.
love NTR.
Wait. What happened with what the what?
What the What doesn't know about NTR, but he's an AniTuber.
Okay.
It's
I call that bullshit.
I ranked all AnyTubers and how horny they are. God, I don't know any of these fucking
Don't worry
people.
about it, Ben. Don't worry about it. I don't know anybody out there either. I just saw Econ.
It's probably for the best.
Econ's
It's
under
probably
inflation. I'm
best
under
guy
ass.
ever.
Ass is correct, but that's more of what people are horny for me about. So,
Yeah, that
I
doesn't
think
seem
of
right.
myself as
I
like
don't-
more of like the top tier, but I kind of try to tame myself a little bit. Although this is pretty untamed, honestly.
I
Like
don't
your
buy that
OnlyFans?
what doesn't know what NTR is, because I could swear I remember I had a conversation about NTR with him.
They definitely know what NTR is. They should have included it in the chart, though.
Yes.
It would be better than tummy. Like,
Ew, tummy. Why is Digi in tummy?
I know, what the fuck?
Tummy's nice though. I like tummy.
I like
like
tummy
tummy.
too, but not as much as ass or tits.
I mean, I prefer when the tummy is being stolen from another man, but you know,
I mean,
tummy's nice.
tummy and Senfuku, but what's it called? Where's
Econ, let me ask you something.
Yes.
When you indulge in these degenerate NTR fantasies, are you the bull or are you the cuck?
Sometimes I'm the bull. Sometimes I'm the cuck. Sometimes I'm the woman.
It's
Oh.
the dance
Okay,
of life.
Wait, why would you ever
Fair.
want to be the cup?
Huh?
Well, I mean, wait, do you not know that some people are into that?
There's
Yeah,
nothing
it's like
inherently
emotional-
wrong with being a cuck, as Maddox would say.
Oh my
It's
god.
it's funny. It's funny, but it's definitely.
Did you ever watch that
thing.
hoverboard cuck video where the guy buys a hoverboard and then he's confused about how he's gonna pay for it, so his wife offers to have sex with the hoverboard salesman, and the guy's just riding on the
Oh my
hoverboard in the
gosh.
corner of the room.
Oh no.
It's like the best video. I swear to God, Dan Harmon did a bit on it, but
I just saw the list. Oh my fucking god, I'm laughing. Me and
okay.
Purple
Do you
had a
want to
fight.
get back to talk about sluts? I feel like we're losing Glink's interest.
Hold on, I was just saying.
We are, we
what's it
are.
called?
Oh, you lost that a
I feel
long
like
time
we
ago.
can't
Alright,
stay on the
fine.
topic.
All right, shut the fuck up, everybody. Time to talk about
yeah.
some
Because
sluts.
I am actually very interested in the whole OnlyFans thing.
All
That's how I got
All right.
with Glink in the first place.
Yeah, Glink has an amazing video called The Lonely Fans of OnlyFans. Now, Glink, I have to ask you, have you seen the parody Simpsons video about OnlyFans?
I have not, actually.
All right, it's just Marge, like, being a generic e-thought, and it's really fucking funny.
Oh
Let me
no,
see
I've
if I
seen
can-
it. I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Sounds quite Kino.
It is. I'll post a link. Oh
See,
my
you're,
god.
you're learning. You're learning already. He's learning.
How long is it?
It's really short. You don't have to watch it right now. I'll just post a link to
All
it.
right, I'll
It's
watch
just
it later.
it's
I'll
just
watch
an
it later.
animation. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'll watch it later.
All right. So you have a video about OnlyFans, and what is your main problem with OnlyFans?
So,
Well,
the problem with OnlyFans is not a problem that's unique to OnlyFans, and it's certainly not a problem that removing OnlyFans will take care of. And I'm not advocating for that. Let me just make that very clear. But through a number of things, I mean, one thing was through interviewing people who use the site, use the services, which I already had an idea of what kind of person was using it anyways, just like I have an idea of what kind of person uses Discord or uses anything.
Which use the word autistic to describe some of these users.
Okay, like, again, I don't say this with any discrimination. I have my own server. I've been in part of many servers on Discord. I can tell you with a lot of confidence that like easily 40 to 50% of people on Discord are autistic, like
you
on the
think
spectrum.
that
And I say
people-
that as somebody who is possibly on the spectrum myself. Sorry, go on.
Okay, I
think you're
understand.
definitely on the
Yeah.
spectrum.
I understand where you're coming from, and I mean, in my experience online, I agree. I also think
Very
that
true.
I am autistic. I've never been like specifically
guys,
diagnosed, but like doctors have.
We're
said
you know
so.
we're all on the spectrum.
I think so too.
Yes, that's true. But I think people on Discord are especially deeper along it than like normies at a bar or something. I don't know. You know, it's just the demographic.
know.
Of
It's a place where autism is
I
is
guess,
more
yeah.
accepted and kind of, I don't know, people encourage
here's a good
it
example.
in a sense.
Here's a good example of like how I recognize this type of thing. So, you know, I'm not just bullshitting. Like, I'll regularly be having a conversation with someone. Maybe it's a one-on-one conversation. Maybe it's a group conversation on Discord. We're all talking about something. Somebody jumps in who I don't even know, and they just start mouthing off for like 10 minutes about themselves. Like, guys, I just did this in Minecraft. And it's like, dude, what are you fucking talking about? Like, it's people who just jump in, talk about themselves, and go on, and don't listen to social cues. That's how I identify someone who's deep on the spectrum. And again, no disrespect to those kinds of people. I'm just saying that's very common on Discord.
It's very true. Like, I
That
know
seems
from
like a really
personal-
slight amount of information to diagnose somebody on.
I also
It's
think
not
that
I think it's
I
a
also think
stated
that
law
but
that
like,
might be a
that's
lot
some,
of information.
it's a very Spurg-like behavior. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes,
like when people
there's
say you're
Spurgs.
spurging out, it comes from some kernel of truth.
like there's spurgs, but I think you should be careful about using like medical terms to discuss this because like in all likelihood those people don't meet really like the symptoms or the criteria for something like Asperger's. I know the word autism gets thrown around on the internet a lot as an insult.
Like we just established though, this is why I'm saying this with confidence, is because like we just established, there's a spectrum. We're all on the spectrum. It's only a matter of how deep you are on the spectrum. So I think to view it as a clear-cut medical diagnosis is not exactly the right way.
I wouldn't say they're deep on the autism spectrum. Actually, the idea of the spectrum is a little dated nowadays, but
no, it's not.
Yes, it is. But
that is the most up-to-date thing. It's in fact the idea of a diagnosis is dated. You're actually have the inverse. This whole conversation is fucking autistic. Let's just talk about.
I love autistic sluts.
Me too. Autistic sluts are 10 out of 10.
Sounds like it's very
sluts?
intellectually rigorous right now.
My
Econ,
God.
let's have a whole stream talking about autism, but for now let's just talk about the sluts.
Absolutely.
Okay, go on. Wait, you were asking me what's the problem with OnlyFans. Let me get more to my point. This is it's my fault for derailing.
Don't worry.
I spurred out. See, exactly right there. So
it's because Econ's here. He just really
the result, the social impact that I've seen of OnlyFans, and that is just is that there's more lonely men. Okay, and it's not just because I've talked to a few people who are lonely. It's also because if you look at it from the perspective of what is actually going on here, and what is going on is women have access to an ability to generate a source of income that requires taking lewd pictures of themselves or nude pictures, whatever you want to call it, and gaining followers who are paying them money. So what's going on is women, especially attractive women, their market value, okay, is going up if you want to view it that way. And the market value of men, especially lonely men, is going down. And it was already low to begin with.
The thing that women don't acknowledge, though, is the fact that their value is always going down once they hit 25.
That is true.
Yes, but also you can still make a fuck ton of money past 25 off of OnlyFans and things like it.
Yeah, definitely, but you have to rely less on your looks. There has to be something else about you.
You can rely on.
I mean, there's plenty of women who are
specifics like MILF.
Yeah, but that's not your looks. That's a fetish that you're appealing to.
That you have to change your looks for.
But this idea that women just like once they turn 35 just instantly become unattractive is completely false. Like women, if you're good looking,
that's true. But if you're in a sea of other women who are at their prime, you're going to have to make a niche for yourself, or
May,
you will.
do you not think that there are attractive women who are over 35?
Oh, I definitely do. I just think that there's a different audience between people.
I want to fuck Christina Hendricks.
It's an industry that, like, you know, it wants the youngest women they can get, and they're constantly getting more.
Yes.
Like, they want 18-year-olds, like, right when you turn 18.
Yes.
Yeah, there's literally like some celebration I saw not too long ago that on their 18th birthday they opened an OnlyFans and I remember that shit. And
it was very depressing.
It went around like wildfire.
All right, we got a $5 super chat from Odd Toya that says, "Let's talk about Spectrum sleuths."
Obviously, never listen to the cockcast.
Just let Glink finish his point. I think.
In summation, I'm pretty much done. I just want to say, to conclude my point, the problems I have with it is that it seems to produce more isolation, more loneliness, and it further skews the balance of sexual market value between men and women, and it commodifies interpersonal relationships, which I am against.
I don't understand why you would think that is causing that, rather than that is a symptom of that.
Both can be true at the same time. It can be perpetuating issues that are already there, whilst also being the cause of further issues.
That's very accurate. what's it called? Let me respond to this real quick, because this was the exact point I started talking to Glink about, which was that his video wasn't very judgmental on like whether OnlyFans should exist or shouldn't exist. It was actually kind of journalistically rigorous, and like not extremely biased. But something I pointed out to him was that this sort of thing has been going on in places like Japan and China for ages now, like way before OnlyFans. You had things like idol culture. It's not so much run by amateurs. It's not amateur girls doing it, 18-year-olds and stuff. It's large companies, but it's still serving the same like sort of parasocial relationship, parasocial intimacy that's kind of running into the way of real.
I was reading a little bit about the history of idol culture, and idol culture really emerged like after women started emerging into the workforce.
Idol culture emerged after women started emerging into the workforce. Yes, but that is a coincidence. Idol culture started emerging.
Why? How do you say that?
Let me explain, because it's actually relevant to the OnlyFans thing. Idol culture emerged as the nexus of two things, the crux of two things. One was Japan's capitalist expansion. All of a sudden, there were all this capitalism, new products for people to consume, and idols represented a way to create a kind of like figurehead for them and to advertise in an intimate way, because idols build these intimate relationships with the men, like OnlyFans models, but they also advertise products. So it's kind of like having a little sister say, "Hey, bro, you should buy this," or something like that. But it's also because around that time was, I'm sure you've heard about overworking in Japan. It was when Japan really started adopting drug herd management, which was something they did post-war. And they started having these insane work hours where men would frequently be detached from their family and kids would be detached from their family. And everybody would just be like, study, study, study when you're a kid, and then work, work, work when you're an adult. So that created a lot of social alienation. It was really hard for people to get married and start families. And,
So do you think these women were becoming idols for money or for attention?
It could be both. Honestly,
I mean, obviously it's both. Because I'm a woman and I know it's both.
Yeah, sure. But like the idol population was very small. It's not like OnlyFans where everybody was doing it. But they shared a similar relationship with their fans as OnlyFans girls do to their fans, right? Where you see a lot of alienated men that creates a demand for this sort of intimacy.
Yeah, but it's an industry versus one person perpetuating this system. What? Like if you're an OnlyFans person, you're your own boss. Like you decide who you talk to and how much of your attention you give to your fans. Idols don't necessarily decide that for themselves.
I'm not saying they do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're an idol, you got to.
I don't like the idol system, and I think I prefer the OnlyFans system to the idol system.
I would agree.
But at the same time, you have to admit they come out of very similar social conditions with very similar desires. A lot of male alienation, which creates the demand for this sort of thing, which you could argue creates more demand. But that's a lot harder to prove.
And this brings us all back to Antifa sluts. They're on the front lines engaging with men.
What?
What does that mean?
Glink,
the women who are at Antifa rallies to get laid, there are women who are there to be hot.
Wait, seriously?
To take pictures.
Do you think there are not like hot like MAGA girls who?
There obviously are. There obviously are. I'm not just saying it's only Antifa. There's obviously hot girls who take pictures in MAGA hats. It's all the same for both sides.
They are, but I think the Antifa girls are hotter. I don't know. There's something about that whole.
Well, because they're wild. They're hot because they're wild, right?
You know what I'll say? I'll say this. Antifa girls might look hot, but I think a girl who's attractive and like intelligent and not ideologically brainwashed is so fucking hot.
Yes.
I mean, I don't really care. Like, if a hot girl is hot, I think she's hot. I could fix her.
I do care because am I just trying to fuck her or am I trying to get to know her and enjoy her as a person? And
you're just trying to fuck her. Please tell me you're just trying to fuck her.
No, wait, hold on. Wait. I actually think that's a mischaracterization. A lot of men, yes, are drawn initially by looks, but even the most degenerate of men will tell you there has to be more than looks for them to be genuinely interested in a girl. That's not all men.
If that's true, then explain "Okay, Boomer Girl."
Right? They gotta want to have the 2.5 kids, the dog, the white picket fence. They want to be like subservient.
Ben,
Well,
you're strawmanning the argument. You're strawmanning the argument.
I am. Admittedly, I am strawmanning the argument.
The argument that I bring
saying
up
a girl's got to have deeper qualities than just her looks. That's all.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely,
I
but
mean,
I think
I
to
get-
people who are at Antifa rallies, to see a girl who's at an Antifa rally.
No, wait, hold on. If you're an OnlyFans
I
girl,
just
do you
got
need to have anything other than your looks to make money on
Yes,
OnlyFans?
absolutely, you do. You do.
Yes.
Yes.
Holy shit! Wait, great
You
point,
have to be
great
able to
point, great
manage a
point.
community.
So, wait. Ben just made a great point, and that's exactly the point of what I'm saying. He's saying, when you're having an OnlyFans account, right, your value as a person in some way is being reduced to who you are as a commodity, who you are as eye candy, what people are willing to pay for in terms of what is
Yeah.
sexually appealing
And I
to
mean,
them.
that's the same
And-
place that we're all put in as content creators.
No, it's not. It's not at all. Because as a content creator, I'm sharing ideas I have on a platform. I'm not sharing my body, which is something superficial and
Ideas
shallow.
and your
Ideas
body
deep
are
and
both
expansive.
the same to some
We're all
They're not
whores.
the same thing at all. They're not the same thing at
We're
all.
all whores. We're either selling our body or our
Or our
labor or our
opinions.
time or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
But there's a difference. There's a value difference between your sexual intimacy versus ideas.
I
that you're
agree, but
sharing
I
on a
think that
platform.
depends
It's
on
not the same
person to
thing.
person how they value those things.
It does. And so that comes down to, do you believe in inherent value to things or not? And if you, and evidently you probably don't, if you're
don't.
speaking from that perspective. Right. And so that means there's no inherent value to life. There is no objective morality.
Well, there
And
is a
that
value
means-
to life.
Of course, there's no
Like,
objective
any-
morality, you fucking moron.
Like,
Right.
let me-
So you don't believe in objective morality, so everything is
Oh my
subjective.
God.
So
Yeah,
therefore,
obviously
moral-
that's true.
Can we
Obviously, what you
obviously
just
true?
said is accurate.
Can we
Based on what?
avoid
No, that's not.
reductive
The
moral-
burden's not on me to prove that objective morality is false. The
Oh my
burden's on
God.
you to prove that it's true.
Yeah.
So what? Okay, if
What are we
everything
talking
is
about?
relative, if everything is relative, then by that very nature, that's an objective truth right there.
Yeah.
Okay, so therefore, objective truth does exist, is what you're saying.
Objective truth does exist, but that's not what you said. You said objective
That's the
morality
same thing.
exists.
Whatever. It's this. It doesn't-
Whatever. No,
word we
same
want to
thing.
put
All
Same
right.
thing.
You guys better wrap
like,
this
like,
up because
it's
going
gonna-
into 9 o'clock, I'm gonna reboot the callers so we can talk about OnlyFans.
So
Yeah.
it comes what the whole OnlyFans everything comes down to is, do you believe in intrinsic value to anything? And if you
I don't.
don't, then everything is. If you do not, then that means everything, including sexual intimacy, is up for commodification by the market, and market forces drive the value of life. In other words, life is only as valuable as a number, is what you're saying when you're saying that there is no intrinsic value to life.
If you're entrenched in capitalist realism, then yeah, that's true. If you're convinced that
which
that's
we
the only
are.
way, well, you are.
Oh my God.
As a society, we are.
No, I agree. As a society, we are. That's true.
I think like Ben Saint's whole thing on capitalism got melded together with Glink's whole thing on morality, and now this argument.
They're not unrelated.
It's true. They
They're not
flow into each
unrelated.
other.
But it
Transition
doesn't
into
matter.
a capitalist argument.
I
It
mean,
doesn't matter
he was
whether
he's talking about the commodification of human beings. Yeah, it's a capitalist argument.
Ugh.
Not exactly. So here's
No,
what I'll
I don't
say.
think so
That-
either.
that
I think
is-
that's how you're looking at it, because you always look at things in those lenses. But
Because
Yeah, exactly. Econ's right.
I'm
Econ's
really
right.
sorry that if someone brings up the commodification of a person's labor
Yeah,
or
yeah,
being,
yeah,
then
all
you
right,
gotta
let
have
me
to view it
explain.
through a
Let me
capitalist
explain. I'll
lens.
reconcile both of
That's
your
like
points.
really. That's
All
on
right,
me, and
shut
that's
the
my
fuck
bad.
up,
Let me
everybody. We
reconcile
can all
both
agree
of
that
your
taking a
points.
picture of your hooch does not equate to building a fucking building. All right?
Hold on.
All right.
I want to reconcile what Econ and Saint just said real quick, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I
So
muted them so that someone could actually speak.
Yeah, thank
Jesus
you. Ashley.
Christ.
So it is a capital, like, in other words, the commodification of this does exist within capitalism, but what I'm saying is that this is not a product of capitalism specifically. It's a product of what we value as a society, and it stands to reason. Okay, do you guys follow me so far?
Yes.
Does this make sense? So it stands to reason that if we as a society do not believe that there is intrinsic value to life, okay, or certain things in life, that certain things don't have more value than others, i.e. sexual intimacy, sexual feelings aren't more valuable than labor, for example. Therefore, everything, including sexual intimacy, will be commodified in a system. But what I'm saying is the market should serve should serve what benefits humanity. The market should not serve. In other words, it's capitalism run amok. But any economic system run amok that does not have intrinsic value behind it, that's guiding like the direction of humanity. In other words, a moral framework, a philosophical framework, whatever you want to call it. If there is no intrinsic value to anything, then you're always going to be a slave to the market forces. That's what I'm trying to say.
So basically what you're getting at is that because the system does not in any way sort of place any sort of moral constraint on the value of an individual, that it sort of takes away from any value that they would have in a real life context.
In a way, I think we're giving up our agency, and I know that sounds backwards.
No,
like...
no, you're right, because then what ends up happening is that if this is how you end up viewing the sexuality of someone, then how does that affect your ability to interact with them in a more emotionally intimate way? It makes it incredibly difficult, if not impossible, because your brain, you have self-coded your brain into thinking of it as something you can actually just pay for. Like, that's one of the biggest problems with social parasocial relationships, is that it convinces you in a very unhealthy way that money is enough to build a friendship. And OnlyFans is just the natural extension of that in sexual context.
Holy shit, that is exactly true. I couldn't have said it better myself. Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
So that's pretty much where I stand, if that's clear.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. So I wanted to talk about my plans for OnlyFans. Let's get these guys out of here. Ben Saint and Econ, I'm gonna remove you guys. Thank you for calling in. It was really nice to have you both in.
It wasn't.
No, it was. It was. Glink is just too important for these guys. Unknown Otaku, you're polite. I feel like they can still stay in. We got a $5 super chat from Odd Toya who says, I think I finally understand the truth. Sleuths are the only logical end conclusion of capitalism. I see the matrix. My third eye has opened. So, yeah, prostitution, is it the final form of capitalism?
So Glink, I actually have an interesting question with regards to the differences between something like OnlyFans versus actual prostitution.
Yeah.
Because it always stood out to me that prostitution, it was more clear cut. Like, when you pay for a prostitute, you are paying for the physical act of sex. There's no strange, weird, emotional context that you're also buying into. Like, both parties understand that when you pay a prostitute, you are paying to have sex. Versus an OnlyFans, because you're not getting that sort of that direct physical, like, I'm paying for the physical interaction, it muddies the waters and makes it more emotionally binding and more destructive.
You know, I just thought of an analogy that I think pairs with that. Maybe this is flawed. Obviously, it's not perfect, but it almost feels a little bit like, you know, back in the day, most games that I would buy, it's like a self-contained game. It's probably single player too. You pay $60, you get the game, you play it, you complete it, whatever you do, right?
And you can do it again.
Yeah, and you could do it again. And you can compare that model with like the more microtransaction model of something like League of Legends that we were talking about earlier, where it's free, you know, you could play it for free, but you know, we've all been tempted. I've certainly purchased skins in the past.
I purchased stupid shit in Destiny 2, and I am forever ashamed of it.
Right. And it's like, in a way, that it's more alluring, right? It's more alluring because it's not such a transaction. It's not a clear-cut thing. It keeps you kind of stringing you along, even though you might end up paying more money for it. And at the end of the day, I would say in my own life, and I think many people would agree, the time I've spent playing League is like kind of less meaningful than the time I've spent, I don't know, playing a great Ocarina of Time or something, you know, like a great single player experience or something.
Like, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned that, because any of the games that I have played, which I have not played many, but the ones that I always come back to, the ones I always end up playing more, like over and over again, have none of that shit. None
I
of
don't
it.
know. The ones
None
I
of what,
play
the
all the time
microtransactions?
have been.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I am.
Those are the
I
most
love.
addictive and destructive.
Yeah, like I love things like Ori and the Blind Forest, both the Star Fox GameCube games, Bloodborne. I've started playing Sekiro recently. Like these are all games that have literally no connection to anything outside the initial purchase, and what you make of them is only what you do in the game.
Yeah. Right, because you form your own experience with it, is what you're saying, and I totally agree.
And
you're-
to bring it back to a prostitute versus OnlyFans, when you pay for a prostitute, you are paying for an experience that you are going to make of it what it is, and once it's done, it's done.
Yeah, I think
Versus
an experience with a prostitute is probably more valuable than League of Legends.
Well, I mean, and it's more valuable than OnlyFans.
I don't think they are.
Because when you pay for an OnlyFans, you don't have any control over that situation at all. Like you're entirely bound to whatever that girl posts for you. Like you don't know what you're getting out of it. You're just
I also think about it like why are you this is something else I learned by making the video and interviewing people is that the reason OnlyFans is successful is not because it's providing pornography. That's fucking everywhere. It's because as a guy signing up for an OnlyFans account, you sort of romanticize the woman a little bit. You get some interaction with her. You're paying for her attention, even if it's fake, even if she doesn't give a fuck about you. She's posturing as if she does. And even if you tell yourself, I'm never going to date her, there is something in your mind that's like, yeah, she cares about me. Yeah, she likes me. I'm getting attention. This feels good.
She has no idea who you are and does not care.
Yes. And so thus
Yeah, but
you're
it still taps
commodifying-
into the idea of inside your brain of like the friendship and emotional and affection.
Yes, it taps into some of our most intimate, sacred feelings. In other words, if I don't think caring about someone intimately has value, then fucking nothing has value. That is the most important thing in my entire life is caring about people. And so if that is up for commodification, then fucking everything is. Like what? Like that's just stupid.
And I would like to point out that it is completely different. That OnlyFans, because I've seen the comparison a lot of times. I've seen the comparison a lot of times between OnlyFans and like Twitch stream donations and or subscriptions, right? That it has like a similar vibe. No, it does not. Because with that, there is no.
They're both porn.
Well, no.
It's not because of the porn. It's because it's not because this is why.
Well, no.
I know.
It's the same. It's the same thing as you paying a content creator on Patreon, right? Yeah. When you donate to somebody on Twitch, it's because you appreciate the content they are giving you beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
That content is not gated off. It's entertainment. Yeah, it's entertainment, and it's also not gated off from you until you pay. You can watch a Twitch stream and never ever donate to someone at all.
Absolutely. That's a good way to put it. And also, even if you want to take the angle, because this is true as well, not everybody's paying for it to support entertainment that they like, right? Some people, admittedly, like you'll see this with big streamers.
Oh, it does
too.
have that potential. I agree, but it doesn't. It doesn't
It's
start
not
off
playing into that. Yes.
It doesn't. It's not built off of that. OnlyFans is built off of that.
That's the entire premise of the platform and the purpose for making one and subbing to one.
Mm-hmm.
May, what did you have anything about this?
I agree with Glink on this, but I mean it's a very nuanced take. Best guy ever from the PCP wants to call in, so I'm excited for that. That's Michelle's partner.
Man, I can't wait for that. Bring him in.
Yeah. Holy fuck. What an interesting time.
So, actually, before you bring in Nate, Glink, what do you think about just things like Pornhub, like freely available porn? Especially ones that do not involve like a scene, like it's just one person masturbating and like talking to the camera, because I don't think that that's the same.
No, it's not the same. But porn is related, of course, part of this whole equation. But I wouldn't frame my same arguments for what I think the problem is with something like OnlyFans for the problems I have with pornography. And again, as a reminder, because people get so caught up in this, I'm not talking about this from a legal point of view. I'm talking strictly about the impact, societal impact. What is
the
this doing to
emotional,
society?
the emotional
Sure.
impact.
And on that point, I would also say, yeah, like pornography has completely other in some ways deeper issues because it's so much more pervasive and accessible. And I mean, how old were you when you first started watching porn? Like most people were not fucking 18. They were young teenage
14.
boys.
Yeah.
14.
Who, yeah, I was 14 as well.
Same.
And I'll fully admit it, every fucking night, basically, or very commonly, maybe not every night, but like at least once or twice a week, I would watch porn and masturbate, and that was my idea of sex. I didn't have sex before that. I didn't have intimacy with a woman. And so if that's my experience, and that's been the experience of all my friends, I'm sure that's going to be more common. Why wouldn't it be? You get a smartphone at such a young age now, and you can access fucking any amount of porn on that. Of course kids are going to do that.
Absolutely.
And what does that do to your mind, your expectations,
Well,
your
okay,
desires?
I will say that what porn does, at least in my personal experience, I mean, obviously it's anecdotal, but in my experience, what porn did to me, at least, was actually make me want intimacy, because like it was so long, like from the time I started watching porn to the time I actually had sex for the first time. By the time I ended up getting to that point, porn to me was just so utilitarian in a way. Like it meant nothing.
Yes.
Right? But I feel like there are some people who porn clouds their view on what intimacy means. Like I don't understand how that happens, because
It did for me a little bit. I'll say that. But
for
sorry.
me,
It did for me too, honestly. I think that seeing porn at such a young age as a woman really kind of messed with the way that I pursued people. And I became like hypersexual, and I think that's because I was exposed to porn where like women were hypersexual, and I was seeing that constantly.
well, it didn't make me hypersexual, at least. Like what it did is it made me want what porn was not.
That's interesting. And I think
Like,
there's
it-
that
be- because
argument
I-
like porn should exist because it'll help you come to those conclusions, but like I
But I don't think
for
that happens
most
enough.
young people it's detrimental.
Yeah, like but it's an interesting thing, because I see more people saying that it made them less able to enjoy sex because it wasn't like porn. But for me, it was the exact opposite. Like I enjoy sex way more because it has that extra emotional intimacy component that porn just lacks,
Yeah.
and that I don't get. Like again, porn for me is purely utilitarian. It serves exclusively the purpose of helping me get off.
But that's not
quicker.
what OnlyFans does. OnlyFans creates these parasocial relationships where
No,
you're
no,
like,
no, because it artificiates the intimacy. That's the
Yeah.
problem.
I think a bigger problem is having over 100 different sex partners.
True. That's also an issue.
What's that anime Bigata HK? Where
Yeah.
she wants to fuck
Well, I
100
wasn't
guys in her
talking about-
school.
Well, I was talking more about in the, what's it called? When you are watching porn, it does somewhat tap into your brain, and the more like different partners you have, the harder it is to connect to each person individually. And I would say probably porn does almost the same thing. I wouldn't say to the same degree, but I would say it probably does. I mean, I haven't read anything on that. I'm just assuming it seems like a reasonable assumption, but what's called, I would have to do more research into that.
Do you think?
Well, look. Something I want to say really quick about this is the problem with always citing research and data and studies. Number one, those things are it's like bureaucracy. It's very slow, lumbering. By the time we get studies out for the exact impacts and effects of OnlyFans and all these things, even pornography, we're already way past the point where it's entrenched in society. So at a certain level, your experience and how you feel is valid, is legitimate. Of course, it doesn't speak for everyone, but you can get we can understand how something impacts society without having a ton of studies and data. And like, we had this focus group watch porn for 30 days and didn't jack, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need all these controlled data things to understand the effect of something on society. I don't think you need that.
Yeah, there's a difference between knowing abstractly versus knowing exactly.
Right.
It's actually
and I'm talking
hilarious.
more
It's
abstractions.
Yeah, it's actually hilarious because the one thing that we humans think we have down to an exact science, and that is what's it called? Diet. We actually
Right.
don't.
That's always changing.
Yeah.
Yes, that's always changing, and that's only because we keep seeing it, and that's because we actually cannot legally make a controlled variable, because the amount of shit that you would have to do to make this control and human testing is pretty much goes against human
Impossible.
rights. Yeah, and this is why we can never actually get accurate data for it. And what's it called? A lot. So like, yeah, we don't know just how good an apple is for you, but abstractly we can say yes, apples are good for the majority of people.
Yes. Yeah, and that's a good way of putting it, because science is very useful. Studies are very useful. I'm not disregarding that, but there are certain areas where they're less useful than others. And nutrition is a great example of, like, we've almost confused ourselves more with all the fucking conflicting data than by just trust. Like, if you just trust your, I don't want to, this sounds very like stupid and almost, but like, there's almost a way of eating, like instinctive eating or like intuitive eating. I think
Intuitive
they call it,
eating
where,
is real.
Yes, your body will
Yes.
tell you what you need.
yeah, you can trust your body in regards to eating. You know, you can, if you really feel how you feel after eating a
But that's
giant ice
only
cream
if you
sundae.
give up like sugar that you would really fully be able to embrace that. Because
Yeah, and
sugar is
a drug.
addictive as fucked.
Yes,
It's messed up.
absolutely.
Yeah, but I mean that there you go. Like, it's complicated, but you don't, like, if you have a craving for something, like, I get this at work a lot, because at least for us, there's no like set time for us to eat lunch, because you never know when you're going to be free enough to eat. So there will be times where you go a long ways without, most of the day without eating. And then you finally get a chance to eat. And when you think about, okay, I'm hungry, what do I want to eat? Immediately, your body, like my body almost always will tell me exactly what it wants.
Yeah, you
And
want
usually-
protein and some
It's
kind
protein.
Of
It's
carb.
always protein.
Yeah.
Always.
It's
I
so
love-
interesting. Like, I'm a big proponent of intermittent fasting. Like, I really think that that's the best way to go.
I
Glink, do
mean-
you have any diet tips? You seem like a fit boy.
Yeah, so I do intermittent fasting. I'll do sometimes like 24-hour fasts,
Yeah.
and then I'll
I
just
like
go
3-day
hiking and
fasts.
lift weights.
What do you feel about?
I've never done 3-day.
What do you feel about what I do, which is one meal a day?
So I've heard some good things about that, but here's the problem I have with one meal a day, is that if you're eating once, you're like mixing a ton of different macro and micronutrients, and you might be overloading your body with the amount of calories and stuff if it's all at once. You know what I mean?
No. So it's not that I don't eat except for once a day. It's I eat one meal a day.
Oh,
No. Wait, what are you? Okay, let me ask this.
So you have snacks.
Are you meaning when you eat once? Do you mean once in the 6-hour time frame, or do you mean
Once in a
what's it
24-hour time frame.
Oh,
I eat
no,
one-
I'm talking about.
Oh,
Okay, then you're on a different diet than I've heard, because I had heard of the diet where you're only supposed to eat within a certain 6-hour time frame, and then you don't eat at all for the rest of the day. And you're only supposed to eat enough to not get you filled, but you're supposed to get you enough to where you can last until the next time.
no.
And
So
of course, get your daily.
I eat
stuff.
one actual meal at about between noon and 2. And most of the morning I don't eat, and then after that I just have small snacks enough to make sure that I can get through. It's usually
Yeah.
usually like a cheese or a I like grapes a lot. But
I like 2 meals a day because I work out, so I have to eat before and after, or else my workout's fucked. But I like to eat like a brunch and a supper. But yeah, they might be like a small snack in between. But like I really try to stick to like a 8 to 10 hour window of when I would actually eat.
That's what I do as well. I think 2 meals is good.
Well, the reason I think that just like constraining when you eat is particularly good is because it gives your body that chance to tell you what it needs.
Yes.
People who eat too frequently, they are just eating. They're not listening to their body because they haven't given their body a chance to go through what they've already given it. And then it doesn't, like, how can you listen to what your body is telling you it needs if there's still stuff it's processing?
This is all, by the way, I know this sounds off topic, but it is kind of related because essentially what I'm saying is I've found, maybe my shroom experience has contributed to this, but I found that viewing the world as feelings rather than numbers is particularly useful for discerning, I don't know, for guidance almost. Like what we're talking about right now is trust your body, how you feel about eating these things and why you're eating them, and give yourself understanding of how you feel on the inside. And
I used to be somebody who counted their calories like very consistently, and like it did help me lose weight, but when I came off of a diet like that, it was really hard for me not to want to indulge. But like I honestly, for the past year, I've been kind of doing an intuitive diet where I've been trying not to eat late at night or early in the morning, and it's just my weight has been really stable since then.
Yeah, like counting calories is retarded because we don't eat based on numbers. We eat based on how we feel. It's like, it's just stupid. So in that same way, that's kind of where my argument in a roundabout way is coming from regarding OnlyFans and all these other things. It's like, well, do you, as a man, I feel, and I'm sure almost every reasonable person will say this, they feel like there's a certain significance of value to sexual intimacy with somebody else, okay? And I'm just saying, if we all recognize that there's value to that, why don't we just act out in society in such a way that there is value to that?
Yes.
Rather than like getting into these philosophical things like, well, is there intrinsic value? Do you feel like there is? Then let's trust that and let's value that. I hope I'm not oversimplifying it, but you get what I'm saying.
But simplifying it is almost the ideal way to go, because if you try to constrain yourself or force yourself to live in a way that's been like over over philosophied, then you're always constantly, in the same way that if you're on a diet, always constantly going to want to do what you feel like doing.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to bring in Best Guy Ever, but first I want to get to some super chats. We have a $5 super chat from Lindoname. Eating beehole is way more addictive than sugar. All of you are in denial if you think otherwise. Beehole is more addictive than sugar. So how do you feel about that?
Depends whose it is.
Anybody's, your preference.
No. If I really like them, well, actually, I don't know.
You can eat anybody's asshole, like a celebrity too.
I don't think I would want to.
Last time I did this, I was joking around. This time, I'm just going to flat out say no.
Beehole isn't that bad. All right, I'm going to bring in our friend, Best Guy Ever. Michelle is also with Best Guy Ever.
Wait, what are your thoughts on it?
Who, me?
Yeah.
About butthole?
Yeah.
I mean, okay, so I don't like having my butthole eaten, mainly because like I feel like that's a really private part of my body, but like I will eat butthole.
Aha! So you realize the intrinsic value of certain private parts of your body, and you would never want that to be, let's say, fully exposed or made vulnerable.
If I was right out of the shower, I would do it. But usually I'm not in the mood for it. Though. Yes, exactly.
Right. Anyways.
I have a very interesting relationship. You might be interested. We could talk possibly another time about that, but I really want to talk about OnlyFans, and I want to bring in Best Guy Ever because he's
just real quick. You and I have the exact opposite feelings on eating butthole.
That's perfect. That's perfect. That's how it should be. Opposites attract. All right. Best Guy Ever. The one and only.
Oh, Nate.
Nate.
Yeah, I don't know.
We
if
have
he-
two.
Oh, there he
we
is.
have two PCP guys, and Gibbons in here too. Oh my gosh, Nate. Hello. Is Michelle with you?
Bacillus.
Hello.
Your
What
red
happened?
pill.
Why did
Computer
she
died.
leave?
Activism.
I think her battery died and like the charger's not working properly. So I don't know. Maybe we'll
Woman
figure that out.
problems.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come
pretty
in
much.
later with a very shitty audio. Get ready, people. Get excited.
I'm excited.
Indeed. Pleasure to be here, all. So, Glink, your video about OnlyFans was fascinating, and also your question, or sorry, your video addressing the TQ in speedrunning was also very fascinating and a big, I mean, something I've certainly been wondering about for a while. So that was
very
interesting. But on the OnlyFans subject, okay, so like you guys going back a little bit, the basically it seemed like the conversation was kind of swirling around like is just the nature of the beast of the system that we're in of capitalism like inherently going to lead to like the exploitation of all things, but in this specific case of like sexuality being commodified and being sold off? Like, is that inevitable?
Definitely.
I mean, I'm sure most of us would agree that like it definitely makes sense.
I don't think
that
it's
the market would be
inevitable.
developed. Inevitable. I mean,
I think
sure.
if we had, if
Inevitable.
we embraced slut shaming more, it wouldn't.
Well,
Right. Well, that's the point of the argument, though. Is not
Mhm.
to interrupt you, Nate. I
Sure,
just
no,
want
no
to
problem.
add a small footnote. That's exactly what she just said. Is exactly the point. Is like it's only inevitable if we don't have some sort of belief in intrinsic value or like sacredness to sex. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
it's only so our
Well,
beliefs come first.
I respect your position on that. I think that like I approach it from the opposite side of like I definitely am generally speaking like a nihilist, but I'm also like a utilitarian when it comes to this stuff. So like I have no belief in any kinds of intrinsic value in basically anything. However, just pragmatically speaking, we do in fact live in a society. And so like the concept of slut shaming is an interesting one. And obviously that's the extremely negative way to represent like that concept, but it has had a utility throughout human society, the idea of like encouraging women to value their sexuality and not give it away, so easily or readily.
I don't think
And so,
slut
like,
shaming is
yeah.
negative to women who respect themselves.
I think that when you lead, if you made a video called "Why Slut Shaming Is Good," I think you'll get some negativity.
Oh, I
Or
always
if you
get
lead with, like-
negativity.
well, sure.
Think of the clip.
See, but what's
Think of the
funny?
clip.
What's funny
You're
is
right.
10 years ago, 20
Yeah.
years ago, certainly.
Mhm.
That would be completely non-controversial. People would be like, obviously, what are you
And
talking about?
social media is the X factor, I think, of course. and
Yes,
that,
it's
that-
expedited a lot of things.
Yeah, no,
I
it's
think
Yeah,
social
just
media has
accelerated.
changed so much about modern society.
Mhm,
I mean,
mhm.
the internet in general.
I mean, OnlyFans is clearly like it itself is an outgrowth. I mean that, and I guess also like Pornhub and the other more easy distribution things of porn that has made it part of like they say what like the average child gets exposed to porn at like age 8 now or something.
It's just
Even for me,
it's
I
really
think I was a
sad.
little older than
It's
that.
really sad.
It's
Super
well,
sad.
you know,
I was
again,
exposed to that kind
mm.
of stuff way too young, and like it's
Mhm,
my fault
mhm.
because I was curious, but like it definitely was
It's not your fault.
detrimental.
Hold on,
It was your
hold on,
fault.
wait.
Yeah, are you
It's
able
not
to
your fault.
accept agency at 8 years of age? That's I think a fair question to
No.
ask.
No,
Right,
I don't
yeah.
think so, especially when the stuff was being directed towards me because of the algorithm of sites like
Sure,
DeviantArt
Right.
Sure.
that constantly are directing you towards more pornographic stuff.
So
Mhm.
what is guiding our society right now? It's algorithms
fucking
and
Google.
internet and consumption. Yes.
Well, it's a great question, and you're absolutely right. I think we do live a little bit that I know a lot of people have talked about in the past. And I mean, for like atheists, this has been like the thing that they're charging for the last while. Sam Harris talks about this a lot, and I've always thought it was like a pretty good point. That like, yes, okay, we've abandoned religion, which I agree doesn't seem sustained by much facts and logic.
Money.
So beyond that, though, okay, we've now abandoned the system that got us to this place. What do we have left? Okay, right now, like we basically do have like pure capitalism and pure commodification, and like money will solve all your problems, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, I don't know why other people haven't come to this exact same conclusion. I feel like, I mean, I'm not that smart, so I'm sure it's not just a me thing. But it just seems to me that like just looking at the world that we're in, I feel as somebody who like grew up religious, became totally I mean, I was like a, church on Sunday, didn't really give a shit. Once I started to think about it, I was like, oh wait, I don't actually see much reason to believe in this. Okay, I think I'll stop doing that now. So like as somebody who grew up with like those ideas around me, and then I think like awoke to, I don't know, just a more pragmatic view of the world. I pretty quickly after that, I don't know, it took me a while, but I just put together like a worldview of like, oh, okay. I mean, it's true that the system itself, like the lore behind it, doesn't seem sustained, but a lot of the messages, just on a pragmatic level, and again, when you start to say that like, okay, some of the ideas that, for example, in the Bible seem like are a good idea, you absolutely do not have to say that like everything there must be kept along with it. You take what you use and you keep progressing. This seems to be, to me, to be the clear path to go down in some sort of like secular cultural movement to give people something like, you know, a really good example.
Look.
Yeah.
Let me add to your. I'm not gonna derail you completely. I just want to add to what you're saying.
Go for it.
People have a very hard time separating spirituality from religious doctrine.
Yeah.
And I think shifting towards a spirituality kind of mindset is great. I think we don't need to have it tied to a specific doctrine, but we do need some sort of existential purpose. That's the bottom line.
And that's why I love Star Trek, because I think Star Trek is the answer to this question. Human progress, basically, and not in just like a bullshit way. I mean, honestly, Star Trek is a very educational thing because it's a science fiction aspirational tale of what would it look like if we blah, 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 solved all these problems beyond just like, oh, they travel in space and they have specifically what is the goal of an average like human or any alien life in Star Trek? And they're very explicit about it. It's self-actualization in like a positive contributing way towards the society they live in this case, in like an not intergalactic in the sense of throughout the one galaxy that Star Trek takes place in. I do know my lore, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, I mean, that kind of idea to me fills me with like I mean, guys like Elon Musk, you know, warts and all, you're sure, of course, they have their things that aren't as great about them. But that's why I think a lot of people like me relate so much to this, what appears to be right now, kind of the single shining beacon of like true progress technologically and like somewhat socially, because like in the 60s with America united behind like the space race, and I suppose Russia as well, I'm no expert on them, giving like a sense of community to the people, an idea that like we'll all work together to like take us to the stars, in this case, to beat the damn Ruskies.
Yeah.
Fuck them. But that seems to be the kind of unifying element, a outside force or like a something larger than us, exploration. I mean, until we have any idea that like faster than light travel is even possible, I understand that there are some pragmatic concerns that like it might be just a straight waste of time to worry about space travel almost at all. But
we have an existential purpose.
We're on
the
right,
space
exactly. Sluts, am I right?
That's a physical. That's like a very. I would say that's not far enough. I mean, I agree with you. That's in the right direction, but I would say it's also not far enough because ultimately that's still limited to the constraints of materialism and the material world, and a spiritual existentialism.
But
would
what
lead
if
us
we have
towards
more material
even a greater
worlds?
purpose.
What if we're on Mars?
Well,
I mean,
when I say
that's
material
better.
world, I don't mean Earth. I'm talking about like the universe
Yeah, I
as
was
a material.
hoping, can you define in this case kind of what you mean by spiritualism? Because for me, I think that there might be things beyond the raw meat inputs and outputs of our bodies, but I'm yet to be convinced. But what's your view on that subject?
It's hard to articulate, but the best way I could describe it is what I would consider art is just creation, okay? And I would consider nature the OG creation. And so whenever I'm enjoying a piece of music so deeply, so intimately, or a film, or even a great conversation with someone and really connecting with someone, there is something there that is divine. There is something there that is existentially so meaningful that I can't put it into words. That's why people cry, because sometimes things are so emotionally overwhelming, sensory overwhelmed, that you cannot put things into words. Certain art transcends words. And when something is transcending enough, what is it transcending to? It's transcending into another dimension, you might call it, something we can't put into our human words, our numbers and facts and data. You can't quantify great art. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
okay, go on. Yeah.
Where that comes from is the spark of the divine, is the muse. This is something a lot of authors, artists, people have talked about throughout history is this sort of the muse that flows through them, this sort of universal consciousness that a lot of other types of people will say. So when you're asking me what is, what is, I'm basically trying to define God is what I'm trying to do. And God to me is this universal consciousness that all forms of creation come from and that humans are capable of encapsulating. And that is, I think, a great direction for humanity.
Well, when I think of spirituality as specifically moving away from a like a religious base, I view it as the ultimate form of self-actualization, when you can look at yourself and you can start picking yourself apart and understanding yourself and getting to a point where you are able to I use the phrase a lot, becoming your own God, where you are deciding things outside of not completely outside of influences on you, because obviously that's impossible, but being able to go through life in a way where you are making your own decisions based purely on your own interpretation.
Thinking freely.
Yeah. Like that's what being your own God means, is when you are not allowing outside forces to dictate specifically what you think and what you feel. That, I think, is the ultimate spirituality, is when you are looking at your own experiences, you're looking at your own influences, and you're deciding what it is about those that you...
Self-awareness, ultimately.
Yes.
And what does that require? That requires stepping outside of yourself. And really quickly, one thing that helps you do that is not that everything comes down to this, but like meditation and psychedelics, they very much help you step outside of yourself. Because I can explain to someone someone who's super atheistic all day, try to reason with them, but ultimately people learn through experience. And so what we're describing on some level is something you have to also experience, not just explain. Like even the words aren't enough to explain what we're really talking about, I think.
Okay, you know what? Let's say that's true. And I'm not trying to like dismiss you or like to paint you as the bad guy here, but let's say that I am in fact ignorant of like experiences that, guys like Sam Harris, who are, they certainly claim the label in general of atheist, would probably connect with you to a large degree at like, because he's definitely a spiritual guy who
I've listened
would
to him a lot,
accept many of the premises that I think you're putting forth here about a larger sense of self connected with the universe, which I guess ironically is also kind of a loss of self. But you know what? Just to be pragmatic, I think that between our two positions, even if there is like a disagreement on that, I think that we can come together because I think our positions are so close together pragmatically for what we can do in like the here and now, that I think like we can focus on in like in a healthy way our disagreements there. But pragmatically, I think that we would like 99% of the time agree on what that means we should do with our lives day to day, which ultimately for me are far more important questions until we've like mastered the world and we all are living in, fat cat land and we've all got...
in a way, what you're saying, and I completely agree, is that the differences between your beliefs and my beliefs are pretty minimal. And really, as long, like, I hate to, I don't know, maybe this isn't the most helpful way to point it out, but I feel like 90% of people, or a lot of people, aren't even close to either of what we're thinking. They're just so caught up in some sort of, I don't know, ideological bubble, ego. I don't know. Like people are so, they don't even have this meta discussion, let alone knowing where they stand in it. You get what I'm saying?
Because for the same reason that religion still holds sway in the world, despite the fact that we have evolved socially away from needing it in terms of like what it was originally created for, the reason it's still there is because people are legitimately afraid to face themselves. Like it is comforting to be told what to do, what to think, what to believe.
That gets in a larger question, because I don't begrudge... Oh yeah, sorry. Go on. Yeah.
To have a larger than you guiding doctrine with which to believe, be it an actual religion or something else. Because
that poses the question though, because here's the thing: someone on the other side of that, someone could say, well, therefore the utility of religion, of dogma, of ideology is that for the people who can't think for themselves, we need a good belief system. But that also
There's
clashes
something of
with
an argument for it, pragmatically at times.
yes, pragmatically. But real quick, it also denies that, like, in other words, from another perspective, it's like, well, not everyone can be self-actualizing, but maybe they can. So that's also
well,
we wouldn't
see,
want to limit that. Yeah.
But the thing is that if you don't even try to teach people, if you continue to allow them to lean on a crutch of ideology, you're never going to find out whether or not they could be better people by becoming more of themselves.
Well, okay, but let's just not ignore the fact that there are people who right now are good people with, I mean, religion, since that's what we're basically talking about, who just, if you like forcibly or harshly just took away their religion, would then become bad people. Like that.
Yeah,
that
I'm not saying that you take it away harshly, but what I am getting at is that as long as you continue to allow people to rely on religion to tell them how to think and what to believe and what to do, you almost just allow them to never fulfill a greater potential. Like,
well, I mean, on this subject, I'm just for basically generational change. I don't think I think it's one of the hardest things to try to argue.
It definitely is.
Subjects. Yeah.
It definitely is. It's not easy to get people to be this way, but as long as you perpetuate this idea that it's fine to be that way and that there's nothing that trying to go outside yourself is not, as long as you perpetuate this idea that going outside yourself may not be worth it, you don't know. How many people would be able to do so much more if they were just given the tools and, helped along becoming something more than what their ideology tells them to be?
The only thing about that question is it that sort of does open a door to a question of like, how much should we have an expectation of people to self-actualize or to change themselves, even if we've like calculated it as for the greater good or for their own greater good? People have a right to be like as foolish and backward and believe what they want. And I'm not saying that you're demanding they change or whatever, but I don't know.
No, but we
maybe I am
have
saying that.
well, no, I'm not saying that you have to. I'm saying that there is no incentive currently, and people aren't talking about this idea of breaking away. Like, it's just not in the conversation. People are not being presented the option.
Nobody's getting to this level of meta analysis.
Yeah, well, not enough.
Actually, we're not only are we not incentivized to do so, I think we're actually decentivized to do so.
Yeah, because living life under an ideology is stupid easy.
This gets back to, I guess, the sort of the main thing I wanted to discuss. And it was about, like, in this capitalist system, like, okay, given that capitalism is what we're living under right now in America, in the West in general, whatever, I guess over the whole world. And we've said that, like, yes, that system definitely has, it has bad outcomes it can lead to, no doubt about it. I just want to present that, like, when it comes to capitalism, there's a couple ways of looking at it, and I'm here to simp for capitalism hardcore. Because again,
I think I'm more of a hardcore capitalist than you.
Maybe you are.
Boy,
you probably
really?
Are. You probably are. But because the thing is, there's multiple ways of looking at capitalism, and like the biggest way to steel man capitalism that the people would be most in favor of, who are like the most strongly for it, is that capitalism is like just the natural extension or the natural consequence, I guess. It's the system that simply appears when you respect the rights of like free trade and property rights. Capitalism is just what happens when you have that system in place. And, I'm sure like communists or socialists would argue that property rights, like we should have a conversation about property rights and what that means exactly. But like, it doesn't necessarily mean that we should have things like government bank bailouts when there are like mismanagement of funds, which are done pragmatically for the sake of, what's the word? Buoying, that's the word, an economy, because like, it's just dependent on it. And like, there's all kinds of things like that like we could all agree on certainly don't look right on their face of it, even if a government like decides they have to do it. So given that system's in place, and I would argue that system has led to many, many good consequences. I think most people would agree that there certainly are some good things about it. Like there are these things like how it has led to the commodification of like, I mean, if you had pure capitalism, for example, you could have organ markets unless the government says, we're just not going to allow those, because that could lead to some bad things.
Yeah, well,
and that seems like a good idea.
The thing that I particularly like about capitalism is because, Glink, you're right. you are correct that there are some people that are just not going to be capable of stepping outside themselves and self-actualizing, that they need some sort of ideological through line to help guide them, right? That is just going to be the way it is. The nice thing about capitalism, in my mind, is that it sort of allows for a distinction. It gives purpose to both sets of people, right? Like
form of individualism.
Yeah, if you are super outside yourself, super self-actualized, capitalism has a way for you to capitalize on that mindset. Where if you're not, right, either by choice or because you just can't get to that level for whatever reason, there's still a place for you. Like, you can still be productive and still contribute in some way to that system. There's no constraint there. It asks of you to simply utilize yourself to the best of your ability, and doesn't. Obviously, you're right, Nate. There needs to be some constraints, because otherwise, people would just OnlyFans.
Even based anarcho-capitalist Nate is for some restraints on freewheeling capitalism here and there.
And I'm saying those restraints come from. Yeah, I mean, it comes from, again, like deeper philosophical beliefs. And if we just have nothing replacing God, like you said, then we're a slave to the market. By the way, I'm going to have to take my leave here. I have to take care of some stuff.
Glink, before you go, I really want to pitch to you my OnlyFans.
All right. Go for it.
Michelle is here. Everybody's here. Everybody who I like is here. All right. Next month, in the month of July, I am going to be opening an OnlyFans. It's not for nudes, but I want to do hentai manga analysis. I would like to talk about and break down what makes hentai great. But it's NSFW content, and I can't put it on Patreon.
It's a good idea.
Makes sense.
One thing I'll say, though, as maybe a warning, careful how you approach that rabbit hole, because I'll say this. I've known girls who have started OnlyFans with like these almost not saying that's a joke idea, but like, art or like other ideas that are not explicitly showing themselves.
I agree with
like
you,
that.
but like, I'm not a girl. I'm a demi boy. I literally identify as androgynous.
Fair enough. I'm just saying, careful the path you go down.
Yeah.
If you care, but
I think that's true for anybody who has an internet personality.
That's true. You're right. Definitely.
Yo, Glink,
That's
if I can make one
interesting,
last point to you, I just wanted to say to you, since you were the one who made that video, and I know it's the topic of discussion for everybody here, but on the subject of the OnlyFans thing, I thought that the way that you interviewed people who had personal experience was basically what some of the, I mean, that was just applying real journalism to the hellhole that is YouTube content. And I thought it was like basically the perfect way to make people give more of a shit than simply, saying how you feel, that people expect. Oh, I get the sense that like OnlyFans is like these kind of negative consequences. That was a brilliant move, and I found that very inspiring. And so just wanted to say congrats on that. That video was
you have
fantastic.
A channel too, right?
I do. Best guy ever. You should check out some of my stuff. I have a Gurren Lagann review that I think you may find
it's no longer
compelling.
I forget the owner of Ripple.
You know what? Maybe this is a tragedy on my part.
Yeah.
I really like Fooly Cooly. I really like Evangelion. I've never seen Gurren Lagann.
You know, Glink, if I could recommend one anime to you, I sense that we're a kindred spirits in general. I think that you did a lot out of it.
You're literally
Okay.
I think you would love Gurren Lagann.
I'll watch should I watch your review first though, or watch the show first?
No. Mine is very spoilery. You should watch the show first for sure.
Watch the show first.
Okay, if you just know pragmatically that you're just not going to watch the show, because I understand too much time, you don't give a shit, then yes, do watch the review and then go watch it. But if you know in your heart of hearts you have time for an anime that I think that will connect with you in a big way, you should make time for it. Yep.
All right, I'm interested. I subbed to your channel, dude. I'm gonna check out some of your stuff.
I mean, even his part 1 review with no words still can accurately display it.
And I won't lie. Oh yeah, that part 1 is pretty.
Nate,
well,
I watch
just
part
their
1
icon
almost monthly.
Oh, sorry, say again.
I watch part 1 almost monthly because not only do I like Gurren Lagann a lot, but I like Dead or Alive as a band. So
Oh yeah. Hey, me too. Me too. Used to play at my old job over and over again. It's pretty great.
I want to ask you, did you get the idea for that part 1 from that one meme that was passed around a long time ago?
The 4 guys reacting to the episodes?
Yes.
You know, at the time, I have analyzed my thoughts on this. At the time, you know, you should watch that, Glink. I think you could watch part 1. It's like 3 minutes long, and it will not spoil much for you. I analyzing my own thoughts. I was not actively thinking of that panel, but looking back on it, I think I was almost definitely inspired by that like series of images based on the episodes. Because
I will check it out. Nice meeting you,
too,
Nate. Enjoyed the conversation. Nice meeting you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Nice meeting you, Unknown Otaku and Pantsu Party. What's your name? What is everyone calling you?
Me?
Pantsu?
May.
Yeah, you.
May is my name.
May. Okay. Thank you for inviting me. I'm serious about extending the invite.
Don't forget Michelle.
And Michelle.
Michelle, so easily forgotten.
Don't forget me.
I'll extend an invite to you if I do a future stream about these kinds of topics. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming on for so long.
Thank you.
All right. I'll catch you guys later.
Peace out. Check out Glink.
Bye.
Go to
I feel like I know Glink more than he knows
YouTube.com/Glink.
himself. I know exactly the kind of guy who's a fan of like old school Toonami anime, and I can guarantee if this man watches Gurren Lagann, he's gonna have a change of heart.
Glink is great.
Oh yeah, I with the way he talks on most of his videos, I assumed he watched it. I'm actually surprised he hasn't.
Are the same person.
There's some similarities.
Call me Glink.
Glink and Econ are friends, apparently.
I've been seeing this Ben saying he wants to get back on.
Ben has been on twice. Ben has been on way longer than we allow callers to be on.
You're right.
And he's drunk. He's drunk, and he's just talking over people.
He wants companionship. He wants.
All I have to say is, like, Ben, you have the PCP. You can talk to your brother, literally whatever. You don't have to do it on my show. If you, I am extending an invitation to Ben. Ben, come on Saturday night. I'm doing a stream on Saturday night. If you don't come on, I'll just get somebody better. But you can come on at 6 p.m. on Saturday night. The same people will be listening to the show. Come on. Maybe only have 3 drinks instead of 7 next time.
You know, Ben, I think this is a teachable moment. I bet that May might have been more willing to have you on again if you weren't just so mean to people consistently throughout the show. Sometimes it's a good idea to spread good vibes, you know?
It's not that he's mean. It's just he comes on screaming.
Oh,
and then he runs away like a little bitch.
No, it's unlistenable.
Ooh, come on,
it's
Ben.
unlistenable.
I mean, anything with the PCP guys in it is unlistenable,
I mean, if
including
your
this
cock was
stream.
that small, you too would be filled with the bazinga, man. Exposed.
I mean, here's the thing: you can't be mean. You got to be like this, Nate. You're the reason why I started working out years ago.
Hell yeah!
Is that true? That's great. That's great.
Oh,
same.
Good. You see, you got to be that.
Nice.
The unknown otaku is the most surprisingly wholesome person in the world.
Right.
Well, that's great. Everyone should work out. There's no excuse not to.
I
Thank
agree.
God, I'm a human being again who is exercising regularly.
I have made Digi lose 17 pounds so far with my regime.
Excellent.
It's so awesome.
Let's hope it just sticks. I mean, we all know. I think everybody who exercises knows it's just about getting into the groove, right? Once it's a habit, your job is like 90% done. Then it's all tweaking. Just keep doing it. So yeah,
you just have to think of yourself as a fit boy, fit girl.
It really is. It really is like a mindset.
Yeah.
And just I don't know, like I did it for years, and then I don't know, the last couple of years I've just been like a lazy sack of shit.
I mean, the
and
most important thing is to
swag,
find activities that you enjoy. Like, don't force yourself to lift weights if you don't like it. Do something more fun. Go rowing,
go
push
surfing,
the fucking...
which is why I need to live near the
Dude,
ocean. So
if you go surfing, I'll go surfing with you. I want to surf so bad.
Yo, I know Victor. Victor and me were talking when we were in.
Victor won't do shit with you. Victor will just run away. He'll say he'll want to do shit with you. He will not.
We made a pact. We made a second son pact.
I don't believe that shit.
Actually, I guess Victor's the oldest son now, isn't he? He now gets to inherit the lands and
true.
titles.
That's true.
Just like my boy Sesho, my dog, Lord Seshomaru, will inherit my lands and titles when I pass. I'm sorry, I'm getting to you. What were we talking? Oh yeah, me and Vic are going surfing. You can come too, May.
Hell yeah.
It's gonna be good.
I'll be going as Mark. Please respect me.
No shirt.
Right.
Oh
yeah, if you're a guy now, you have to not wear a shirt.
Yeah,
it's the rule. It's only fair.
Amen. All right.
Well, you know, I only had one
start-
thing I needed to say, which is that someone said they were playing Sekiro, and I just had to say, based. Best game ever made.
I am really enjoying it, but I'm having a couple problems with it. Like,
are you getting filtered by the ogre? Are you getting
no?
taught?
I haven't gotten to that point. I'm just about to get to that at the beginning of the game. That's like the first boss or mini boss or whatever. I love the pairing system. It works, and I enjoy it a lot. But I'm having a problem with the fact that the stealth mechanics don't always work consistently.
Okay, kid, come back to me when you've beaten like 3 of the 4 endings. Then we can have a conversation like adults. Until then, I don't need to hear this. It's a waste of my time. I'm a level 10 samurai. You are a level 1 Padawan. This is embarrassing for me to even be talking about.
All I am doing is pointing out things that I have noticed so far. It's not like game breaking or anything. It's just like I'm trying to learn like what is it the game wants me to do and like what is the triggers for like what causes things to happen.
Learning the weird game mechanics, getting over the initial hump is by far like the biggest grind.
But I love it. Like it's beautiful. Yeah. I like playing it, and it runs on my 970 GPU, so that's great too.
That's great. That's great. I love Japan, period. And so I love that game.
Dude, Ben says Blue Lives Matter.
Did he? Uh-oh.
Sonic matters!
He'll do anything for that.
Oh my god. Did you guys hear about the Sonic news site that deleted itself? Have you guys heard about this?
Because it's blue or something?
Okay, so there's this Sonic news site called TSS, I believe. And they were making a bunch of posts drawing parallels between Sonic adventure battles where Sonic is constantly being chased by the police and is imprisoned to the Black Lives Matter movement.
I saw this. It was so
funny. And they got called out and then they just deleted their site. They're like, there's more important causes to have out there. We're done. We've been in the game for 20 years. We're done.
20 years?
They've been in there since 1999. They've been writing Sonic news posts.
That's just sad.
It's fucking real.
Wait, is that why Sonic was trending with
Yes! That's why!
Oh my god.
God, rest in peace, Sonic, I guess.
I don't know how to feel about that. I really don't. I guess, like, I appreciate your dedication to the cause. And I do think you have a right to draw parallels between Sonic and BLM.
He's an oppressed minority. Yeah,
he is. He's a fucking furry. They're the most oppressed people.
Between Sonic lives and Black lives, which would I choose? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah.
Sonic lives any day of the week and twice on Sundays.
Oh no, now we're an alt-right podcast. Nate, I disavow.
Although both these creatures are fast.
Shadow is black, so Sonic lives do matter.
I mean, we all know what Shadow the Hedgehog has said.
Oh, he's the perfect crossover between the two.
A perfect allegory.
Oh, I don't think people know about that.
Crying.
Okay, May, do you want to start working through some of these callers?
Yeah. Michelle, can you try to call in any other way?
I'll try to go fix Michelle's shit.
Okay.
And we'll go take a look at that.
Just come in whenever, Michelle. We'll start getting to other callers. We have a ton of people in here. We love you, callers. Guess what? If you're in the PCP, you do not get special privilege on this show. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Who's next?
Okay, so we're going to stick to the 15-minute rule. I'm going to keep track
I have
because
a
there
timer.
are a lot of
I have
people.
a timer. We'll
set it because there's a lot.
Yeah.
Bring in Foxy.
Foxy Shazam. Foxy.
What? Oh, whoa.
You're live.
I am so sorry. I had the chat I had the stream muted because I was talking to people in the waiting room. There's a big conversation going on right now
Yeah,
about
I can kind of figure that.
yeah.
About Ben.
I tried tuning in a couple times, but it's been pretty hard because I only have 2 ears and 1 brain. So what's been going on? I heard a bit about like
Well, we just
religion,
kicked everybody else
about
out
eating.
of here. It's a new blank slate.
Like you Thanos snap hit the reset button.
Yeah, I
fresh
mean,
slate. What
Blink
are you?
is gone.
What's the topic?
Blink is gone. The topic is
Glink
callers.
is gone.
Yeah.
Callers like
There wasn't
like
enough super
people,
chats. You know, if you
like
were
people in
calling
the
for
waiting
Blinker.
room. Wait, like collars that you wear in your neck, or like waiting room collars?
Waiting room.
Okay, well, I was just talking about like furries and where my persona came from, until I got dragged here.
All right,
Should I
all right.
talk about
I
that on
want
the
you to
show, or
speculate.
what?
What is Glink's persona? And what is
Um,
Nate Best Guy Ever's persona?
Did they bring it up? Because I don't
No,
think they did. I know
they
Econ
will
talks about
dodge.
his, and I had it written down.
Nate's persona is clearly just Sesho.
No, that's
Fat.
Michelle's.
No, but like fat.
What,
Michelle-
like
Michelle's-
the fat version of Sesho.
Like Nate and Michelle.
Well,
have the
you
exact
maybe
same
like a
persona.
flea, like a flea that jumps on Sesho's
Oh,
back.
that yes.
You know, like who's that green guy? Who's that green guy in Okami who talks all the time and is annoying and goes with the main character the whole time?
Oh my god.
Assume that's it. Nate is a What do you think? What do you think? Is Nate a flea? Is that his persona?
That's the
A
best.
flea on top of
that's the best
Sesho.
option we have so far. So I'm gonna go with yes.
All right. Well, I don't know. I don't even know what Glink is about, so I have to think like I'm only going off his name and his profile picture. I don't know what he
Well,
could
this
be.
is what's more important, Foxy. Is would you sub to my OnlyFans if I was doing hentai reviews, and if I was taking?
Oh, me
requests?
personally?
Yeah.
If I had disposable income, absolutely yes.
All right. That's all that matters.
Because I've never heard a hentai review, and I think
Wait, you
that'd be
haven't heard
interesting.
Hentai Samurai?
No, I haven't heard hentai samurai. I don't even read a lot of hentai, so it'd be
have you
interesting to
seen
hear what
manga
other people think
reviews?
about it.
Because I'm
Yeah.
specifically interested in manga, but like there are some animated like
There-
OVAs that I would
yeah,
like to
like
talk
it's
about
hard for me.
too.
It's so easy for people to recommend shows because I can just Google them immediately and just know. Oh, Glink said his persona was the college dropout
I'm
bear.
back, bitch.
Good.
That's incredible.
I remember. Thank you for bringing that up, Digine. I will draw that eventually.
That's the best.
I'm
That's
back.
the
My
best
audio's
choice.
as shitty as ever.
No, you sound fine.
Welcome back, May or Michelle. I'm
Fuck
bad.
you.
I'm so
Wow.
sorry. I'm bad with names. I was
Wow.
thinking Michelle, and the word May came out of like.
Well, you meant
my mouth is moving
master.
slower than
You
my
meant
brain.
master. That's what you meant.
Oh no!
You meant mistress.
Is that what this is about? Am I simping for May and Michelle?
No, you're
And
simping for
Ashley?
me.
For
Don't get it
Oh
wrong.
god!
No, you're simping for me.
Michelle has an OnlyFans. Just go simp
I
her.
don't even have an OnlyFans.
Why don't you?
I should make
You know?
I should make an OnlyFans for my furry characters and draw them in
Michelle,
compromising
Michelle, if
situations,
you
even though I
come
don't know
here,
how to do
we
that.
could do the OnlyFans together, and we could talk about hentai together.
I just have a really good
Do it. That
relationship with
sounds
my dad.
interesting, and I would watch.
Like I talk to my dad on the daily. He's been very good to me.
Me
so
too.
like, and I don't know.
I mean, think about it from a boy's
I also talk to May's
perspective.
dad on the daily.
Yeah, I know. I hear about it all the time.
Yeah. No, I'll definitely do that with you, May. Just reviewing hentai. That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, dude. Oh boy.
100%.
It'll be wild.
God.
I just first of all I have to figure out if I can even upload long enough videos on OnlyFans. I know you can put videos on there, but if
Wait, hold on. I have a question. Did this legitimately stem from the previous stream where I brought up like putting your analysis videos on Pornhub or something? Did this
I've been
idea
thinking
come
about this
from
idea
that?
for a while.
Oh,
I've been
okay.
thinking about
My-
doing it for a while, and now there's just an opportunity to do it. And I'm going all out on YouTube. So
It sounds based.
My nudes are free. My opinions you have to pay for.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yes.
My badge is free, but if you want to hear me talk, you got to pay.
You want to hear my
There are layers. There are layers of simping that you have to wade through to get to the real meat and potatoes.
We're taking simping to the next level.
I wonder what the demand is for. Like, I don't know how many people will pay for it. Is the interesting thing, and it might take a while to catch on.
Let me explain my plan to you because I wanted to explain this to Glink, but there's so much to talk about. The world is in such disarray.
This shit got wild.
This is what I want to do. I want to have weekly hentai reviews, but if you give me $50 a month, I will review a hentai that you
of your choice.
Yeah. And if it gets to be too much, I'll
What if
raise
it's
the
really
price.
short? What if it's like a really short, like 4-page dojin that
I'm
they
sure
want
I could
you to
talk about
about
it for at least 10 minutes.
Oh, that's true.
I'm sure I could
I don't know if
talk
people
about
would pay
it.
for $50, but then again, somebody dropped $1,000 in your super chat once, so I can't really.
No,
I don't
it
know.
was
I
200.
don't know.
It was 200. That's the most you've ever
Interesting.
gotten. It was in just
Guys,
a foreign currency.
I have to admit that I am retarded and I was using the wrong charger.
The wrong charger,
The wrong
ladies and gentlemen.
Stop
The wrong charger
shaming
for
Michelle.
what?
Michelle, it's okay if you use the wrong charger because you're always right because you're a
brain.
woman. All
Yeah,
right?
that's true, and I am a minority.
Exactly. You're right. Don't
Those
let
Asian genes really doing their work.
Nate, stop! This podcast I
Oh,
want to be
God.
monetized. Why are you ruining this for
No.
me?
I'm.
You and your brother both are trying to ruin this for me.
Oh my
Hold
God,
on. I have a message for the Nate Best Man because he's within. Oh no. We're not.
She's gone.
Anyway, I don't care. I'm gonna say it anyway. Nate Best Man, I'm sending a voicemail today. It's about topics.
I'm back, baby.
Well, no, wait, not even topics. Specifically, I'm going to do what should have been done a long time ago. I'm going to open Urban Dictionary on my voicemail and read off the definition of Animal Crossing because none of you have done it yet. And every single episode, you spend at least 30 minutes to an hour talking about Animal Crossing. Someone has to do it, and it's going to be me.
Oh no. Oh, Captain, my Captain.
There you go. That was
Do you
my
have
2
it?
cents.
Do you have anything else?
Not off the top of my head. Let me rack my brain. Hold on.
Foxy,
2
do you like
seconds.
the band Foxy Shazam?
Foxy Shazam is based because they sound like Queen, and Queen is one of my favorite bands. Foxy Shazam is based. Please
Singer
listen
of
to
Foxy
it.
Shazam, will eat cigarettes on stage.
Really? I
Yeah.
didn't know. I don't know anything about them except their music and their music videos, and I think they're really cool.
Yeah, they'll eat cigarettes on stage.
That sounds amazing.
It's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. If only I was getting paid to eat cigarettes on stream.
I've definitely eaten a cigarette.
Ideas for my OnlyFans.
Yeah. Oh, hold on. Okay, I guess I have 2 last things I want to add. One, I'm thinking of doing a podcast called the Socks Cast, and the first topic is going to be about this. Why is Discord based? Why is it the best social media platform to ever exist? Because I love it a lot. And then the second thing I was gonna say, I'm actually putting together a commission sheet right now, and if you want art drawn by the Foxy Socks, just DM me. I don't know. I shield myself on your stream.
That's
Haha.
fine. That's what it's for. Thank you.
Yeah, it's good enough.
You're a
All right, you should
fucking-
probably bring someone else in because there's a million
Yeah,
people in the
dude.
waiting room.
Thank you for
Peace
calling
out.
in. Bye, Foxy.
No problem. Bye.
All right, Ashley,
Uh,
who's next?
Keyblade.
Keyblade. All right. Where are they? They're not in here anymore.
They're gone. Okay, I will delete them. I just kept everybody on just in case.
That's fine.
Illusion.
All right. Illusion. You are on. You have 5 seconds to unmute yourself. Illusion.
Illusion.
I saw they were on here. I don't know if they were sipping for Ben, but I saw they had something they wanted to say.
Quick public service announcement. This is, you know how everyone's bitching about how women who work at home and raise kids deserve unpaid labor? What about the unpaid labor of we, the male significant others, doing all the technological work that these small brain moids are depending on us for? Where's my check from?
Hopefully you're
Where's my
getting pussy.
check?
Hopefully
I'm
you're getting
saying,
pussy in
look at the
exchange for your
360
little
full
help.
picture. It's not enough.
It's not enough. You gotta get 2 broads then. You gotta have 2.
All right. Can we hear each other?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hello.
All right.
Is this your first time calling in?
No, it's the second time, but I got to my proper mic this time, so that Butthole Weeb doesn't call me a Hitler-sounding guy.
You sound good. I like it. I remember you now. I remember that.
To be fair, you do sound like a Hitler-loving guy.
Oh, that's okay. We love all types here.
Something about you. I don't know what it is.
Well, I like his some of his depictions in media. You know, like that one film where he comes back in modern time Germany. That's a really good movie. Don't know how it's called in English.
I loved Schindler's List.
Not that one.
No.
Of course you wouldn't.
Yeah.
Inglourious Bastards is fucking great. That's all I have to say.
Inglourious Bastards is based.
It's very based.
I am the Bear Jew.
I mean, I like the last Tarantino movie for the flamethrower scene best, but the Bastards are great too.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Yeah.
It was okay.
I still haven't seen that. Also, where the fuck is Tarantino cast, Michelle?
Well, how the fuck would I know, man?
I mean, I feel the same way about Ghibli cast.
Yeah,
I know exactly how it is.
I don't give a fuck.
It's because the next movie's Ocean Waves, and like nobody wants to talk about Ocean Waves.
I don't want to hear about that shit.
Nobody wants that.
I never even heard of that movie.
It's a Ghibli movie that was made for TV.
Oh,
incredible.
Wow. Anyways, Ashley, you there?
Mm-hmm.
Well, since we were on the topics of riots and stuff, I want to talk with you about my main anxiety about what would actually end society as we know it, and that's if the energy grid fails.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, that would hurt. That would hurt really bad.
Yeah.
Like really, really bad.
I hope you guys downloaded all of Wikipedia.
Well, it's not even that, but like you have to think like so much of like commerce is dependent on an energy grid. Like you have to think about like there are so many places in the world, like not just in the States, but in the world where like without an energy grid, these places do not have the ability either for geological reasons or based on like population density reasons, would not be able to survive. Like there are so many places where goods are not available in the local climate. Like hundreds, millions of people would die.
Yeah, any city would be fucked.
There's too many people there to like actually. So you can't support that many people without power, because not just because like it protects you from the elements, but it allows goods to come to you to support you living there with hundreds of thousands of other people.
Yeah, and I'm just whirling constantly because the Germans are fucking stupid, and the Austrians even more. They think that energy just comes out of the plug, and they shut down all their nuclear power plants.
That is
and
really
and that fucks the entire continent because the grid is connected all across, and I'm really anxious about it.
Wait, why did they do that? Did I miss
What?
something historically?
Yeah. Like I think 5 years ago, like that, they just did a populist move, and they said we're shutting all the nuclear power plants and we're going full renewable energy, and it's gonna be fine.
Well,
and we're Germans, and we're have engineers, and we're gonna figure it out. It's just gonna work out.
Well, that's the thing a lot of people don't get about nuclear power is that it is largely still renewable, because the big problem with like fossil fuels that people bring up is that once it's spent, like you can't do anything with the waste, right? That's the biggest problem, and people assume that that is true for nuclear energy. It is very not. Like, number one, the byproducts of nuclear power are very low, and number two, you can use spent nuclear fuel for a lot of different things. Like the scientific applications for spent nuclear fuel are insane. The number of things that you can do, use them for experiments, use them for a lot of different stuff, because it's not like it goes away. It just becomes something else. So you still got something there that you can use for some other purpose. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just I also got a bit mad at the popularity of Chernobyl, the show, because
Good show though.
Oh
it is
dumb.
a good show, but it promotes fear from nuclear power, which is
it does,
which is which is arguably the cleanest forms of power.
Yes,
it is. Well, here's the thing that people don't bring this up often enough when they talk about Chernobyl and the dangers of Chernobyl. Number one, Chernobyl was not primarily a power-producing endeavor. It was not. The entire point of that plant was to create, as a byproduct, enriched plutonium for nuclear weapons.
Yep.
That's what they were actually doing. The entire plant was built for that purpose.
I don't think they caused that fear on purpose. I don't think that was like the plan of them making the show. I think
no, but it does. But
it definitely did.
Because and because the plant was designed for that, like from an engineering perspective, that's what it was built for. There were a lot of safety precautions that were foregone in order to achieve that goal more quickly and more efficiently. Yeah. I don't want to get into the engineering things about it, but basically that plant was designed from like an engineering level to fail. Like it did not have protections in place in order to make sure that that what happened did in fact happen. Like there were so many things wrong with how it was built and the ways in which it was operated that it was bound to happen. It was going to happen at some point.
Yeah. And like, do you know the podcast Behind Bastards?
I do not.
It had a great episode about a failure of a chemical plant in India, which like killed like hundreds of thousands of people because it was on top of a hill and it just produced something chlorine based or something which was heavy. And people were sleeping, and it just killed. And nobody talks about any accidents like that.
So, May, you lived in Rochester.
Yes.
Did you know that the one of the training grounds for Navy nuclear submarine operators is 2 hours outside Rochester?
Actually, there is like a huge nuclear power plant where I went to college in Oswego, New York.
Okay, so there are two plants in the same spot in Saratoga.
Yes, in Saratoga. Yeah, that's what you're talking about. Because there's nuclear plants in near Syracuse too, but Saratoga there's also some. Upstate New York is a fucking weird place.
Yeah. So the funny thing about that is that because upstate New York is very mountainous and like the plant is actually built at a higher elevation, but it is built specifically inside a valley, and it if there were to be any catastrophic failure, the fallout would get trapped in this little valley. It wouldn't actually go anywhere.
That's really interesting. That makes complete sense, though.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of weird shit I've heard from Saratoga.
all of like all the protection devices, like all the like water and stuff that would be used to like cool everything down are mounted at the top of the valley. You can literally see the buildings that are meant for that purpose on the outer ring. Like it's that deep. Like when you're
Okay.
there, you can actually look up and see the edge of mountains around the whole plant.
Huh. Interesting.
It also makes working there and just like being there a pain in the ass because it's a valley, and so therefore the wind is unbearable.
I've heard
There is
some
this power
weird
plant.
things about Saratoga Springs.
Like
on the
what? Like
recent
what?
Brittany Venti stream, It's a Gundam, who's a YouTuber, came on and was talking about there's like horse breeding, but there are people who are paying to have like sex with horses at this breeder's place in Saratoga
I wouldn't be
Springs.
surprised.
So there's like a huge like animal sexual abuse like ring down there.
Mate, do you
Yes.
know what it's like to live there for a year?
No, but
Okay.
I've met people from Saratoga Springs, and they're the most autistic people I've ever met.
That's true, but here's the weird thing. Saratoga Springs is the kind of town that you go into it and you're like, this is not a place where people are supposed to live
Mhm.
all the time.
Oh my gosh.
It
That
does not
confirms
feel-
everything I've ever thought about Saratoga Springs.
It does because it's a horse racing town.
Mm-hmm.
So during the winter time, it's only like the people that live there locally like all the time, and you just feel this deadness, this coldness, this we are here only because of what happens in the summer.
Yeah.
People not meant to live there. Everything about the architecture, everything about how it's laid out, it just does not feel
Nobody
like a
should be
place that
living
people
in
are supposed
upstate
to
New
be
York.
living.
I'm gonna be
Yeah.
honest.
But then, here's the wild part. Once summertime rolls around and all the rich people roll into town, it's bustling. Like, it feels
Yeah.
like a real place.
It's
And,
similar to
like,
how it was
the-
like outside of Boston, because it was
Yeah.
mainly Asian people and rich people who only live there during summer.
And the crazy thing is that I got there in the wintertime. And so, like, I got used to, it being a little weird, but
Mm-hmm.
fairly normal in terms of, like, what it felt like to live there. And once summer rolled around, I remember going into town and I'm driving through, like, these small little streets. And literally every other car was, like, a Porsche or a Ferrari
Yes.
or a Maserati or just some like the amount of money that would be on display just casually in the street was like what
Sounds like the
there would be couples like just like a man and a woman that were obviously a couple, and I would look at them and I could tell that the clothes they were wearing were worth more than my life.
Yeah, and they didn't have like labels on it or anything. That's how you know they're rich.
Yep.
Yeah.
It sounds like the average underground parking in Switzerland.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
All right,
There's this power plant in Virginia called Lake Anna, and my family would go there all the time because we had a boat there. And all my other like friends or whatever, like their families also had boats, and we'd go there and we'd play in like the warm part because it was built
Oh my
on like a
gosh.
power plant, and so we'd like hang out in the warm part. And I'm
Of the water?
I'm scared of, yeah, because it's like, oh, the power plant makes it warm,
my
right?
God.
So it feels good.
You have two
And,
vaginas now.
No, definitely. Like, I'm afraid of what that did to me. Like, looking back,
Oh
I'm like,
my
what
God.
the fuck, Dad?
I grew up near the Great Lakes, and like I do not go in that shit. That shit's gross.
Oh, you
Why do
definitely
you think
did
she
it.
needs the best man?
I think they did find like two-headed fish in there. Like, they found some weird shit in that lake.
Oh my God. And this is why anime is overtaking the West. All right. So I missed a super chat from the wrong end of the utilitarian calculus. Our great friend over here for $5
Oh,
says,
Jesus
got
Christ.
put into the psych ward again. That's unfortunate to hear.
Oh, they said it in the Discord. It's like because they tried to put a pen in their neck. Wrong end of the utilitarian Discord. Please do something.
If you're gonna put
go on
things in your
Discord
neck,
anymore.
put them in your ass.
Yeah,
That's all
just
I
put it
have
in
to
your ass.
say. Just claim it's sexual exploration. They'll get off your back. If you guys want me to read your messages, you're gonna have to leave a super chat at this point. There's too many callers to get through. Also, our good friend, 10 Alts is listening to us, so everybody say hi. Hi.
Hello.
All right. Your time is running up Illusion.
All
How do
right.
you say your name?
Illusion.
Illusion. Okay.
Yeah.
You have
yeah.
1 minute. Do you have any final parting thoughts?
Oh, I mean, why can't the people who go to fuck horses just get some bondage gear and have some pony girls and get off that way, like normal degenerates?
Right.
You're speaking my language.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, thank you for calling out. It was great to have you.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. Bye.
Bye.
Who's next?
Kazian.
Hang on, I had to do some moderation.
That's fine. I understand.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
No, I don't, but thank you.
No, you don't want to know.
Kazian Gib.
I know they've been in here, but I know there's other people who've been in here too.
Starman is next.
Starman?
Oh, I like Starman.
Starman is dope. Starman, you are coming on to the Corrupting Your Kids cast. I don't know if you're listening. Hello, Starman.
Oh, am I in?
You're in. Hi.
Am I in the fucking show after Ben gets like 30 beautiful drunk minutes?
I mean,
Yeah,
Ben
brother.
honestly deserves it because I did put his name on a shirt and make money off of it.
That's true. No, he was fucking, I don't know. It was cool talking to him in the fucking waiting room.
He does have clout.
He does have clout, and therefore he deserves to have better things than everybody.
He is literally
It's not
worth
true.
more than you.
It's literally just because I wanted his opinion on my show. I mean, I've been like trying to virtue signal to Ben for forever.
Big mistake.
He finally came on. This is a great show for me personally.
That's true. I do feel like Ben is like built for this show.
I think so too. I just think he needs to man up a little bit. Maybe have half the beers. Maybe cut it in
Not
half.
beers. It's hard seltzers.
Hard
Let's not get
seltzers.
twisted.
Yeah.
That makes it worse.
It does. It does.
Anyway, basically everybody in this call is guilty. Everyone is guilty of doing something terrible, which is ruining my plans for having a hilarious bit with Simon. Which was we were talking about like one wee evening. The evening we both became like one person, the eyes of like the great magnet and shit, right?
Beautiful.
We were talking about it was like me, Plunder, and like Two Straws and Keyblade. And we were just like drawing like K-On shit. And me and Simon began discussing the like how the different K-On girls like treat their pussies in terms of like what the status of their hair pussy is.
Okay.
And we were gonna have a hilarious bit where we came on and we talked about hair pussies, but instead we have to talk about real things, which is evil and bad.
I agree.
What
I
is
agree.
hair pussy? You mean pussy
No,
hair?
pussies with hair. So basically,
the level
here's
of hair on the pussy.
yeah, the
that's
level of hair on the
completely
pussy. Because I really fucking hope Digi is watching this. If she is, please give me your fucking input on whether or not you think me and Simon are right. Which is, here's how it breaks it down. Moogie
Watch all of
waxes.
K-On! I want to hear this.
Yeah, Moogie waxes,
You think
right?
so? You think so? You know,
Moogie
with her
definitely
eyebrows.
No, he doesn't.
No.
I don't think so. I think
No,
that
no, no.
the eyebrows
Yeah,
is a great indication of how hairy the puss is.
That's her whole thing.
Okay. Well, no, I don't think. I think she's too much of like a posh lady. Like she probably has somebody
But
who
a
like
posh
waxes
lady
pussy for
wouldn't
her.
wax her pussy.
Yeah, because she's like a virgin. Like she doesn't fuck. She wasn't expecting it.
Also, Japanese girls have better hair on their pussy.
No, they just like that's the thing in porn, like Japanese, like live action porn, is that like their pussies are always hairy because they're not supposed to expect the sex because they're virgin.
This is something that we did not consider
But-
as like
but-
men. This is
but-
great having your fucking
but-
input.
Moogie is canonically Finnish, so she's not Japanese.
Oh my god, that's such a good fucking point.
Yeah, but look at her eyebrows. I don't think she would groom down there.
Yeah, look at my eyebrows.
Look at my eyebrows. Draw whatever conclusion you like from this.
And we were debating whether or not Mio trims or shaves her pussy. I think that she shaves her pussy. I don't agree with Simon that she just trims.
I feel like she trims.
I
I feel like she trims because that is the most utilitarian way.
She definitely trims.
I feel like he would be
I
like
feel like
at
most
all.
girls don't shave the whole thing.
Yeah, but I feel like she's like the type who would be like really self-conscious about her pussy hair.
I was a model. My pussy's been through it, man. Just pour
Have you
hot
been
wax on
waxed?
it, rip
Have
it
you
off.
been waxed?
Yeah, I have to, cause you know it's in Hawaii, and all I did was like bikini shoot.
No, I understand. That's just brutal.
No, yeah, it's awful. I mean, after a while, like you don't care, but
No,
like, you really don't feel it after a while.
I don't know. Ashley, you recommended me to get this Manscaped razor, and I've been enjoying it.
It works.
It does, and it doesn't give razor burn either.
I know.
I
wouldn't have recommended something like
It's
that
an
if it
electric
didn't.
razor that's like waterproof. That it's marketed towards men, but
Oh, those are always the best. I have like an old grandpa razor.
Well,
yeah.
it's
like one
the
blade.
Well, how do you
it's
feel
the
about the pink
size of it.
tax, Michelle? The pink tax that you go and you buy a fucking razor and it's more expensive because it's pink.
No, women's razors are bullshit. Like they're
Yeah.
all a scam. I literally use like a one blade old grandpa razor with like shaving cream and like a brush.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And we know for sure that Ritsu does not shave her pussy.
Oh, for
No,
sure.
no, not her.
For sure. This was actually
She
sparked
might
by
trim it though. She might trim it.
by a drawing that Simon did of Ritsu with a very hairy pussy.
Oh no,
and,
you cannot show that.
like, I mean, it doesn't actually show her pussy. It's in the voice chat channel.
Oh, I'm
I
so
really want to
scared.
fucking post
Somebody
it.
let me know if it's okay to show it stream.
It's not like an actual. It's
Hang on.
You can't show it on stream.
no. Okay, well,
This
I
will
will
just
not
be
show
for
it
the
on stream.
people in the Patreon in the chat.
Hang on,
Okay.
I'm looking.
If-
I'm looking. Oh, I don't.
If you dig through the voice chat enough, you'll find it.
How far back was this?
And we decided that Yui just does not have pussy hair. She does not grow them.
No, she's young at heart, you know.
Absolutely.
She
She will
hasn't grown
never.
She has had delayed puberty.
Absolutely.
Oh, and her tan lines. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, that. And we also decided that Azusa doesn't have genitals. I don't know where that came
That's
from.
right. That's right. You guys are right. Fucking
Azusa-
phased.
She just doesn't have fucking genitals. She's just like a fucking Barbie down there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, May, you cannot show it.
I will
Just
not.
fucking-
Don't worry.
All right, don't.
You gotta
then.
edit it with the Crunchyroll logos, like I did to the fucking
Okay.
fan art.
Okay.
To the
Oh, yeah,
NSFW
Okay.
You're
fan
gonna
art.
need two.
Is it because of the dragon dildo?
Oh
Yes.
my god! Stop.
Okay, it's because of the dragon dildo.
It's never
But,
okay. Why'd you have to ask?
I'm
YouTube's
I'm not
already
gonna-
looking at us with a cross-eyed. They're like, oh, these guys are gonna talk about the coof again. They're gonna talk about vitamin C again.
They're gonna
They're
fucking
gonna
tell
talk
them that it
about
was Bill
Epstein
Gates.
again. They're gonna fucking ban these faggots.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I had a bunch of fucking things planned, and then I just decided. This is what always happens, like before I come on the show, which was one other time, is that I have a bunch of other shit that I'm gonna talk about, but then I just talk about the funniest thing, which is always the best idea,
Yes.
which is like a good fucking
about K-on pussy.
yeah, about K-on pussy. I'm just gonna fucking just start sharing like the safer work drawings that came out of this fucking speed draw, this quick draw thing that happened. There's just one other one that Plunder did. Have you seen
Oh, you did this
Lesbian
with
Punk
Plunder?
Moogie?
No, you gotta
Yeah, I'm
put this in the general. Let me see.
I'm putting this in general about a lesbian
oh
punk
my god.
Oh no.
Yes. Wow.
movie. Yeah, no, I've just been fucking hanging out with like Plunder and Simon all the time. Those guys are really fucking cool.
They're really based.
They're really fucking
There's so
cool.
many cool people that hang out in here. I'm really
They're
happy.
cooler than
Yeah.
you think they would be.
Dude,
Yeah,
so
it's
fucking
true.
cool. So fucking cool. Yeah.
Anime is more important than
It
politics.
is more important
I
than
agree.
politics.
I agree.
Look, yeah, I just fucking I think that that last like 30-minute, like maybe to an hour stretch we just had on like the fucking live stream was like the most lexical 30 minutes that ever happened. Cause it was just like Ashley, Nate, and Glink just fucking like ramming together. And it was the most lexical thing I've ever seen.
I know.
So I was just sort of watching and like being upset at right? Because I was just like, Fucking base Starman, thank you. Thank you,
Starman,
Plunder.
you are a man of my heart. We are the same.
Thank you. We are the same. Because like the whole time, I was just so fucking pissed off that I couldn't do my hilarious bit. I was just like, why are these? That was the best part. I disagree. I was just like, and like I was about to come in like really hot, and I was gonna be like, oh fuck you guys for not. I was just gonna be a dick for as a meme, but like now I'm like chilling, and that's what it's all about. It's all about giving yourself time to reflect on what you're gonna say, and then like saying the coolest thing.
What are you thinking about that K-on pussy?
Oh, you want to talk about the K-on pussy again, or were you just saying that it was cool that I talked about the K-on pussy?
Both, baby.
Oh hell yeah! I'm really interested in this, like because I was not fucking expecting you guys to like have any disagreements about my Moogie bit, because we were pretty fucking certain that Moogie waxes.
She definitely doesn't.
I don't
She's
know.
too good for that. She doesn't need to prove anything.
Oh, that might be true as well. Moogie might also just let it all hang out.
She
I
definitely
don't know.
does.
Okay, I think you've convinced me that Moogie
My
lets it all.
Moogie does.
Moogie lets it all hang out because she's fucking based.
Definitely.
All right, Starman, did you have anything else? I think we're running up on time. May
We're running up on time.
Yeah, we're sort of running up. We have 4 minutes.
Oh, I have 4.
You're not that. You're not.
No, I'm
that
not running up on time.
I know you're fine. But, we do have a lot of callers who want to get through. So
I get it. I was really fucking pissed off when Glink left, because at first I was so excited to talk to Glink, because Glink makes like cool ass videos, right? He makes fucking cool videos, right? But then he fucking made Plunder upset by taking his lane joke incredibly serious, and everybody in the waiting room immediately hated Glink, and we were all fucking on his ass. So Glink, if you're watching this, I'm fucking coming for you for not going with the fucking post-autist lane joke, which is hilarious, and you should have let him finish the bit. But I'm pretty much pretty much cool. I was gonna say things about that one Ashley post, but I think he already talked about like everything about it, so there's not really much left to talk about in that zone. It's kind of been like milked dry. So yeah, I'm gonna fucking head out. It was nice to call in.
absolutely.
Starman,
Yeah,
I do.
you do what?
I love you.
Bro, I love you too.
Bro, what the fuck, bro?
Bro, what the fuck, bro? Bro.
Kindred spirit.
We are, dude. Oh, I'm so happy you said that. I felt this connection ever since fucking watching you on the podcast. I was like, fucking Michelle is so funny. And I was just like, we would get along real well. And I'm so glad you say this.
You're gonna drink a lot.
Huh? What'd you say?
I love you.
I love you too, bro. All right, you can fucking kick me out now.
Man. Thanks for calling in. See
Yeah,
you
thank you.
again
I'll be
later.
back.
Yeah, I'll see
All
you
right,
in the
see you
chat.
later.
Bye. All right, Ashley, who's next?
Toya.
Oh, Toya?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, wait, where are they? They're not in here anymore. They're
Toya's
gone.
not
Cassie?
in-
Oh.
Okay, Oro Barista.
Yeah, Ben Cassie.
The barista?
Mm-hmm.
Oro Barista, you're here. Hello.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Yeah,
Friend.
please bring on Ben. He's well as drunk than me. He's,
Why is
probably
Ben
way
in
less
here again? Ben's
vitriolic
been
than
here
I'm gonna be
twice.
if you keep me in here.
Do you think Ben should come on
yeah,
Saturday?
this is all brain dead fucking garbage. Please take someone in to destroy these fucking brain dead points. I'm out of here. Let Ben in. Bye.
What did he just say? I don't know what
He
he
wants
said.
more Ben. Come back Saturday. Saturday night. Ben said he said Sunday, but I've always said Saturday, so I don't know where he got that from. It's Saturday, Ben. Come Saturday at 6. I'll have you on. We can talk.
Fucking accent.
El
I've ever
Mono
heard.
to
He's a
El
freak.
Mono. But who's next?
It's gonna be a
Cassie
bad idea. I know it, but
Cassie
bring on
Gibb.
Sprocket.
God damn it.
Sprocket.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Rocket.
Sprocket, hello. You're muted, so I'll give you a couple seconds. Oh, they're here.
Oh, hold
Hey.
on. Sorry, just a sec, buddy.
Yeah, no problem.
Hey, how's it going?
Hello.
All right. So, I actually, I actually don't know like the format of the show. So I'm a plant from a separate Discord who's been brought on to argue with Ash. Is that on format?
Oh
No,
Sure. I
and
mean, this is
no,
a this is
I'm
a
not
free
interested.
speech platform.
I know exactly who it is
No.
and what it's for, and I have
No,
no
it's-
interest in talking to any of those people. I know exactly who it is.
Wait,
I
are you
don't
from
care.
the Ben Saint Discord? Because I've never
Yardcord?
No.
Are you
Yardcord?
Nerd?
Yeah.
Hell
I
yeah.
have
No
exactly what I'm about.
All right.
No, I have no.
Sprocket,
no,
you
I'm
and
not,
me go. Let's go, Sprocket.
Yeah, that's totally fine. All right, so the topic I wanted to talk about is conspiracy theories, right?
Hell
Is
yeah.
that so? What are we about here? What's our take on conspiracy theories? Well, let me tell you my little pieces here.
Which specific ones? There's lots of conspiracy theories. Like,
Oh yeah, okay. So we can pick a specific one to dissect if we want. But my broad position is that I am very anti-conspiracy theory, right?
Why?
So my why? Okay, so what I'm about, I am very much about high epistemological standards, right?
Okay.
I seek truth. This is, and I wear a fedora all the time.
I agree.
Thanks,
Are you
Sprocket.
frustrated with the mainstream media's depiction of what quote unquote truth is?
Not.
Where do you get your news from?
So, oh gosh, this is gonna be generally The Economist.
Okay.
That's kind of my main news source. I try to go for academic sources. So I'm in graduate school right now. I'm kind of an academic cuck kind of guy. So that's what I like.
That's
to go
awesome.
to. So I share concerns about the mainstream media, in the sense that it's true that they're businesses, right? They're looking for clicks.
Yes.
These are not
Not
sources
any
which are
different from
dedicated.
individuals, honestly.
No, yeah, that's absolutely right. However, I generally don't believe that the mainstream media is lying significantly. I think it's much more about spin. So, for example,
Yes.
if I see something on CNN, like the reporting on the riots, I don't think CNN is lying about the riots.
Well,
or
what do you
anything.
think when
Or
they show a
if-
clip and then they clip it? Okay, so there's this clip of a police car driving into a mob of people, and
Yep, seen it.
CNN aired this clip but cut it before the car actually drove through the people. And
Wait,
the
is this
act-
something?
This is real. I could probably pull up a source, but you're gonna have to give me like a minute on that one.
That's okay. Are you talking about the one in Denver? It's like a black car, and they're driving through Denver, I think.
No, it's police cars. I think it's in New York City.
Okay, fuck. Then I don't know what you're
It's
talking
police cars that are driving through a crowd of people. It's two cars, and one of them actually goes through people. But CNN aired this clip, but cut it before the car actually went through the crowd.
That seems kind of yikes. So I actually don't follow CNN. Do you consistently follow CNN?
No, I don't have fucking cable. Fuck that
No, that's-
shit.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, no, I
I
agree.
follow them
Yeah,
on
fuck that.
Twitter,
We're
but I
used.
try to follow everybody on Twitter.
All right, so that's totally fair. Let me say, I'm trying to approach this in like a. Okay, so let me wear my political biases on my sleeve, right? I'm a pretty lefty kind of guy. So I'm generally. Why am I saying this? I had a whole thing thought out. Anyway, the point that I'm trying to say is I completely recognize that sources like CNN are probably representing the riots in a light that represents the rioters more positively, right? Because that's better spin for them. I completely recognize that that's happening. So I don't want to get too far off the topic of conspiracy theories, right? Because I was thinking like mainly like Epstein, Corona.
Somebody shared the
Are you like
clip.
a 9/11 truther?
I think this is the
What's
clip.
that?
No, I'm not a 9/11
me see.
truther. I just think it's interesting to have that discourse online. And I more entertain a lot of the conspiracy theories than actually subscribe to them, but I think they have a right to exist. I think that's
Okay, so actually, an anonymous source has actually just given me the video, so I can post this. We'll do it in general. I assume this is what you're talking about, right?
Somebody
Does this
did
look right?
share. Somebody shared it. Let me see. Let me just make
Oh,
sure.
oh.
Yeah, that's the
Oh,
clip. That's
somebody
the
did
clip.
share it.
That's the clip.
Yep. Okay. Okay. So they cut this off before.
Before the car actually charges into the people.
Oh, holy shit! Wait, so I'm confused. What's happening here? Are these riots? These are the George Floyd riots. Why would CNN cut this off? Don't they want to like? Wouldn't their spin be painting the police in a bad light?
I don't know. I don't know what CNN's end game is. I think they
got
just
pretty mad after they got fucked up during the riots.
Huh. All right. So I don't know. I can't really comment on this. I just
right.
Don't know
I
enough
just
about
think
CNN
I just think it's interesting that this is something that happened. I guess.
So that's totally fair. So let me start by conceding as much as I can here to be fair, right? It is true that in general, and this happens on both the left and right, right? Like I know a lot of people make radical centrist memes. It's absolutely true. CNN is trying to sell you a left-leaning story. Fox is trying to sell you a right-leaning story. This is absolutely true. Nobody can deny this.
They're not denying it either.
No, they generally won't deny it. Now, my issue with conspiracy theories, right? So I'm alluding to a particular stream, podcast, whatever you call these, where I saw you and Ash talking. And I wasn't actually here to like shit on you, Ash, by the way. That was like a joke start. I'm not trying to like start shit.
No, but
well, I'm starting shit a little bit. But
no,
what's
the
that?
place that you come from does, and I'm not a fan.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm not gonna lie. Everybody on Yardcode really hates you. I don't really know who you are. I don't have an opinion on you. So if that helps. So okay, I have like a few quotes here. Things like you guys were talking about conspiracy theories, and the general feeling I got, not even really a feeling, this is kind of a direct quote, is that you guys think that people who don't entertain these things are kind of NPCs and they just want to play like 3D chess in their normal lives, but the real people play 4D chess by considering these kind of unfounded conspiracy theories. I find this really troubling as a person who, again, putting my fedora on,
I think that's a very big simplification of what we're saying.
So yeah, that's absolutely true. That's why I'm not going to like hold you to any of these quotes. So I was curious, like, if you want to clarify your position, I'm not going to hold you to anything.
On what in specific? On conspiracy theories in general?
Yeah. On entertaining unfounded conspiracy theories, right?
I think we should entertain every thought. I think there should be discussion about every thought. I think there should just be discussion.
Okay, sure, but let's pick a specific conspiracy theory. You guys seem to, at the time, think Corona was possibly fake. Do you guys think like Corona's a bioweapon?
I don't think fake is a fake or a bioweapon. Which one are you trying to ask?
At the time, you guys seemed to think it was fake. Now I don't know what your opinion is. Are you guys in the bioweapon?
Me and Ashley have different opinions on this. And I think that's fine to have different opinions on it. I don't want to speak for Ashley, but I think they were trying to say that how the media was painting it out, like the fatality rate, was not true. Is
fake.
Yeah, so maybe that's what they were trying to say, but I'm not trying to say that the fatality rate is like fake per se, but I do think we blew it out of proportion with the media, and that there's a lot of fear mongering in the media that we should be aware of.
Sure, I don't know. This feels a lot more declawed than what I was hearing before. Like, I wrote down a couple of.
Do you have a specific quote or anything or episode?
Thought it was a bioweapon.
Yeah. So it's the lolcow question. That's the episode. That I saw.
Did I say it was bioweapon? Because like I still stand by the possibility that it is. I don't think we should disregard that it could be. Because there have been bioweapons in the past. I don't think we should be afraid to say that this could be a bioweapon. It could be from America or from China.
But saying it's possible is like, there are very few things which are easy to rule out as impossible, right? Saying things that are possible, it feels like you're hinting at something. Like, it's very unlikely. We shouldn't.
Why do you think it's unlikely?
Because there's no evidence for it. Okay,
there's no evidence for it not being one.
But you can't. I mean,
what's your argument? I just am saying that I think that I have a right to entertain the idea that it is possible that it could be a bioweapon, and you haven't proven me any evidence to say that it's not one.
Okay, first, it's not about taking away your right. It's about having high epistemological standards, right?
Okay,
in general, okay, so you're familiar with the concept of like positive responsibility in argument, that if you make a positive claim, you have the responsibility to defend that claim. I would say the neutral position is that, and maybe you disagree with this, but the neutral position seems to be that the coronavirus is not a bioweapon, right?
But who's shaping the neutral position?
What's that?
Who's shaping the neutral position?
What do you mean, who's shaping the neutral position?
What do you mean a neutral position?
Given any disease, is our neutral position?
But this is not any disease. This is a disease that has been hyped up in the media. Everybody has an opinion on it. It's impacting everybody. There is no neutral position.
Why is the neutral? Okay, when I say the neutral position, I mean to say that maybe I need to take a different tact on this. it is the general opinion of the epidemiological community that coronavirus is naturally occurring, right? There is no major epidemiologist who seems to think that it's not. Or
It can also be naturally
academic
occurring
sounding
and
the
come
alarm.
from a bioweapon. The two are not mutually exclusive.
Wait, how would they not be mutually exclusive?
Okay,
If it's
so
naturally
this
occurring,
is,
it's not a
this is
bioweapon.
the idea about the bioweapon, that they are not creating a new disease, that they are just experimenting with an already existing disease, and it would be considered naturally occurring if they were doing these things. Like, there is a biolab in China where they were experimenting with bat coronaviruses. This is a proven fact. So when you say it's naturally occurring, it could still be from the lab. It could still be
Okay,
a bioweapon and be naturally occurring.
Occurred in a lab and is a bioweapon are two super different claims.
Why?
Yeah,
What is
sure.
the definition of a bioweapon? A
Whoa, hold on.
biological weapon.
If you
Even
study a disease,
smallpox
do you-
is considered a bioweapon, which is a naturally occurring disease.
Why would you consider smallpox a
It is
bioweapon?
considered a
it's only a
bioweapon.
weapon if you weaponize it, right?
It was
do you
weaponized.
think there's maybe
the
not another reason to study
American,
these things in the lab?
the American settlers were giving blankets infected with smallpox
Oh,
on purpose
oh, yeah.
to Native Americans. That's a
Yeah, yeah,
bioweapon.
Yeah, of course. But it's only a bioweapon once it's weaponized.
But there are
intentionally,
people
right?
who are
There's
intentionally
there's
coming to
production
America to spread the disease. We have the social media screen caps of people bragging about going to America from China, evading people who are taking temperatures, and going and spreading this disease. So I don't see why that isn't a bioweapon.
Surely you understand that it seems super bad faith to go, oh, it's a bioweapon.
I'm
because
not
I
saying
saw
it's a
this tweet
bioweapon.
where
I'm
this
saying it's
individual said-"
possible it's a bioweapon. I believe it could be a bioweapon.
I already concede it's possible that it's a bioweapon. Like, anything is possible.
So what's
There are
wrong
very
with
few
me
things where I'm
saying
gonna
that
say
it's
something that's
possible?
impossible. Because you like, there's more to communication than just the literal words that you say, right? Because when you say something like
Absolutely.
bioweapon, there's going to be an implication there.
There's
right?
connotations with it, but who is shaping the connotations? Who is shaping the narrative? It's not me. I'm not the one who's telling you what a bioweapon means to you.
But okay, are you familiar with the difference between like linguistic descriptivism and prescriptivism?
It's about oh my god. It's
What?
about elaborating on your point. When you
Okay,
use
sure.
words and you just leave it at that, then yes, you could say that using certain words is designed to evoke a certain response. The whole point is when you say something to elaborate so that you don't have that confusion.
Yes, but it is our individual responsibility to use words in a way that we communicate our ideas correctly.
Yeah, and
right?
I think that
and if
that's
you're
the point of
every word like
podcasts,
not in your
right?
way, it's your personal responsibility to clarify your position,
I
right?
think I'm
And not
doing
trying to
that
say,
right
like,
now.
Okay, yeah, but that's totally okay. I'm trying to encourage you that at the time that you say these things, like, oh gosh, I need to be clear about my intentions here. I'm trying to spread a certain set of values, right?
I think it's very clear what your intentions are when you
call.
called into this. When you said you're from Yardcord and you had a problem with Ashley's point.
Okay, yes. Goal number 1 is I was sent here to stir shit. I'm a plant.
That's fine.
Goal number
we
2.
take them all.
What?
We take them all. Come here.
Yeah.
Come here,
All right,
players.
all right. Hell yeah. My personal goal, right? And this is everybody's personal goal. I don't believe anybody who says this isn't their goal, is to spread my values, right? I want to spread certain values about epistemological standards.
Mhm.
Yeah? Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, that's why I'm here. So I'm not trying to like trash you. I'm not like I don't genuinely believe that you have seriously damaged discourse, right? Like I don't believe that there's anybody out there who is like, oh, May said one time that coronavirus is a bioweapon,
It would
so I
be
hate
one
the
thing
Chinese.
if I was
That
deleting
probably
all of
hasn't
the
happened.
comments that said that, but I don't. I
mean,
want to talk
Chinese
to
has
people
nothing
about
to do
that.
with this.
Sorry, what was that, Michelle?
Me hating the Chinese has nothing to do with this.
Yeah, that's totally fair. Racism is great. No, that's a joke. So
Disavow.
Yeah, disavow racism is a joke.
I disavow racism entirely.
wait, did I fuck up? No, racism is bad. That's my real belief.
You did fuck
No,
up.
that's
You
fucking
literally
stupid.
said
Did I fuck
racism is good. I don't know
No,
if I
that was
can
the
have you
joke
on my
part.
show anymore.
No, that was a joke. No, I'm like an SJW cuck
joking, I'm
leftist. Okay. All right. No, it's okay. So, all right.
Times racism good.
Racism's bad.
Oh.
My. Okay.
You have 45 seconds, by the way.
I have 45. I thought he had 15 minutes.
You had 15 minutes, my friend.
15 minutes.
You did.
It's been 15 minutes. There's
Yes,
no fucking way.
it
All right.
has.
Oh God. Please. Okay. Data-driven. Data driving your beliefs is super important. You can entertain conspiracy theories, but if you find no evidence of them, you shouldn't believe them.
Mhm.
It's okay to tell interesting stories amongst yourselves, but you should be very clear about what epistemological standards you're applying. Right?
I mean,
Like,
I
ghost
think
stories are really fun,
having
but-
a podcast labeled like Schizo Time or whatever I called it is pretty clear advertising about what I'm talking
Is it
about.
though? I don't know about that, dude. It's like sure, it's like irreverent, but
I don't think I don't think I come across as taking myself seriously at all with the way I brand my show.
But I mean, surely.
All right, that's the
you
alarm.
Can, all right.
You can finish your
gosh,
point.
It was nice. Okay, I'm just trying to encourage everybody to think very carefully, be very careful about their language, be very careful about their beliefs. The world would be a better place if our politics, if our beliefs, if our ethics were driven by data and empiricism. Yeah, that's
I
my
agree.
point.
That's
That's what I
based.
want to get across. Awesome.
Hell
All right,
yeah.
cool.
Thanks for calling.
That's-
Call again.
Yeah, sure thing. I'll come back another time. Nice
All
talking
right.
to you guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, we got a $5 super chat from Sour who says, "Justice for Ben." Ben has been on way longer than any of these other callers. Ben is coming on Saturday at 6 p.m. He said so. So
Oh,
you
really?
can hear
Did
him
he?
again. He said he was coming on Sunday, but he meant Saturday. I think he's just drunk.
Dummy.
All right. Ashley,
Brand
do you have any,
Cassidy-
do you have
Brand
anything to
Cassidy
say?
and Gibb.
Well, I have to,
You don't-
it depends on who calls in next, honestly.
Bring on Cassidy and Gibb.
I might bring Kazi on next. It depends.
She said she didn't want to be on the stream.
She's in
She
the
wanted to
she's in the
sit
waiting room right now.
I know.
be on
She
the
just
stream.
wanted to sit in there and talk to the people.
Well, you
and-
can't do that. You
Nah,
can't
just bring
do
her on the
that.
Bring her in the street.
I'm
Fuck
bringing her in right now. Kazi.
Yeah.
Kazi wears tiny hats. You're here.
Bitch.
No. Oh, wait. What?
Hello, you're in the waiting
What?
room. You have been dragged into the call because you're in the waiting room. Hello.
Oh, I thought that you were.
No, this is the
Okay,
waiting room
never
for the
mind.
show. Hello. What's up? What do you want to
No,
talk
hi.
about?
I don't want to talk about anything. I thought you were informed that I didn't want to be on the show.
I don't give a
You were in the waiting room.
But oh
Leave
my
the
God.
fucking Discord. Bye.
You're on the fucking thing.
All right,
You're like,
Ashley,
oh,
who's
no,
next?
we're back on.
Ashley, who's
Roger.
next? Roger.
Oh,
They're gone.
bring in Gibb.
Mop.
Mop. Are they here?
Hmm.
They aren't even here anymore.
Okay, next one.
It's been a
let me-
while.
Let me
I'm
just
trying to get
let me
through
just
everybody.
verify. Let me just verify. Okay, they're not here.
I know Gibbon has been waiting for a long time.
They aren't here.
I'm ready for Gibb.
Gib can come now.
Yeah.
All right, Gib. Hippo. Returning guest, Hypocrite, aka Give and Take. Hello. Hello, Queen.
Oh no!
No. Hi. What's up?
Happening.
Hang on, let me turn you up.
Have you been listening to the stream or just fucking around in the waiting room?
I've been listening to the better show going on in there.
I
Listen,
really
if you're
highly
in-
doubt that.
If you're in the
Are
waiting
they
room,
making
be
anybody
prepared.
in the waiting room?
I don't know.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
you know
what I
who's
thought.
making money? Me over on OnlyFans. Go to the OnlyFans. I'm drawing
Hell
new
yeah.
things.
I pulled it up on
pump
stream. I
9/11
pulled it up.
off,
The
yeah.
OnlyFans, what's it called? Here it is. It's
Pump
onlyfans.com/pump911. It's up on the screen right now. Please sub. It's $5 per month. It's almost better than subbing for $5 per 3 months on my Discord.
Yeah, but I might get a gun tomorrow.
A
I might
gun?
be gun girl.
You're gonna kill me?
What kind of
So-
gun?
It's just like a self-defense, like little pistol.
It's actually like in Virginia, it's harder to get a pistol license than to get a shotgun.
Most places that's the case.
I'm.
You know, May, do you know why?
Because a shotgun is self-defense. Like you can't
No,
really take it
yes.
anywhere.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
can't
You
take
can't
it
conceal it.
No, it's just a fucking big ass gun. Like
I am taking my concealed carry shit right now because I do go hiking a lot and I just don't want to get like attacked by a
oh my
bobcat
gosh, you
or a
should have done
bear.
that while I
That's
was.
my
I
only
want to
reason.
also have concealed carry too. You should have done that while you were here.
May,
I'm
have you-
doing it
have
now.
You gone, May, have you gone to a range and shot the shotgun?
The new shotgun? No, I've shot guns before though.
Oh, okay.
Shotguns are scary.
There are a lot of people that say they want to, you know, get a gun and then they just don't like go and learn how to use it. That's worse than not having a gun.
Absolutely.
I've been studying up, bitch.
Do you know how to take it apart?
Yeah. It's part of the.
Do I know how to take it apart? No, I haven't. I honestly haven't. I don't think about it.
So no, you should, just to keep it clean, because if a gun gets dirty, it'll jam up. It's horrible.
Okay. You could hurt yourself.
Yeah.
Though, but the nice thing is that shotguns are usually really, really easy. There's not as many moving parts as like a rifle. So if you could literally probably look it up on YouTube to how to like disassemble and clean.
My dad had a bunch of guns in our apocalypse shelter because we were Mormon.
Is that normal
so
to
I have
have
a lot of
guns in your
experience with
Mormon
guns.
shelter?
Oh yeah. Because the second coming of
Interesting.
Christ.
So you have to have
You know?
guns for the second coming of Christ?
Yeah, because the
I don't
world's
think they
gonna
had
fall
guns
into
the
chaos.
first coming of Christ.
It's gonna fall into because this time in the apocalypse is gonna end by fire because last time was water. It's like the Avatar.
Wow. No, that's definitely true. I mean, we're on fire right now, so
Yeah. See, they were right. Joseph Smith, my dude.
I mean, there's riots in Salt Lake City, so they're probably not right.
Oh, it's really bad in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, I bet. I'm not surprised to hear that at all.
I'm surprised there's black people in Salt Lake City.
I'm not.
I've been there. I did not see any.
That's where my dad lives.
Really?
Why? Is he a Mormon?
No, he moved out there for work.
Hippo, are you a Mormon? I think that's a yes.
No. Gib, are you Mormon?
They gone. They dead.
Oh, shit.
They went to the second coming.
Oh, he fucking left.
He got scared.
He's definitely Mormon.
Yeah, that's pretty much confirms it for me.
Yeah.
Just FYI, I cut off people joining. Otherwise it would just go on.
No, that's no problem. It's already 11 o'clock somehow. Like, what the
We
fuck?
have. Let me make sure.
I'm having the best time.
Okay.
I'm
that
glad. I'm
one's
having a
still
good time,
there,
too.
That one is still there.
This stream's
That
great.
one is not still there. That one's there. That one's
Kazi's
there.
in the chat saying, hey, that was really rude. You're in the waiting room for the call. I literally don't understand what the message you're trying to send to me because it's really mixed. Like, you say you want me to take you out of the thumbnail and then you come into the call.
There's about to be
and they're
a
still in the
profile.
waiting room. What is this bullshit?
I don't fight. I don't argue. I just hit that bitch.
Right, same though. I think I made myself pretty clear.
Girl
The rules
fight.
are
Girl
very
fight.
clear. It's called the waiting room. You are waiting to get on the show. Like everybody else in the call. And if you're not, get out of the fucking call.
And if you drop out and come back in after I do the cutoff.
So this is what I'm gonna do next stream, because when I went on the kill stream, it automatically mutes you when you go into the waiting room. You cannot have a conversation. So that is what we
Probably
will
good.
have to apply here, because I really don't think that these people can handle the responsibility of a waiting room.
Clearly not.
A chat.
Is there anybody in here who is old who needs to be brought in?
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7
Who are in there right now?
that are in there right now.
Okay, let's move through a rapid fire round.
Experience,
Experience.
which is a cool name because it's the same name as my favorite episodes of Eureka 7
I do not see them in here.
at the top.
Oh, with an A. Oh, beautiful. Hello, Experience.
Who the fuck says hi to me? What?
Hi, you're on the stream.
Oh wow! I didn't see this coming.
You did it? I usually try to bring out everybody if you've seen the previous streams.
Oh no! Yeah, no. I watched the previous streams, especially from what post-Bionicle era.
Oh yeah, that's the good era. Let's go
Right.
back.
No, just 2 or 3 hours back, I saw that Ben and Gibbon were in the waiting room. Like, oh
yeah,
we go
Gib
hang
was
out
just
with
on a second ago that he just left to
Yeah, he
shill his
was. He's gone. He
OnlyFans.
Yeah, he didn't join the waiting room back again.
Ben is gonna call in Saturday on our stream. He's gonna be the guest of honor
Yeah.
on Saturday.
Yeah, I saw that.
So look forward
That's
to
funny.
that.
My introduction to him was, hello, my nemesis Ben Saint, we meet at last. Because, I've been a PCP fan for 6+ years, and the last couple, just my relations with Ben Saint through the parasocial nature of this has been, Ben, no, why, Ben, why? I like your brother more, why? But I'm glad to meet you too.
Excellent. That's what we like to hear here.
I agree.
Yeah,
With everything you just said.
I've been Digi fan since 2014. Very
Same, brother.
Not
Same.
me. I'm a newbie. Whenever I hear people who are like, "Oh, I was into the Brody shit," I'm just like,
You
really?
fucking fake fan. You weren't in the trenches.
No, it's true. I am a fake fan.
No, I really didn't expect to be pulled in.
Well,
I'm
that's
glad I'm here now.
interesting.
That's
I really kind of want to send the message like, "Hey, the waiting room is to get into the show. Why do you think it's called the waiting room?"
Right, it's funny because we had a moment where we're like, should we move to general so we don't
Yes!
get pulled into the show?
Because you will get
And we're
kicked
like,
out of
"Nah,
my
it's
server if
fine."
you continue behaving this way.
No one ever gets pulled in, it's fine.
No, everybody gets pulled in.
I
Literally
have
on
a list.
every show, I pull everybody in on the waiting room.
I have a list. I see when people come in. I'm keeping track.
Everyone's there.
Everybody is
Well, that's not
timed
bad.
except for Ben and Econ because they're big clout boys and I can't be mean to them, so I have to let them come on
I
twice.
suppose there was some amount of priority involved, so just whoever
Well,
was
it's
hanging out-
literally because somebody paid me $10 to bring Ben back in.
I do love clout.
Dead? Who? Sorry?
Somebody gave me $10 to pull Ben back in
I
in the
see.
chat. Like it was not my decision. It was the
Oh, when I
will.
was in
It was
waiting
the
room,
will
I
of the
had-
general.
Yeah, I had the stream muted.
No, it's all good. Do you have anything you want to talk about or say about the show? We covered a lot of topics. We covered thoughts. We covered riots. We covered Section 230.
Right. No, since around the section where Econ was involved, I had this thing on mute because I was paying attention to what was happening in waiting room. I really don't have a whole lot to add.
What was happening in waiting room that was so interesting?
Yeah, no, but waiting room is based.
Oh boy.
Well,
Well, you
it's
can
not
thank
being
me
used-
for that because I put this all together.
Right, for sure, for sure.
Right,
Cassie
if you-
seems pretty peeved.
Oh well.
I don't care. You literally are still in the waiting room, so I don't know what you're expecting from me. Honestly, I don't think I was rude to you at all. I think you are the one who was rude. The
being
image
rude,
of the stream was up for hours. You could have contacted me privately to say you didn't like it, and then you come in during the stream and raise a bitch fit and make me change it in the middle of the stream. I spent a long time creating that thumbnail. I'm really proud of it. And like, I'm fine if people don't like their image being used in it, but the people who made that image have literally given me permission to use the PCP dating sim iconography in it, and they never asked me for permission to use my iconography. I just don't know why this is a discussion and argument that we have to have, but like, whatever. If you don't want to be associated with my show, get out of the waiting room.
Yeah, my point on that is that it's an abstraction of a character, like probably based in RFCK.
Nowhere does it say
So
your
it
name
doesn't
is
reflect
Kazi.
you.
Nowhere does it say anything. Like, I understand why you wouldn't want to use why you wouldn't want that. It's hard for me to relate because honestly, all of my private information is online. It's hard for me to relate. So you're gonna have to message me and talk about it. You guys put your big girl pants on and have a conversation about it. Otherwise, I'm just not going to include you in my show anymore.
I get that. Just, time and place is kind of a complication. I
Is
guess in
it?
this case, because things
It's-
happen in real time.
The time and
Makes
place
things
is
already
my
fascinating.
time and
You
place.
want
You're
to.
on my stream. You're in my Discord. Time and place is on my time and place. You don't have to be here if you don't want to.
Yeah, I can understand that.
That's just my take on it.
I have to miss half this goddamn.
Right, Michelle? I need you here always.
I gotta keep the peace. I gotta.
No,
gotta keep
we
my
come in
bitches
peace. This
alive.
is a peaceful podcast. We take all kinds here. I'm just good at arguing. That's all I can say. If you
You
have
have too much masculine energy.
I'm on YouTube. You literally, it's okay. Running a podcast is a mix of both feminine and masculine energy because you have to keep the peace not only within the discussion itself, but you also have to get people to move on, and you have to assert yourself. And it is a difficult place to put yourself in. And I have mad respect for any successful podcast or live stream host. I'm still learning the groundwork. So I've only been doing this for 2 months. There's a lot of breathing room, but I'm trying my hardest. So, you know, I'm willing to make concessions. I'm willing to remove people's images from my work. I get that. It's on the internet, though. You don't really have control once it's on the internet of how that image is going to be used. So if you don't want your friends using it, then maybe you really should consider deleting all of your internet presence, because if you don't trust your friends using it, then, like, what do you think your enemies are going to do? Can you guys hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just listening because
digesting.
I don't know.
On for a minute.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm just really passionate about this, and like I don't know, my feelings have kind of been hurt, and I mean.
Oh, trust me, May. Over the course of the stream, you aren't the only one.
Yeah.
Like there was one time.
Ashley and Michelle, you guys are the best in the whole world, because you guys can stand
thank
up
you.
to fucking haters, and like,
I mean,
honestly, not a lot of people can.
You are internet people.
It's true, but like people run away from that.
There was one time during the podcast where somebody was like, "Hey, like after it was uploaded and everything, can you edit this thing out of a thing?" And I was very annoyed about it.
Yeah,
Just
I
because,
mean,
like, why didn't you say it before? And like, if you cared, why would you bring it up?
yeah, for me, I really just like, it's important for me to present myself as genuinely as possible, because I actually care about the things I talk about online. And I think
like I have anxiety. I have trouble dealing with other people that have anxiety. I'm not saying Cassie or anything. I'm just saying this like.
Oh Jesus! You didn't have to put names in there.
Yeah,
I disavow this all.
No, it 100% was not Cassie that did it.
Yeah, it was me.
Cassie was always like very like. No, it wasn't you at all either. It was,
I know.
Guest. Yeah, but
You think I would tell you to take something down about me?
No. You guys were both very great podcast people. It was very nice. It's like I got nervous anytime like a guest where I knew they had anxiety, because I'm like, oh, they're gonna fucking tell me to do this shit, or they're gonna ask me eventually to like take it down or whatever.
I mean, I'm willing to work with
it.
people, and being a small time person, I don't think people really understand how much heat, how many people are actually listening to you, even if you're not that big. I don't think people really understand what having a consistent audience of 100 listeners on your live stream means.
Right. For instance, in live chat earlier, people were talking about who Glink was. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy? I look him up. He's got 300,000 subscribers.
He's bigger than Digi. He's more relevant than Digi. He's a real guy who went on my show, and it's like, I had to go out there and put myself out there to make connections with somebody, and I want to make sure they have a good time on the show.
I'd never heard of him before.
Glink was fucking great. Did you enjoy his appearance?
I love Glink.
When he was on, I was mostly just hanging out in waiting room.
I really recommend you check out his videos, because they're really thunk-provoking.
I read a couple of the titles and they seemed neat. He's still open in my tabs, but haven't gotten around to it, you know.
Couple viral videos. I like them all, which is very rare for a viral video. I do recommend Glink. Glink is great, and he seems like a really chill guy. He just seems like a real dude, which is very rare on the internet.
I see.
That was just my dick sucking.
Hey, it's all good.
Call me Glink.
It's all good. I see I'm getting some heat in the comments. I don't really know what this is all about. I'm not really looking at it. Literally, call in if you guys have a problem. Oro Barista, you already called in. You fucked up. You already had your chance. Oh my god. I think I do need to get a moderator in the YouTube Discord YouTube chat, because the Discord chat is censored, but the YouTube chat I think is just really toxic, and I don't like it. So
I'm terrible at moderating.
No, I mean that you're on the show. I don't think it's fair to expect you to do both.
I mean, just
that's why I go silent sometimes, because I'm actually doing that.
Yeah, I mean, I have 5 moderators in this Discord, and like it's not enough, I guess, which is fine.
But since I'm on the show, I don't know if I want to express this latest developments where Digibro has decided that he wants to be a trans person.
Yeah,
it's been a ride for me, because
tell me about it. Tell me about it.
He was my weird homeless otaku friend man for the past 6 years. And now all of a sudden this, and I don't know where his
this is
mind is sitting.
This is what I would have to say to you. I don't think Digi ever took, when she was presenting herself as a male, took herself so seriously. And
she talked about not taking herself seriously all the time.
And I think it's great that I'm like really proud of herself, really proud of her for standing up for herself and actually doing this, because she's put herself under so much scrutiny, so much negative attention. And like, sure, there are good people, but there's always going to be people who send her death threats, who fucking call her names constantly. And it's like, it takes a lot of balls to come out.
I haven't heard about any of that.
That's what it is when you're online. People fucking can say anything they want to you. I literally invite it. So I think I'm part of the problem, honestly. Maybe if I was more like inclusive and just like wanted to have like a shelter box and didn't want to talk to other people, maybe it would be easier for the both of us. But like, we both have decided, me and Digi, that it's way more important to be honest and have a conversation, especially at this point in time, than just to lick each other's wounds.
I always thought the negative, because I've seen so much positive, like just on Twitter or whatever. But that's also what I choose to see. But seeing, like, I don't know. Whenever somebody says like they came out and they got like a bunch of negative stuff, maybe it's my own ignorance or whatever. But I always thought, I don't know, they were like exaggerating, or they saw one negative comment or whatever. But
no, Michelle, it's bad.
I've seen a lot of bad shit, and it's really opened my eyes to that. I'm like, wow.
Not everybody is a nice person. And I mean, just because they have dark thoughts doesn't mean that person is invalid. I think that person could have a conversation with me and maybe come away more enlightened, maybe come away more open-minded. They don't have to change their perspective, but it's a fucking hard battle to even want to talk to people who have different opinions.
It really changed like a little bit of my view of the internet, because I always just thought it was like, you know, people overreacting to shit. Like, oh, death threats, like who the fuck cares?
People who send death threats are the biggest
I already see chat deciding that I've made a mistake just because, like, no, you guys, you don't get it. I've been here for the long haul.
No, I get it. You've been here longer than me. You have.
What do you think of Victor's Vic and Hope's thing of like
I've only listened to the first half
30
about
minutes
the
into
mask.
Yeah, exactly. Once we got through the mask, I'm like, oh, I can't listen to this right now.
Okay, honestly, I love Vic and Hope, and I want them to continue making content. But I think that Vic has a problem with caring way too much about the discourse about his content. And when you're a content creator online, especially if you're associated with controversial people, you have to make the decision if you want to be PC or if you want to be real. Those are the two options you have going forward. Both of them can lead to great creations of content. It's just you really have to decide if you care more about being yourself or if you care more about getting views and having people like you. You can't have it both ways.
If internet
I
hate
imagine
affects
that
you
Vic wants to be
emotionally,
real because he grew up in the digi environment where being real was the realest.
But it's scary. It's hard to be real.
Yeah,
if internet hate
having a
affects you-
backlash makes you want to be kind of fake because, oh no, people saying I'm fucking wrong and suck. That's not great. I don't like that.
if it affects you emotionally, then you're probably just not built for the. I'm not saying Vic or Hope isn't. I haven't listened to the whole episode.
No, I mean, they just started. I have not heard about them talk about the transition. I just saw a quote that made me go, "What the fuck?" It was I think it was from Hope that gender transitioning is similar to, your timer's running up, but you can stay a little bit longer. That having a gender transition surgery is the same as getting a tattoo, or is like getting a tattoo, and I just thought that was like totally.
Now that you
Just
bring it up,
as someone.
Does you want to keep his dick? Please, I need to know.
Okay, I don't think I would be happy if she decided to get rid of it.
Okay, good. The dick is staying. I'm fine. This is good.
The dick is staying if I'm staying. But I can't make that decision for her, and I want her to be happy at the end of the day. But like,
Well, the thing
it's
is,
it's a tough thing to
My
talk about.
concern for them was that for the last long while, a bit of their identity or whatever has been tied to the phimosis cock. And if that goes, something disappears from existence.
Phimosis pussy, bitch.
You know what I mean?
You can have phimosis on your clitoris.
Elongated clit. Am
No,
I
it's
right
not
with
elongated. It's like an extra flap of skin that's over your clitoris.
That's
Which then would make
Because
it extra sensitive. So
with the last one or two album releases, things have been kind of weird. Because I've been on Corrupting Your Kids. I've been on like the Digi Audio channel. I've been on After Dark since the inception. I'm a massive Digi fan. So just seeing this shift is kind of weirded me out. I'm like, no, but Digi, my friend, my guy, my person, I want you to still be you, you know?
she is more herself than ever before, and I am embracing the Digi energy that I thought completed me, but the truth is, I just wanted to be more like her. So the Digi bro is not dead. And people who say that, I really want them to just like listen to what I have to say and what I have to offer, because I love this as much as you guys. I've been with Digibro for a long time.
Okay.
I love how she used to be, but I'm so happy that it's Digi-Nay now, because this is the right way for things to be. And
The 2016 Virginia saga was something like completely different.
It was legendary.
And, like,
It was
the 2018
exciting.
Boston saga
Yeah.
was kind of weird, and I didn't know where things were going.
The Boston
Now
Saga's
we're-
scary.
now we're the present.
Because real life gets fucking real sometimes.
Right?
Digi
the
and me are
Boston
real
Saga
people.
was-
We have to live within society. We have the same the financial responsibilities as everybody else. You know?
Which
and like,
sucks.
you can follow your dreams as much as you fucking want, but reality is fucking out there. And that's the truth for any content creator. And we know that going into this. And I just want you to know that, like, the energy of Digibro, what you love about Digibro, is not gone. It is alive within all of us who were there.
Because I'm having some surface level presentation issues, like the speaking voice change.
It's going to take
It's-
time. Transitioning takes time. She's not even on hormones yet. It's going to take time.
I understand, but just
And if you're
initial
offended by the
impact
fact
of
that
it-
she's trying to sound like a woman, then stop listening.
I understand why you say that, but
I get it,
impact
but
of,
she
like-
hasn't made an...
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I have
No,
to
I
say.
know,
This is in the
I'm-
rants. You don't have to watch the rants.
No, I've watched the rants.
That's
I've
great.
watched
Watch what you
half of
like.
the rants.
Yeah, it's just like
it's
this is not in the
It's not the same as it
Digi-Nay
used to
main
be.
channel content yet. I don't think I would be okay with her doing a half-assed voice in a Digi-Nay main channel video, but these are for the rants. These are a little bit more personal. This is really what it's like to transition. You know, you have to learn how to find your voice.
And strange for me, I've never run through anybody experiencing this
Me neither.
emotion before.
Me neither.
It's very different. I
Yeah.
don't know how to feel about it.
I relate to you completely.
I've had some pretty bad anxiety the last 2 weeks about what's going on here because
Tell me about it. Literally send me a DM. We can talk
5-6
anytime.
years.
I understand. I completely am there with you.
Someone's not in the narrative. It probably was sudden.
I mean, I think if you were never listening to the extended Digi Universe content, if you were never listening to the Let's Plays or After Dark, it would seem really weird as fuck. But like, people act like this came out of nowhere and all of a sudden these rants dropped. But there was a pub crawl where this was more explained that came out before this.
Well, not just that, but she's been talking
I've listened
about
to
this.
the pub crawl since the beginning. I've been there the whole time.
Everybody in the pub crawl is like an LGBTQ.
I followed the Digi for like literally the beginning, and for someone that's heard it from the beginning, I am not surprised.
If you were around during the
Neither am
Brony
I.
saga, wouldn't you expect this?
Yeah, and Digi's brought this up since the Brony saga.
I don't know, man.
No.
I know.
following
We're not attacking you. It's just kind of like, for me, it's like,
It's weird seeing it from somebody that's like, oh, this was out of nowhere, or like it's so surprising when for like me or May or like whoever has been following for a while, it's like,
It's
yeah,
not
this is
unsurprising,
bound to
it's
happen.
unexpected. The suddenness is what did it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the
There
quarantine
have been
world.
years-
We're in a fucking crazy society. You can't expect anything. Nothing is sacred.
Yeah, exactly. It's things compounded on top of things on top of things.
It's stressful
Balls
and
to the
scary.
wall, all at
Yeah.
once.
If this was one thing, that'd be one thing, but there was like 3 other things on top of it. It's like there's so much going on right now.
I know.
What's happening?
All I can say is stick around. Digi will find her voice. It's not so easy. I don't like my voice, and I've been practicing for 25 years. You know, it takes a while to have a good voice as a woman, and maybe it'll never be as amazing as it was as Digibro, but like I think the content will be better because she's being true to herself. It will be more meaningful.
Alternative, just like putting on like, you know, like a faker voice. the voice you were using before. Like, what's the alternative?
I mean, honestly, the best way
voices-
I think forward is just having me read the scripts, so it's like a woman is actually reading them.
Yeah.
I mean, that's always a possibility. It's not like, I don't know, there will be a solution for when the time comes. But yeah, there's gonna be some growing room. It's gonna be awkward. It's gonna be weird. The fucking world is weird. I understand your frustration. DM me and we can have a conversation about it because I feel like we're in a similar boat. But I'm just happy that she's being herself, and I think this is for the better. I truly believe that with all of my heart. I wouldn't support this if this wasn't the case.
I appreciate the invitation. I'm glad I got this chance to do this.
Yeah.
I defy part of chat for saying what they're saying about me, even though it's not that big a deal.
Don't read chat.
There's
I don't
more
read
to this
chat
than what
either.
they say.
They are bullies.
It's all right. There's more to this than what they know.
It's
okay.
true. It's true.
Just there's what, like 5 things in life that give me happiness. This last like 5 years.
Getting
And
paid.
Digi was one of them.
Hey
This is
man,
something
hey,
important happened,
Pantsu Party.
and I don't know
I
what to
will
do with it.
deliver. I promise. I will fill your time. I want to give you a hug right now.
Love you, Ace periods. I'm also
Thank you.
very drunk.
Same. I've had like
So-
7 Krakens since like 6 p.m.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I'm strong. It takes a lot.
I get that. I was part of that life. If only a week ago, I was drinking like 7
We're
crack.
quarantine life. I've been employed for what, a year? It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I just went back to work this week, so I'm
Oh my
better
god.
than everyone. I'm the most neurotypical human being here.
It's true.
I feel like a
yeah,
god.
Like, you can call me sloppy or not composed or whatever, but I'm glad it's got to happen. I gotta say things that have been bothering me for the last couple of weeks. Things have been weird, man.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm glad and I'm proud of you for having the balls to come on and talk about it.
Cool dude, Ace periods.
But yeah, just sorry, while it's being brought up, it's Acperience torn from episode
Shit.
12 of Eureka 7.
Yay, I was right.
I don't watch
Thank you,
anime.
Ash. Even though I knew you from when the first time you joined the I Am Games Discord, I was there. Don't think I wasn't.
Amazing.
Ugh.
I am games. I want it back. I want Tom to move back in.
I need
Right?
Tom to move
No,
to Virginia
T-
Beach. I
Tom's
need
base. I
it.
love Tom. He's great.
Tom is great.
Oh, but this recent discourse about the conversation around Shinobi 3, that was some shit. It was really funny. Yeah,
Tom,
no, I
rest
want
in peace.
I want I Am Games to come back. I want Digi to be involved. I want Tom to succeed. But Azumi's great. The last couple of podcasts about Azumi game were really cool.
Hell yeah.
Gib was in waiting room earlier. I got some.
Yeah, Gib was on an episode a couple weeks ago.
What, Gib's doing Lord of Ghosts?
Yeah.
He's joining the Tezuka contest. He's
Oh,
doing
that's
good for
exciting.
himself.
Yeah, he's gonna make a manga.
Yeah.
3 months. I'm really excited to see what Gib could make in manga style.
Things are different, but things are cool.
Yeah.
I really don't know what to say.
Be excited. be excited because I think people have realized what's really important to them.
Honestly, yeah, about being excited. I didn't expect to be on the show. These last like 4-5 conversation topics. I've done it.
Yeah.
I did this.
You got to talk to the Michelle Tobin.
I
The
know.
Michelle
Dreams
Tobin.
do come true.
You're welcome, everyone.
All right. Do you have any final parting thoughts before I bring in another caller?
No, I've got nothing. I guess maybe Ben Saint, even though I disagree with most of what you have to say for the last 5 years, we're cool. It's fine. I don't hate you, but I disagree with you most. It's all right. Don't hate me, please.
I avow. All right. Thank you for calling in. I'll talk to you later.
Right.
DM me sometime.
Thanks for bringing me in. I'm very glad to meet you personally.
Yeah. Bye.
All right, goodbye.
Well, that was nice.
Nice.
Who else? Who's next on the docket?
Well, so they all moved.
Yeah, they all moved to general.
They all moved to
And
general.
most of the ones and most of the ones that are in there now had left before. So technically no one.
Okay. Are we done?
Yes.
Actually, I kind of want to bring in utilitarian calculus just for a little bit. I don't know if they will answer, but
I've never spoke to them.
I
I'm
want to
so
talk to
scared.
them, honestly.
Well, you
also,
could do
Mop.
that because...
Wasn't Mop supposed to call in?
Yes, but Mop left and then came. I feel like there should be some order to the way that this, like, if you leave, you
No,
lost
I
your
mean,
spot.
I agree. It's been a while since the stream started. Yeah, I mean, I've seen utilitarian calculus has been in here for a long time. I'm gonna bring them in. I just want to have like a short convo with them to make sure they're okay.
I'm going to keep quiet.
That's fine. I don't know if they will actually hear me or if we can hear them, but
I am worried about them.
utilitarian calculus.
Yeah, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Are you
I
home
was-
right now?
Yeah, I'm home. I'm in a home-like place. Yes.
That's good.
No, I'm
Do you
I'm
feel
at literal.
I mean, that's a tough question for all of us, right?
Huh.
Everything's really
Yeah,
scary right now.
Oh, I haven't been paying attention to the news. The world's always been in a constant state of disarray and chaos. Like if you look at the history, it's just a bunch of I told you that I was a stock puppet editor on Wikipedia earlier.
Mhm.
Like on an earlier stream. That you probably been a while. You probably don't remember.
I remember you
But
saying that. I remember
Huh?
you.
You remember even little details like that?
I actually do, especially if people call in regularly and leave super chats. Like I pay attention to the people who support the show. So thank you.
Yeah. I don't really pay it. I use my money irresponsibly because it's I don't know. It's just I don't really have much attachment to it. It's just numbers to me. But if you ever looked at a dollar bill, there's like a lot of shit on it. Like it's a very detailed, colorful
In
thing.
God
But
we
you don't
trust. It says right there.
Yeah, it's a super detailed color, but most people probably don't pay attention to it. To it, all those details, those little details that you have, you don't pay attention to.
Yeah,
And-
that's true for so many things in life too.
Yeah. As like it was a saying, the world's always been in a constant state of disarray, and just like wasn't that rare for like if you look at the history of China, there's just tons of horrible civil wars that like killed like 20 million people over and over again.
It's sad because it
It's-
just really kind of
it's-
seems like that's human nature.
Yeah. Humans are barbarous. Like
I
like,
really have
ants.
faith though that there are enough people who want to move past that and really want to talk and resolve things peacefully. I really do believe there's enough people out there who can make a difference. But yeah, I mean, it's really scary. And like, why would you even care about what's going on with the world when people haven't changed at all from thousands of years, when we're fighting over the
Yeah.
same things?
Yeah, but you're right. I should have faith in people.
Well, not faith in everybody, but like there are good people in this world.
Yeah, I was a manic depressive, and I didn't know it. Couldn't tell reality from what from non-reality.
Yeah, I mean, I have personal experience with that too. I understand how scary that can be.
I wasn't really scary. I just made a total ass of myself. Like some of my YouTube videos are really stupid and weird. There's this one video I deleted where I thought like I could have like thought I was having like telekinetic sex with VR chat girls.
Mm-hmm.
That sounds really weird, but I could a telekinetic.
Well, yeah, because they get to you. They play with your head. It might actually literally seem like that.
I was like there was this one stream that I did with this girl that was done by this girl named Yuya, and where I thought like her like the way she was breathing or like I was imitating her mouth sliding down a dick.
I see.
And,
May, do you know that that's actually a real thing?
No.
No. So my youngest brother is actually big into VR chat stuff, and he describes that I forget what the term for it is, but if you spend enough time in VR in like a VR environment, you get so accustomed to sort of like what you're seeing not being like what you're actually experiencing, your mind tries to adjust and like fills in the gaps. He's described this to me multiple times where like if he air quote touches a thing in VR, right, his brain will fill in the blank for what that would actually feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he's like done that stuff for so long. It's very strange. I don't know if it's real. I don't know exactly how effective it is, but like he has told me that. So that is something that I've heard happens to people who spend a lot of time in VR.
Well, I did actually feel it in my my
Yeah, we got you.
I mean your brain. It's weird. The way he described it is your brain basically just assumes what it would be and just like it fills in the blanks. It's kind of like how you have two eyes, like stereoscopic vision. You see one image, but you're actually seeing two, and your brain's like piecing it together in real time.
Mm-hmm.
It's similar.
That's really
from what
interesting. I've never really spent a lot of time in VR, but like
I haven't either. I haven't either. I've never actually used VR, but my brother's big into it, and that's what he says. Like sometimes it'll happen.
Interesting. Well, utilitarian calculus, thank you for calling in. Please take care of yourself. I care about you.
Thank you.
I'm going to let you go and get another caller in, but thank you. Bye. All right. Let's bring in Butthole Weeb has given us $2 and says the Weeb may make an appearance. We're gonna bring in Butthole Weeb, and then I want to just finish off with Mop, because I know that they've been in here, and like we can just end before midnight. I think that's fine. Butthole Weeb, you have 2 minutes.
Hello.
Hi. Hey, we can hear you. You're out of the hospital?
I am.
Good.
I am.
I'm in the hospital.
I got sent to the ER. I've been off work the last 5 weeks because I've been shitting and puking blood.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I wanted to come in and give my swan song. You guys, that I love all of you. I'm not long for this world, and it's not going to last much. We'll see what happens. I guess they finally... Sorry, go ahead, May.
Oh, I mean, if you don't have long in this world, we definitely have to hang out.
Yes, we do. I have to try. They gave me another 7 weeks off work, luckily. Now, I guess what's going on is because I'm 6'6", so they want me to be almost 200 pounds. And for like the last several years, I've been almost 160. Like, I was healthy. I guess now I'm down to like 137 or some
Jesus
shit.
Christ. That's about what I am.
Wait, what? What?
I'm pretty close to that weight. I'm like 133.
Yeah, and they weighed me, and my dad said, fuck it. He left and took me to the ER yesterday. I got a CT scan because nowadays it's so hard to get into the doctor.
Yeah.
And I don't have a scope until the 9th of this month, so here in about a week, a little less than a week. And they were like, dude, you got pancreatitis and your gallbladder's fucked up. And I was like, God damn it. They were like, well, what do you think happened? I was like, well, I drink all the time and I'm a single man who lives alone, so I just eat a bunch of microwave processed bullshit. And they're like, that's probably why. So I'm dying. I just wanted to say bye to everybody. Also, I don't exactly know fully what the topic was on the stream tonight, so don't reiterate. I just wanted to give my
It's fine.
swan
It was
song.
about whores
Pray
and
for
riots.
Pray for Butthole Weave's butthole.
I'm praying for you right now. I'm fucking doing a Hail Mary right now.
An atheist, give me the thoughts, boys. But no, it gave me like a diet plan just to gain more weight and everything. But
You gotta look it up. You
Come
gotta put
here.
something on
I'll cook you up some real good food. I will.
That's the one problem with pancreatitis is losing 20 pounds in the last 3 weeks. Granted, it's unhealthy. The thing that's so shocking to me is that I don't really have an appetite. So I usually, when I kind of tuned into the stream earlier, I remember you guys saying something about you only eat once or twice a day. That's me. Like, I can't just wake up and eat fucking breakfast. I have to like build up an appetite.
Yeah.
It's really not that easy. But yes, May, I will take your cooking anytime.
Hell yeah.
You and Digi.
You better promise. You better promise that you will come here and I can cook for you.
That's what, yeah. Even my buddies I'm translating for them when we go to Japan. They're like, "Hey, you sick fuck! You better make it to Japan before you die."
Yeah, you have to.
I'm like, I don't know, man. It's not. My health is deteriorating rapidly, and it's not looking good. I was in the ER, and I'm not a guy who gets sick, so this is fucked. Life is fucked. Fuck the pancreas. Fuck the gallbladder.
Fuck all of this. I'm sorry. I'm sorry you have to deal with this. I'm glad you're out of the hospital. I'm sending you positive vibes. I think you can put the weight back on. I think you can beat this.
Yeah, as I always say, make everything as funny as possible.
Absolutely.
And
Keep your sense of humor.
Yeah, I think I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
No,
you will be fine, but you have to come here. I want to cook for you.
Like-
I don't get to cook for enough people.
Have you like heard the stories of like cancer patients who like doctors were like, "Oh, you have literally 2 weeks to live." And the people who got like super depressed about it like did die within 2 weeks, but then like the people who were like, "Fuck it, great. I'm out of this bitch," live for like, the next 10 years.
Right.
Yeah. And
it's an
the one
attitude. I think a lot of health is attitude based.
I think the one thing that was making me feel funny about it which is what, obviously I think it's funny because I think I'll be fine, but back in February, my grandmother passed away from, it was lung cancer. And she was kind of going through the same thing I am, as to where like I haven't been able to go to work for the last 5 weeks, where she couldn't walk that long without getting lightheaded, all this stuff, blah, blah, blah. And like, I'm kind of showing the same, I don't know what you would call it. Just, I have my days where like I stand up and try to go and shower and I get lightheaded, but it's because I shit and fucking puke everything that I eat, but I don't eat that much in the first place. So when I read that I was 137 pounds on the scale, I wasn't really surprised. So it kind of scared me a little bit, but I think it's scaring my family more. But at the same time, also I have, like that Pedialyte. They've got me on medication for, making sure I'm not nauseous all the time. So it's not like I feel miserable and my stomach doesn't hurt. It's just like sometimes I wake up and I'm like, oh wow, yeah, I got to shit 7 fucking times. But I'm still off work for another 7 weeks. Hence is why I could get on tonight. Otherwise I'd be in there working. But I think I'll be fine.
Yeah, I think so too. You got that. You got the fighting spirit.
Oh, I'm gonna. The butthole weeb don't give up early. my
Definitely
darling.
come up here. It'll be fun.
Fuck, while I'm off
There's
work.
nothing else to do but hang out with people. Everything's closed. Everything's canceled.
Well, that's true, and you're especially right because I mean, even though I'm an essential employee, I am off because I'm fucking sick. So like, normally I would be working, but I can't drive almost 2 hours to work and stand up for my entire shift. So they're just kind of shit canning me home. They're like, on the 9th, I get that what do you call it? Endoscopy, or where they put the fucking
Yeah, the endoscopy.
yeah, they put the fucking camera down your mouth and they want to see what the fuck's wrong.
That's so
'cause-
scary.
Yeah, because and then on the 10th, I'm supposed to have. I'm assuming they're going to take my gallbladder out, but from what the CT scan when my dad drugged me to the fucking ER yesterday said was I have sludge on my gallbladder and
Sludge?
sludge is what they said. Yeah, and
boy.
then high elevated liver enzymes, which isn't a problem because your liver can fix itself. So that wasn't what they were worried about. Then the other thing was they said that I had pancreatitis, and I was like, I'm not pissing myself. What the fuck are you talking about? They're like, well, that's just from you eating shitty food all the time and drinking. And I was like, I'm 23. I want to drink.
Yeah.
Don't tell me I can't drink.
Well, you did drink, clearly.
I did tonight. Just fuck it. I'm going out with a bang. I will make it to Japan in September. But after that, you guys can say, kiss me goodbye.
No, I don't want to kiss you goodbye. Butthole, stop drinking, please. I beg of thee.
Drink some tea.
There's more to life. It's called weed. Get off the booze.
I will. Yeah, I'm supposed to be. It's like 6.
Hear
days
that, Penn
away
State?
until-
This is a warning.
You're not allowed on the street. Keep drinking. How about that?
Oh
yeah. Yes. Slap me on the wrist. It's like 6 days until my scope, so I'm gonna be a good boy. I'm riding out like as long as I can to be where like, yeah, I can have a couple years. It'll be all right, dog. It'll be good. It'll be all right. I'll do the Dick Masterson thing where I'll justify it some way.
Oh boy. All right, Butthole. Do you have anything else you want to say?
Yes. Only one last thing, and I hope this doesn't take too long before I get off, because I know you guys have been streaming forever. I've been fucking.
Yeah, I guess
off
we
the stream.
have.
Yeah, I've been off the stream, so I don't know the full context. So you guys have been talking about the riots, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't know if I've talked about before my views on like anarchism and revolution and shit like that. What's happening right now, a lot of people don't know this, justifies, you can meme me, you can make fun of me, exactly why the fuck I love Ghost 6 so much.
Oh my god.
Because it is a very anarchistic, anti-war subject matter within like the last 18 episodes that I fucking love.
Most anime.
Because I grew up as a teenage anarchist here in Bloomington. Oh, well, I don't live there, but in Bloomington, Indiana, where anarchist folk punk music is based as fuck. I was in those circles where it was like, fuck the government and all that. And since I've got older, I'm more like independent and I don't know anything about politics. I don't give a fuck. But that's why I'm kind of loving what's going on. So I don't know what your guys' views on it were because I wasn't listening to the stream. I don't know if you guys think that this revolt shit is cancerous or not. So you don't have to fully.
It's a nuanced take, I think.
Yeah.
I'm anti-rioting.
Are you okay? That's fair.
And
I
we
am
from
too.
Target every day I'm there.
I'm a big fucking knee injury, no pain tolerance fucking pussy. So I'm never gonna go to an actual like riot or anything. I was a teenage anarchist and I fully believe in this kind of shit. So I find that fascinating, especially when I saw the thumbnail for this, or at least like the 15 minutes of the stream that I caught when you and Ashley and I think it was before Michelle came on.
Yeah, it was
like,
Glink was on.
Definitely.
Yeah, whoever the fuck that is. Glink
is so much bigger than any of us. It's so funny that people are like, who the fuck is that? It's like, Glink? He's the man! He's the only fans, man.
I'm sure I'll listen back and it'll be entertaining.
You
but
gotta
yeah.
watch his the Lonely Fans of OnlyFans.
Oh God, I will. But yeah, for my values, for what's going on, I don't personally, because I'm kind of an anarchist pussy when it comes to like, I was a teenage anarchist and I was going to these like folk punk rallies and would have wanted to be the guy on the fucking on the top of the barricades throwing Molotovs at fucking cops and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want anyone to get hurt, so I'm kind of a pussy. So I didn't really know what everyone talked about with that. So I found it. I was curious when I saw that was the topic of this. I was like, yeah, I got to get in here. I got to get in and talk. I gotta give my piece. Everyone keep writing, please. Fuck the government.
Yeah.
Fuck the cops.
Yeah.
Me and you can be pussies together. We don't have to go participate, but we can still find it funny.
Absolutely.
Fuck all y'all.
Exactly. Thank you. It's sage
There's
advice.
been a lot of good memes that came out of this.
I think so too.
All right. I bid you adieu. I appreciate you, Ashley, Michelle, and Miss May. Thank you guys so much for having me on.
Yeah. Bye.
Take care.
All right. Last caller is going to be Mop, and then we're done for tonight. Mop has been in here. I've seen them. I want them in here. They're good. Mop.
Hello.
Hey.
What's cracking?
Hello,
We're taking our final caller of the night.
Greetings.
What's up?
Oh, that's exciting. What an honor.
Yeah.
A few things. First of all, dude, you're making money moves. You got Glink on here? Holy shit.
I know. I was so
a
surprised that
move.
Glink. I had to kind of harass Glink to get out of the show, but I was very happy that it actually happened. I think
The
it went
persistence
really
paid
well.
off, dude. That's like punching way above your weight class, like in a good way though.
Yeah.
Big ups. I saw that you commented on my video and you were very nice.
Oh
So
yeah, I loved your
appreciate that.
video. It was great. I love the editing style on that.
That was my first try at that, my first crack. But
That's
I'm looking
excellent
forward
for
to
a
making
first try.
more.
I think there's lots of great things that you could make with just that style, but I'm interested to see how it will evolve.
I want to try to go more, like slightly more scripted.
Yeah.
Because like that was like a little too loose. It was like a little meandering. But
Yeah, but it wasn't
know.
too long, which I appreciated.
yeah.
It's like a little burst.
I do. Future stuff is going to be a lot longer. I plan on making like a 2.5 hour fucking top 100.
What's your
of the
YouTube
decade
channel
thing.
so we can show you?
It's Mapu, M0PPU, like that.
All right.
I can just link it. It's actually attached to my profile. You just right click it probably.
Oh, excellent.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
The video hit almost 2K. I'm happy. That's way more than I expected.
Oh, that's excellent. Yeah, congratulations. Oh boy, yeah, everybody check out is it the What Makes a Person Boring?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great video. It's less than 5 minutes. Check it out. For sure.
I'm glad you liked it.
Don't subscribe to Mop until Mop pledges their allegiance to me.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
One day I'll do it.
One day.
Yes.
for
And
now,
in the
you gotta
e-girl
be too
war, you
coy.
must side with Michelle over me and 10 tits.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, I have to choose.
Yeah, you have to choose. The only right
What is
option
that?
is Michelle, by the way.
Pick your poison.
Oh god. What am I gonna do? But yeah, I've been listening. I listened to like for the first maybe hour and a half, and then I had to go get food, and then I came back. I didn't realize there was like a waiting list pecking order where like if you left and then came back, it was like it like reset. So I'll keep that in mind.
I take it off this because there's so many people that come in. I like
Mhm.
if I can trim it down, I will.
It's
I
an evolving
Popular.
process. I definitely have to make sure that everybody in the waiting room is just muted because
Yeah,
the
yeah.
fact
Wanna
that people are
talk,
having a discussion and having a chit chat in there is, I just think that's extremely disrespectful.
I think you just didn't know, dude.
I definitely think I agree with you. Like they should be auto muted, but I also like some people are in there 3-4 hours at like waiting, so that you just end up.
Oh
Chatting
yeah, I
with
mean
whoever's in
that's
there.
totally reasonable. I expected that to happen. It's just like when people are in there and didn't even expect to be called on, it's just kind of like, well, this is completely failed as a channel. I have to
Yeah.
change it. So
They almost forget where they are. Yeah.
I think they just didn't know.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
It's
sure.
communicated by the
Ignorance
name
is a
waiting room.
convenient excuse.
Hey, man. That's my
But,
argument.
I mean, if you're listening to the show, you know I'm pulling people from the waiting room in. If you've ever listened to my show, And if you're not listening to my show, please leave the Discord.
True. Yeah, I don't know why
That's
they
the
would be
one
like. There's so many
unifying thing I
Discords.
want to be with the Discord. Like, you came in because you saw the link on a video of a stream, so I assume that you are watching the streams. But that is,
Yeah,
I guess,
that's
too big of an
confusing.
assumption to make.
Like there are more than enough like these communities that like have like digi adjacent, like there's so many, like it doesn't, if they're not watching the podcast or like commenting on it or anything or being in the chat, I don't understand why they'd be here,
I mean, I guess to the person who doesn't realize something's going on, if they don't have notifications turned on, would just think that it's just a popular day in the chat room.
I think it's, I don't know, like there's the show chat and you're in it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to try to make excuses for these people. Like, I will just give them the benefit of the doubt. Like, you didn't know, I'll just have to make it better next time.
But yeah, I would definitely divvy up the waiting room in general and then make the waiting room, hard mute.
Yeah.
Probably a
I
good
agree
idea.
with you. I think that will be the case on Saturday's stream, that Ben Saint said that they would be on at 6 p.m.
Oh, did he finally agree to it?
No.
Oh, there goes Michelle. Oh, she's back. Well, I hope he does. I am a Ben stan, although he's really fucking bad at talking to anybody ever about anything.
Well, I'm kind of a
Shout
Ben
out
stan
Ben
too.
Saint.
I love hanging out with Ben in person. Just,
Well, because here's the thing, like all the shit he makes, right? And I'm not just talking about like the lectures, which I love, but I
Mhm.
mean like the weird shit that not a lot of people watch. Like, do you remember he made like Winnie the Pooh videos?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Where he talks about like they're
Those are
great. I
amazing.
liked them. That's the thing is like when he's just like, I want to make a thing about a thing, and he makes it, it's always great. And then he like comes on and tries to like talk to someone about like his ideology suddenly, and I agree with his ideas too. I'm like a leftist, but he just sucks at just like getting anyone to hear him out on anything because he's just like an asshole instantly, like 0 to
He
100.
has anger issues.
well, I think it's because he
You
came
think
on
so?
7 drinks
Oh,
in.
yeah. No.
True. Yeah, 7
Definitely has anger
seltzers.
Yeah, maybe
I don't know,
cut
man.
back like half. That would be my advice to Ben.
I think it'd be the same.
No, I don't
But-
think so. I've seen Ben 2 drinks and I've seen Ben 8 drinks, and one
know,
has a
man.
pile of piss around it. That's all I have to say.
I've listened
Oh
to
shit,
quite
free
a bit of-
piss?
Yeah, free
Yeah,
piss.
free piss.
That's all I had to do for some piss, dude. Jesus
I know,
Christ.
what the fuck? Okay, we got a
Well,
$2
seems
super
so
chat
easy
from
now.
wrong end of the utilitarian calculus. He said, I meant VTuber, not VR chat. That's what I meant.
True.
So,
Dude, okay, utilitarian calculus, bro. If you ever are struggling and you need somebody to talk to, like DM somebody in here, bro.
yeah.
We'll hear you out. I understand. Sometimes you're like alone, bro. You're freaking out. You're out of your mind. Everybody's been there, man. You have to reach out.
Yeah, especially
listen,
the
dude.
host of this show. I literally what you say touches home for me. And I want to just help you through. I just hope you're taking care of yourself, because that's what it comes down to.
Also, fucking Landon has sludge in his body. What the fuck?
That's some crazy shit.
Like the doctor said he had sludge in his body. It's not a medical term.
Yeah, I've never heard that
What
before.
the fuck is that?
How did that
Like-
happen?
Dude, like he like
thing.
he like sets down the clipboard. He's like, "Listen, I gotta give it to you straight, kid. You got sludge. I don't know what to tell you."
What has the world come to where Butthole Weeb, the one paragon of fucking happiness, joy, innocence in my life, is just being wrecked with disease?
Well, his problem is that he's not silly pilled like me. If
Also,
you were
my
silly
biggest
pilled-
source of income.
I know, what the
True.
fuck? You can't die, Butthole!
Dude, he is quite the cash cow. I fucking love that guy.
Me
I
too.
spent a bunch of time talking to him months and months ago in Shade's Discord because I'm always in there with Shade and
Oh
his
yeah,
buddy.
shout out to Shade. I want to get Shade on the show too.
I love Shade. He'd love to. I bet because he's been like kind of saying to me and Bobby that like he wants to like reach back out and like get back into like making content and stuff.
Excellent.
So
I
I'd
mean,
imagine
if you're not afraid of being talked shit on Kiwi Farms, then come on the show. If you don't like that, get out of this Discord server.
Yo, I'd love a Kiwi farm though. That'd be
I
lit.
finally made it, guys.
I know. What the fuck?
Did you get a post?
I did. I
That's
did.
exciting.
Multiple posts.
I did it by, it was either 10 late or even worse, a simp.
Uh-oh. Is that worse?
Yes.
It is worse. Yeah, you've been mentioned.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god, really?
Yeah.
Dude, they called me a butterface.
See, I don't check.
I was
So
like,
I don't know.
Don't
I was
bother.
like, bitch, where's my butterface?
Don't bother. It's literally just a group of people who came into the thread newly after I made my video dissing on her for talking shit about me on the Kiwi Farms. So this is all new users who don't know anything about the community of Kiwi Farms. They don't know anything about the rules. So they come in there and they just fucking out themselves because they're fucking stupid simps.
Dude, the gay operas did.
Tenley, if you want to talk to me, come on my show. I will literally take the video down. I'll take the video down and disavow. All you have to do is just say, it wasn't me.
That would be juicy.
I
would
didn't
love
opinions
that.
like it doesn't matter if I thought it was Tenley or not because I didn't have any definitive proof.
Does it matter?
But like,
does it fucking even matter at this point? Like, obviously, whoever's saying this is obsessed with the fact that I talk shit about this bitch.
No, that one person is like, or those two people. It's like they don't like any, like they like every post except
Those two
anything that
people.
has
Who do you
anything
think
to do-
those two people are?
Yeah, except anything that has anything to do with Jeff or Tenley. which
Yeah,
makes you think
exactly.
Either them or a simp. Which is even worse. It's worse.
It is worse. It is definitely worse.
I don't know. It's the same 5 people that post in there. It's fine. I like the Kiwi Farms and check the newspaper.
okay. So Noel is the one who runs the internet personality board. Noel is kind of spiraling out right now because of the Section 230 ruling that Trump is saying he's going to revoke. Because if this is true, the Kiwi Farms would just disappear. And he's said this on many platforms, that the Kiwi Farms will just disappear if this legislation passes. So also, I know that Noel has to like leave the country he's in for whatever reason and has to move. He's kind of spiraling out. He's been doing lots of public appearances. He's been showing up in the Killstream chat, which you only ever do if you're in a really bad headspace. I know.
Is he from the UK?
No, I'm pretty sure Noel is from America, but I think he lives in Europe right now. But like, it's crazy. Noel is a really interesting guy. I have mad respect for him as somebody who stands up for the First Amendment of the Constitution and free speech. But this is fucking
Weird
stupid.
that person found my Instagram despite may not having linked it anywhere, and also like they spelled my name wrong.
Yeah.
So like, how would they find my Instagram? I don't know.
You can believe whatever you want. I just really, if Noel ever hears this, I would like there to be.
It reminds me of somebody that did that before. It's weird.
Because I just want to read about people shitting on my fucking partner for being trans. I just want to read that. I don't want to read, oh, May is so cringe because she drew fan art of this person that she one time liked. I don't know. Yeah, I guess my art is cringe.
Yeah, Butterface, post my goddamn face.
Michelle, you're a fucking model.
I know.
I just don't understand why this person would come at you like that. I think that's obvious projection right there.
He's coward.
Skedaddle says, I am Ted Lead. Call in. The Discord link's right here. Your Discord name better be fucking 10 tits. Come in. I'm waiting. I mean, it's past midnight, so I don't really know how long I'm gonna wait. You had a while to call in. Months.
You've been live almost 6 hours, dude.
Yeah, so I think we had a pretty good
Crazy.
stream. Mop, thank you for calling in.
Hell yeah.
I had a really
honored
good time.
to be the last guest.
Yeah. It was a good way to end it because we had some kind of, I guess, emotional callers at the end. But
Emotion. True.
I feel good about having you wrap things up. I definitely
yeah.
want to have Shade on. That will be really fun. I hope you call in for that show.
I will talk to him about it.
Yeah, I think it'll happen soon because Shade came over a couple days ago and did express interest in being on the show. And I've had Vic on, so I think that'll be fun.
Dude, shout out Victor, dude. His new content. I mean, I didn't see the podcast you were talking about, like the newest one, but his general anime shit is so good. I love it.
Oh yeah, Vic is great. I just really wish you would Vic, I don't know. I feel kind of distant from you. I don't know. I really hope I'm trying to organize like a camping trip with us all this month, and I really hope that falls through because I love everybody in Digi's family. Like I literally consider them my family. I live here now. Like they're the closest people to me.
No one's gonna hang out until I'm there.
I know, Michelle. Everybody just needs you because you're like the mascot. We need
I'm
you.
just, hey, I'm just a person that's like, hey, everyone, let's hang out, and everyone's like, okay.
I'm like that too, but people hate me, so it's just kind of like I'm also too assertive. I think
I like you, mate.
No, obviously people like me, but they also love to hate me. It's the dichotomy of man. SMH.
Every worthwhile person is very fun to hate. This is known.
Absolutely. All right. And with
Yeah,
that,
I'm
I'm going to
very
sign
likable.
off tonight. Everybody, thank you for calling in. I had a great time. Glink was an excellent guest. I hope I can actually be on their stream. Yeah, it was a big night tonight. Thank you for coming out. If you listen to this whole thing, you are a hero. Yeah. Bye, guys.